some more pretty heavy woods, we found a clearing, and then we felt something awful. The hair on the back of all our necks stood up at once. We began hearing slight twig snaps in every direction. This was a massive change from the previously quiet forest that we had just been walking through. We quickly shined our lights every which way, looking for anything that could be causing our fear. Then Dee's light stopped on something. Guys, do you see that? We all shined our lights on the spot that he was looking at. I couldn't see anything at first, and was about to say no when I made out what looked to be the reflection of eyes. We each confirmed one by one, each of us starting to make out the eyes. Then we did something stupid. We started walking toward it. Maybe this was because there were 4 of us and 1 pair of eyes. Or maybe it was how alluring they looked. Every step we took, the more they faded out, until we could not see them anymore. Then we felt the hairs on the back of our necks stand up more, as if pointing in the direction of something that did not approve of us being there. We stood back to back, making a square, as we felt the presence circling us. "Guys, let's get out of here," one of us said. We all nodded and waited. Then when the time felt right, we sprinted. We all ran as fast as we could, jumping over the fallen fence through the forest, until eventually I saw the house. I heard the others run by me, hidden by the forest, when I suddenly stopped. "Ryan, help!" My heart sank. I had just heard the other 3 run by me, yet this was the perfect voice of Kay calling for help. I shoved the thought that this could be Kay out of my head. After all, I had just heard all 3 of them run by. I began sprinting again, hoping to catch up with Kay. After sprinting for a minute or 2, I caught up with them, beginning to slow down, almost at the house. I caught up with Kay and was about to try to talk to him when we both flinched backward, almost falling. Just to the right of us, there was a crashing thud of something that had just hit the ground. We quickly recovered and sprinted toward the door, urging the others on. When we finally got back to Kay's house, we slammed the door behind us and had to just rest, panting. When we all seemed to calm down, Kay asked what the hell happened out there. We all went around sharing what we saw. Dee said he saw the reflection of eyes, and more than what we saw in the clearing. Kay said he saw the reflection of eyes in the clearing and heard the 2 thuds that freaked us out. T said he might have seen the eyes in the clearing and some yellow-red ones as we were closing the door. I stated what I saw, but decided to leave out the voice, since I wasn't and still am not sure I heard what I heard. We sat down, and almost immediately began searching up cryptids and looking for other stories like ours. Within half an hour, our primary theories were of a goat man, a Jersey devil, or a Wendigo. Almost in response to our theories, we heard 2 ever-so-quiet footsteps on the roof. Eventually, we went to sleep, but after that, we never spoke a word of it again. Maybe a year or so later, I was trying to creep myself out when I stumbled upon stories about Wendigos. These stories sounded familiar to my experience, but didn't seem to be quite right. That led into a rabbit hole, and eventually I learned about skinwalkers too. Since then, I've loved hearing stories about them, and I'm very fascinated with what they are and how they hunt. I've stopped believing recently, however, after rethinking my tale for the 100th time. I'm 90% sure that what we heard and saw was just a horse, and that we got onto the bad side of it. What really spooks me though, however, is when I let the 10% wander, and I think that it might have been something paranormal. Either way, I don't understand how Kay still lives on that property. I'll be visiting him again this summer, so I'll see them again. But hopefully, we will not encounter what we might have encountered last time. The Bird Seen in My Backyard by Magic Position. This has been on my mind since I saw it Saturday night. I'll start a few months back when it was winter. I live on the Canadian west coast. I think there was a bit of snow on the ground, and the sun had just set, so it was not completely dark out yet, but not light either. My sister and her boyfriend, as well as me and my boyfriend, were in our backyard. I think we only went outside for a moment to run around in the snow, since where we live it's actually a rare occurrence. I know, weird coming from Canada. My sister all of a sudden freezes and says she saw something behind a tree. She then walks over to it, and she sees it disappear. Freaked out, she wanted to go back inside, so we all agreed to go in with her. Inside, she told us what she saw was a large black-winged creature sitting behind a tree, looking in our direction. Apparently, it was sitting with its wings down, covering its body, kind of hunched over. Then, when she drew closer, she saw it turn away from her, covering its face with its wing, so it wasn't facing her anymore. It moved further away behind the tree, and once she was close enough to see it, it was gone. None of us believed her. We all told her it was probably just a raven, or a herring, a shadow. But she was sure it was some huge creature with wings. We let it go, but she was clearly freaked out. Fast forward to this past Saturday. My boyfriend and I, my sister and her boyfriend, the same people as before, were all in my bedroom, which is the master bedroom to the house. We have these French doors that open up onto the sun deck and look out into our backyard. We were just about to light up some hay when my boyfriend opens the door to the sun deck and looks up past our backyard to see this massive bird leave a branch in a tree. He audibly said, "Holy crap, that eagle is huge." I looked up just in time to see it leave the branch and fly for about 2 seconds before it disappeared behind the row of trees. It was larger than an eagle for sure. It wasn't in a tree in our backyard. We have this embankment that goes up to these apartments that are next to us, and the tree we saw the thing fly off of was up there. So it wasn't exactly clear, but we have eagles around us often. That being said, I've never seen one that size. It looked like its wingspan was 14 feet long almost. It was completely black. My sister and her boyfriend just missed it, but they saw the tree branch it came from still bouncing up and down from it jumping off. I said it looked like a human with wings, and my sister freaked out, quickly reminding us of the time she saw that thing in the backyard. All of us except her had forgotten about it until she told us again. Now I actually believe her. My boyfriend said it looked like a person with wings too, but he doesn't believe in stuff like that. Plus, on top of this, we had a dog who passed away in January. Rest in peace, Juno, we love you. But she would sleep on the sun deck if it was warm enough for her, and often we could hear her growling at something in the backyard and pacing back and forth. Could have been a deer in the backyard or a raccoon, but my dog was uninterested in deer, and raccoons used to come on our back deck all the time, and we would hear them, but when she growled like that, it was different. Smoky Mountain Raven Mocker by Bill. My father and I have been hiking for years in the Smoky Mountains of North Carolina and Tennessee. But one incident has caused us to never be out after dark, not in those mountains ever again. We went on a fishing trip in what was one of the most remote areas of the park, the Upper Raven Fork of the Oconaluftee River above Cherokee, North Carolina. The trip went according to plan until we couldn't find the unmarked trail to where we were fishing. So we took off through the ivy, mountain slang for mountain laurel, and it was so thick we were walking sometimes 10 feet off the ground. After an hour of this, we finally emerged on the riverbank. We went up the stream fishing along the way and finally reached what is called Three Forks, where we spent an hour or two fishing and having lunch. At 2 o'clock, we left the Three Forks and made our way up the right fork of the stream, instead of going back through the ivy. Bad idea. An hour in and we hadn't traveled a quarter of a mile. We encountered a bear cub and her mother along the way, but that was only the beginning. We ran upon a cave beside the stream and decided to take a break inside its rather deep mouth. That's when, from upstream from us, we heard a raven's cry. But it was wrong, so wrong. It almost had a human-like cackle in its voice, something that sent more than chills up my already wary spine. We were already lost in the middle of nowhere. I looked at my dad and whispered, "What on earth was that?" He replied shakily, "Just a raven, a very loud raven." We soon left the cave and continued upstream. Again, a bad idea. About another quarter mile up, we decided to just make our way to the ridgetop through a world of ivy thickets, more akin to the underworld than Earth. About halfway up the mountain, we again heard that strange raven, but something else struck me as odd. It was on the opposing ridge on the ground, not on a branch, not in the air. We booked our tired selves out of those woods as quick as we could. When we reached the park trail, there were still 4 miles to go, and that raven thing was still behind us, apparently just out of sight. We finally got about half a mile from the car when I finally picked out what was making the noises. It was a person, maybe. It didn't have the head of a raven, exactly. More like it was wearing a giant one, and it had wings in place of its arms. I screamed, "Run," to my dad, who, though he hadn't seen it, was already on edge enough to listen right away. We took off, just slow enough not to go falling off the mountain, and every time I looked back, that raven human thing was a little bit closer. When we finally got to the car, we both climbed in through the driver's side, backpacks still on, and took off down the road. By then, it was pitch black out. Whatever was chasing us now was keeping pace with us, floating along with us down the dirt road. After 10 minutes of chase, we were almost back to civilization, but it finally made its move. The thing landed on our hood. My dad slammed on the brakes, and we stared for a moment at the thing as it stared back at us. Then it flew away, screeching that awful noise through the night. Then we sped on home, worried that that thing might find us again. When I told my great-uncle about this, he instantly knew what it was. He told me we were lucky to escape because apparently that was the Raven Mocker. Demonic Raven by Silent Eyes. I have a very well-aged grandpa who's 96. He has told me countless stories about an evil being that takes the form of old people and scratches the hearts of the dying and sick. I thought that was all made up. I thought my grandpa Antonio was just a crazy old man out of his mind. One of his stories in particular caught my attention. He said that when he was a young boy, he was often very sick. He had walking anomia. But my grandpa was an adventurer. He never really liked staying inside because, well, in my grandpa's time, there weren't smartphones or games or things like that. He grew up on the land that his dad had bought. Great-grandpa and grandma had split up and went their separate ways. My grandpa continued to live with his dad, and they shared the land with a particularly big oak forest. My grandpa had one neighbor, and that was soon to be my grandma. Although my grandma's mom was very ill, she was suffering from depression, and she suffered from asthma as well. It's kind of common to hear ravens and crows where we're at as well. But what my grandpa said next was something else entirely. My grandpa said he was building a stick fort with my grandma deep in the woods when he heard a crow of a bird. A raven. It was loud and sounded like a dinosaur from what he described it. He looked at my grandma with a confused expression. Then they continued to finish the little roof of the stick fort. A few hours later, the two of them were still playing in the woods. They were just beginning to leave when they heard the sound again, but this time it was much closer. It sounded like a few dozen yards away. When the sound squealed out through the woods again, it was later followed by a scream that sounded like that of a man. And they knew that voice well. My grandma's dad. She heard him screaming and crying. Then the two of them took off into the direction of her house. My grandpa, being the lovebird he was, wanted to look after her. "Wait," he called to my grandma as he was jumping over bushes and tripping over rocks. But my grandma did not slow down. She sped up. By the time Grandpa and Grandma reached the house, there were police all over. As the two of them got close to the house, Grandpa said what he saw next will haunt him for the rest of his days. My grandma's mother had took a razor blade to herself. The police were checking for a pulse, but when they came across her heart, her chest sank right where her heart used to be. After that, they took her away in a hurry so that her daughter did not have to see the situation. But it was too late. My grandma still suffers from that image in her head, even to this day. What my grandma could never get over, though, was the fact that when they kept in contact with the police and the morgue, they could find no trace of her heart. What it reminded my grandpa of, and this is just how he described it, it was like if you push your thumb in an old plum and your thumb just sinks into it. That's how it appeared to do when the police checked her chest, which was nothing more than a soft spot. My grandpa's story has forever scared me, but I've also encountered what I think this was myself. My story isn't as scary as my grandpa's, thank God, but it still spooked me something fierce. I was walking home from a friend's house. There were 4 other people around me. There was a person on a bike passing by, a very old woman stumbling around on her walker, a man passing by in his car, and an older man that looked to be 70. I suddenly get a text from my friend, and my phone goes off. I unlock it. It's a text saying that I had forgotten my PS4 controller at his house. I replied, "I'll come by and get it tomorrow. It's already getting dark." As soon as I lock my phone again, I hear this loud cluck from a bird. At first, I thought it was some weird sound from my phone, but it didn't match any of my ringtones. I looked around to see that the old man and old woman had completely vanished. I was only on my phone for 9 seconds, and they disappeared without a trace. How the heck did that happen? I mean, sure, there are woods right next to the sidewalk, but I doubt they would have been going into the woods at their age. My phone goes off again, and this time it's a text from my mom. "Come home now," she says. I look at the time and it's 8:40. I was supposed to be home 20 minutes ago. I ignore the odd situation I was in, and I begin to run home. I eventually come upon my house and open the door, just ready to hear it from my mom. Instead, she walks up and hugs me tightly. I'm confused. "Mom, are you okay?" "It's not my birthday," I said. She loosens her grip and makes me sit down on a couch in front of the TV. My mom is watching the news, which is very unlike her. She's tearing up, and I focus on the words plastered across the screen. "Man found in the woods. Cause of passing unknown." I sit there, paranoid and a little bit freaked out. Then the most unspeakable thing happens. The live news reporter walks up to an old lady stumbling with her walker. The same woman I had just walked past an hour ago. The man introduces himself and says that he's here with such and such, the old woman's name, who apparently agreed to be on camera. It then shows her, and all I can really make out from the way she was speaking was Kalanu Okieliski. She said it several times. Kalanu Okieliski. You could tell the interviewer wasn't having it, thinking the old woman was out of her mind or was just trying to mess with them. But I kept wondering, what in the world did that mean? A few weeks later, Dad told me that when they opened up the old man, there were no signs of any broken bones or anything like that, but there was no heart. And I would later find out that Kalanu Okieliski meant Ravenmocker. Ravenmocker by Taylor. I've been unsure of where to go to tell others about this. My grandfather recently passed away, and the night he did, the strangest thing happened. I'm from the Appalachian part of Virginia, and my family are of both Cherokee and Navajo heritage. Stories of creatures in the woods are not uncommon to me. I've heard everything there is about stories, and my family takes it all very seriously. And for everything native, I would highly recommend it be taken seriously, because what my grandmother and I experienced alone that night will haunt me forever. We live in the woods, not too far out from our neighbors, but the town is quite literally in the middle of nowhere. It's about 5 minutes of a drive to get to any neighbor's house from my grandmother's, and everyone there knows each other. I tend to enjoy being out at my grandma's place because I'm very introverted and loved being with her and my grandfather. But my grandfather was becoming sick, and his time was nearing. So I wanted to spend every second I could at his house before he passed, making sure to do whatever was needed around the house and the surrounding land. A few nights had passed, and as it was summer, I didn't have a job, so there was no need for me to be anywhere but there. I just texted my parents to let them know I was doing fine every once in a while, since they couldn't drive the hour and a half to get to the house because of work. So it would be just my grandmother and I for a couple of days, taking care of my grandpa. However, when dawn fell, he became extraordinarily sick, and my grandmother, who was a nurse, took care of him. I was on the couch in the living room, playing guitar, trying to write music, when suddenly I heard what sounded like something flying over the house. My first thought was maybe there was a helicopter flying over, because people got lost in the woods often, and search and rescue missions were very common. But this wasn't a helicopter. It sounded more like a bird, a huge bird at that, flying right over the house in circles, like it was signaling its next meal. I immediately ran to tell my grandmother, who said it may have just been a helicopter as well. So I did what any confused teenager from the woods would do. I grabbed my .30-06 and went outside. When I looked up, I didn't see a thing. There were no lights and it was a cloudy night, so it was just pitch black. I could still hear it flying in the air. Then it stopped out in the distance. At that moment, I heard what I can only describe as a scream or screech of pure evil. At that moment, I froze. I had never heard anything like it, and for at least 2 seconds, everything was silent. The middle of the woods, next to a pond, always sounding with creatures, and I couldn't hear a thing except my grandmother opening the front door and yelling for me to get inside. Now, I may be someone who would want to say that I'm big and bad, but that was the fastest I ran back in the house. My grandmother, now crying, immediately told me to say goodnight to Pa and run downstairs. I tried to tell her no, but there was a look in her eyes that said not to. So I greeted my grandfather, who was barely alive at that point, and I told him goodnight, that I loved him. I hugged him tightly, then ran downstairs. I sat down for 2 minutes when I heard the sound of my grandmother coming downstairs. She came into the room and held me tightly. Then she spoke softly. "He's gone." She said we needed to stay down there for the night in her medicine room. She said a short Cherokee prayer, and we went to bed. When I woke up the next morning, we buried my grandfather. My grandmother told me then what a raven mocker was. She said that according to legend, when they consume a victim's heart, they take however many years left that person had to live as their own. She then said that Pa had cheated them because he was ready to go before they even had arrived. We are mourning over his loss, but we have told our fellow Cherokee of the incident and informed the medicine men to keep watch. Old Family Tale of the Raven Mocker by Mick J13. I am Native American, half Cherokee and part Creek, also known as Muskogee, Shawnee, and Kickapoo. My mom is a full-blood Cherokee, and my dad told me he was a mix of Muskogee, Shawnee, and Kickapoo himself. Cherokee language is syllables and not words, just in case a couple of these words sound strange to you. Now, my grandpa Thomas, whom I miss deeply and who helped raise me, used to tell me stories while he sat and smoked his tobacco in his corncob pipe. One afternoon, we sat down, and he told me of my great-grandpa Sunhawk, who had practiced medicine in his time and was well respected amongst the people who came to him for help. This was his encounter with a Kalanu Akeliski, or in English, a raven mocker. It was in the late 1800s, mid-fall, and Sunhawk was summoned to treat a man who was near death and kept begging his family to save him from the man outside his window. He told them he needed to be protected. He didn't want his heart stolen. His family knew of the old legends and knew what was going on. They then sent the eldest son on horseback to retrieve Sunhawk. Sunhawk and the boy I'll call Junaluska was an hour away from the boy's home. Sunhawk told Junaluska to not be afraid and to pray for protection from the Creator as they strode through the cool of the evening. Suddenly, Sunhawk's eyes had fallen upon a fire-like apparition of a bird flying through the trees to the side of them. Sunhawk kept his eyes on the creature till it flew into the path in front of them, flames covering the trees as it passed, screeching a terrible sound similar to that of a raven as it disappeared toward the boy's home. The young boy asked Sunhawk why he looked up like that, having not seen the creature himself, as my family tells me Sunhawk had a connection to the spirit world. He explained to the boy that his dad had a raven mocker trying to steal his life. The boy couldn't see what he had seen, and he knew this being was of pure evil, so they rode faster, hoping to make it in time to save Junaluska's dad. They were a few miles away from the home when another screech and fast heavy winds swooped in. Sunhawk started beating on his drums, singing a song of protection against the raven mocker, praising the Creator for his love of man and woman. The creature disappeared after following them a long way until the house came into view, and another horrid screech sounded around the house that caught Sunhawk's attention to there being two of these demons trying to get more life to live on through the years. Sunhawk prayed, saying while smoking cedar, before he entered the home, then asked the family if he could bless the house to relieve it of the evil going on. The man lay on the bed crying and had been getting lacerations on his head. The family saw them appear out of nowhere, as if something unseen were attacking him. When Sunhawk was done with the blessing, he came into the man's room. There, Sunhawk saw it. another of the creatures, which looked right at him and screeched so loud that everyone heard it, covering their ears in panic. It flew in its fiery shape through the window and vanished. The old man lay sweating with a fever. He had asked Sunhawk to help heal him and to get rid of these demons once and for all. Sunhawk explained upon seeing these evil spirits, they would only have a week to live because he cursed them upon seeing them. The man managed to live a few more years until a posse of outlaws brave enough to ride through Indian territory killed him and his family, burning their home to the ground. My grandpa Thomas always told me when you speak about them with another person, it's like telling one of the Raven Mockers to come and get you. The night Sunhawk died, he told everyone to leave the room so he could have a moment alone to pray for his passing to go smoothly. As my grandpa closed the door, big winds busted the window open, and Sunhawk screamed. The door had been barricaded by the shelf that fell over. My grandpa caught a glimpse from the crack that showed the wall opposite of Sunhawk's bed. He saw an old man holding something close to his mouth and realized blood was dripping down. He screamed, and the screech and winds came back, and the door finally opened. The lifeless body of Sunhawk lay in the bed. When the death certificate came after the autopsy, perplexingly, it showed that he was missing his heart. There were no scars or open fresh cuts, not before they opened him up anyways. I still believe to this day that they exist, the Raven Mocker, along with the other beings that the Native Americans encountered. There are things that will get you out there, things that go bump in the night, feed off of you. So watch out. That withering old woman or beaten down old man strolling past you on the street at night could just be the one waiting to torture your soul out of you, to take your heart and eat it with no markings left on your body. It Lurks in Her Basement by Grayson. This happened in April of 2016. I had been staying with my now ex-girlfriend, who we'll call Emma. Emma and I were no strangers to anything paranormal or monstrous, and this wasn't the first or last time we had encountered something of the like. Now, before I move on, I should describe the basement, as it is important. The basement in Emma's townhouse was very small, and it was where her bedroom was. It was roughly 28 feet long and was shaped almost like a blocky letter Z, with the bedroom in the section under the stairs and a smaller area with an art desk on the latter end. Emma's bed was located under the stairs and was very tiny. The room itself was 7 feet, both in length and width, being sectioned off only by 2 thick curtains rather than a door. When I arrived that Friday, I greeted her and noted how she seemed to be feeling much better, as she had a gum graft 2 weeks prior. Throughout my stay, nothing unusual had happened, until Saturday night. That's when I got a random feeling of unease. I brushed it off, and we went on with our night, watching movies on her bed and chatting about our friends. The following morning, I woke up at 9 a.m., which was very unusual as we had stayed up very late, and I used to sleep like a rock back then. As I lay in the bed, I wondered why I had woke up. Emma was still asleep, and if I had been woken up from any sound, she should be awake too, as she slept much lighter than I did. I rolled onto my side, looking out towards the curtains on the other side of the cramped room. That's when I saw what woke me up. Tall and slender, in the far corner of the room, wedged between the dresser and curtain, stood a creature so large that its neck had to be lowered for it to fit beneath the ceiling. It was black. It appeared to have some sort of cloak on, and had a long dark beak with a slight curve, with dull white eyes above it. I lay there, motionless and confused at what I was seeing. I blinked and the creature remained, staring at the wall across from it. Cautiously, I sat up as quietly as possible to try and get a better look at what I was seeing, what I didn't want to see. As I propped myself up on one arm, the thing slowly turned its head to face me, moving its body only after it had settled its cold, lifeless gaze upon me. It seemed as if this terrible creature's body was sucking up every last bit of light, sound, and energy in the room, and I felt as if I was being judged by it. Mustering up my will to move, I tore out of the basement and ran upstairs. For the remainder of the day, I spent my time upstairs with her mother, leaving for home only after she had woken up some 5 hours later. I had called her later that night via Skype and asked if she had seen something in her room, something like what I'd seen earlier that day. Her facial expression soured into one of fear and confusion. "How would you know about that?" she asked. And before I could answer, she told me what she used to see. That thing. It used to follow me around my old house before we moved. I was confused and scared at the same time. I had no idea what this demonic bird-like creature was. A while after, Emma moved to a house that was a bit closer to mine, and whilst renovating it, she and her family had found that a small room in the basement seemed to be full of negative energy. Slowly, weird things began to happen, and that entity would appear in her new home as well. It still emanates a dark feeling, and her dogs bark and whine at the creature whenever it appears. I don't know why it follows her, or why it just stares, but I think it may be something called the Ravenmocker, based on its appearance. All I can do is pray that it doesn't decide to do something more than simply watch her. Three Encounters with the Ravenmocker by Aaron E. I have several stories centered around my run-ins with a witch that our folks called a Ravenmocker. There isn't much information on them, but I know they are usually invisible, and I've been told they can take many other forms. Number 1. Me and my oldest cousin, Tristan, had decided to go outside after everyone else had gone to bed one night. We were out at the shed talking and smoking a cigarette when I heard my grandmother calling my name. I freaked out because I thought we were busted. I got even more freaked out because it sounded like it came from behind the shed, and we knew she was in the house, which was in front of us. Now, my cousin is quite the hillbilly from up around Black Mountain, and he was really into instigating things. I am of Native American heritage, and I was raised around old Indian folk. I always believed there were things that you should fear and respect, but most importantly, fear. So anyway, he wants to check it out. Peer pressure is a heck of a thing, so I agreed to go outside and look with him. We walked out toward the tree line, and out of nowhere I hear one of my other cousins calling me from ahead of us in a thick patch of cane on the swampy side of the woods. That particular cousin, Dakota, was in the house passed out on the couch at the time. Then my dad called me, followed shortly by my aunt, both of whom had gone home hours before this. Whoever or whatever is doing this has mimicked almost my entire family at this point. So we're creeping up to that patch of cane, and we stop about 5 feet away from the tree line. There's a tree just behind the bushes, and up about 15 feet there's a branch. Suddenly that branch starts shaking, and I hear the leaves rustling. When I looked up, I saw something falling from the branch. It looked like a giant bird, but I didn't really get a good look at it. As soon as it landed, it sounded like something started running at us, head on through the bushes. If I had not experienced these events that happened up to this point, I'd have thought a bear was charging toward us. It was the only logical answer. If you looked across the top of the cane, you could see the taller ones parting. This thing was big, fast, bipedal, and really heavy. It looked like it was going to make one heck of an entrance, with a sound to match. I can only describe the noise as sounding like a man that weighed as much as a small horse, running at full sprint. Then, right before it got to the edge, it just stopped. We were too shaken up to even move, so we simply stood there. When I finally regained mobility, I walked backwards all the way to the house. I didn't take my eyes off that tree line once, though. We got inside, and as soon as we closed the door, something hit it. Tristan opened it up to look, and there was nothing there, so we closed it and locked it. We turned and began to walk away, and it happened again, harder this time. We looked at each other and went straight to the living room. We sat there in darkness and did not move or say a word until the sun came up. Number 2. The second story happened at my house in my backyard. My buddy Fernando was staying over that night. Fernando and I had set up a tent and were planning on staying outside for the night. We were in the house getting something to drink, and I started to head back outside while Fernando was still playing around in the fridge. So we had this really weird cat at the time that would just show up out of nowhere. It would show up and creep around the edge of the woods, just watching me all the time. Sometimes he would glare at me at night while literally peeking out from behind a tree. All you would see was a cat-shaped black outline with 2 eyes that glowed a bluish-green color when the light hit them. It was unnerving to say the least. Occasionally, it would make these really unusual sounds that were kind of cat-like and not very cat-like at the same time, almost like it was mixing another animal's noises with it. It only did the weird noises at night, too. Now, we had a lot of cats that hung around the place, but only this one made noises like that. The other cats even seemed to be a little scared of him sometimes. They would avoid him, and some even left entirely after he showed up. Anyway, this particular night, I walked out the back door and he was sitting in the middle of my backyard. He was glaring at me as usual, so I took off in a full-on sprint, chasing him out of the yard, past the line of tall bushes that blocks out all porch light. He ran into the woods, and I don't recall ever seeing him again after that. I turned to start to walk back, and immediately felt a kind of heavy wind blowing over me. Then I heard the unmistakable sound of a cougar, and it sounded angry. It couldn't have been more than 5 feet behind me either. I made a good 30-yard dash to the back door in about 2 seconds. Fernando was on his way out at the time and had seen the whole event from the window in the back door. Fernando pushed the door open and I ran inside. His eyes were dang near big enough to use for dinner plates. Mine were probably just as big. He said something along the lines of, "Did you see that?" And I replied with, "No, but I heard it." He said that there was an older-looking man with glowing red eyes standing right behind me, and that he had nearly grabbed me. We just left the tent out there where it was, and decided to sleep in the house that night. 3. This next story also happened in my backyard, but at the other end of the tall bushes that cut through it. My dog was chained up to a tree that stood maybe 20 feet in front of this old barn behind the house. This old barn is where we store the tractor. It's pretty much just an unfinished shack. It has 3 rooms and only one has walls, mostly just plywood. The other 2 are pretty much just a tin roof and some 2x4s that hold it up. This barn is on the other side of those bushes, where the porch light stops. So I'm pacing back and forth lengthwise of the dog runner and talking to the creator, occasionally stopping to pet my dog. I know, weird, but that's how I pray. I pace a lot at night during the summer. especially in the few days leading up to, during, and after the full moon. My neighbors probably think I'm a werewolf. Anyway, I'm doing my normal pacing ritual, and I start to get this really weird feeling like I'm being watched. I immediately turned in the general direction of where I thought it was coming from. My dog made it clear that it wasn't just my imagination when she even perked up and started staring in the same direction. She started alternating between deep growls and a deep hushed bark. The hair down her back was standing straight up. Now that line of bushes blocks all the porch light, as I said before, and in the summer the trees back there are so thick that even the brightest full moon will not light up the tree line. Plus, the tin roof blocked out any light that did get past through the trees, so it was near pitch black under the shelter. I made the mistake of saying, "I know you're there. Show yourself," just as a joke. I don't even know to who. I guess I was just pretending. But what happened was not pretend. Instantly, this unseeable thing begins to attack us. Me, mostly. The dog begins to pull away, whimpering, trying to yank her head out of the collar. And my entire body is tensed up with this electrical energy in the air. A horrible smell that I can only describe as death starts floating around. I felt paralyzed and sick to my stomach. It only seemed to get worse. Whatever it was seemed to be focusing solely on hurting me. My chest began to feel like someone had set my insides on fire and started to dig around inside me with a fork. I couldn't even run. Eventually, I blacked out or went into some kind of trance or something. When I came to, I was just standing there, still staring in that direction, standing in the same spot. My entire body was sore and I felt sick. I unhooked the dog and we walked back inside, my head nearly twisted backwards on my shoulders as I made sure that nothing was sneaking up on me. That night, I could not sleep, and I did not get out of bed for nearly 2 whole days, just closing my eyes and wishing I could have the comfort of rest. I was sick as a dog, and it felt like I had been poisoned. It took almost a week to recover completely, and after that, you could not pay me to go near those woods at night. Heck, I wouldn't even go back there in broad daylight for months after. My Father's Fall by Jerry Larry. My father passed away in 2015. My family has deep Cherokee heritage with a bloodline we have traced back over 300 years. Despite being a part of such a rich culture, the strange things my father said to us before he died of a heart attack haunt me to this day. Stranger yet, my father was basically healthy as a horse before 2015, had never smoked or even drank in his life, and had even been told by the doctor at several checkups that his heart was working perfectly. The strange talk started in February, that fateful year. That was when he started waking up in the middle of the night, clutching his chest. I found him early in the morning at about 2 a.m. when I was going to get a glass of water. He grabbed me by the shirt from seemingly nowhere, asking me if I ever spoke to the bird. I'd never been so weirded out before, and when it comes from someone like your own father, it becomes something deeply troubling. Another notable occasion was that March, when he was basically living at the hospital, hooked up to tubes and heart monitoring devices. I caught something he had whispered to my aunt. He had said, "It's twisting my chest. Talons." I remember having a nightmare after hearing that one. Then just a few weeks after that, before he was gone, my father said one last ominous thing. This one was for my mother. "Laura," he said, calling my mother over. "Why don't you see it?
why don't you even try to stop it? It's squeezing my chest. It's killing me. I'll never forget those bizarre and terrifying things he said. And until I heard you bringing up the topic of the Ravenmocker, I never would have imagined that a boogeyman from my own culture would perfectly fit what may have happened to my dad. It wears people's skin. Submitted by Darren H. I never thought I'd see something like this in my life. You won't find me back in the woods for a very long time. I was out there in the Ozarks. It was looking like another beautiful season for hunting. I'd been seeing deer everywhere. Almost hit one on the road, just trying to get to my perfect hunting spot. I'd been hunting at these parts for decades now. Sometimes I'd come here to escape. You know, life isn't always a happy thing. It was quiet that day, cold, misty. The autumn leaves filled the forest floor to my ankles. The trees were bare as the wind blew past their nothingness. I actually enjoyed this dreariness. It was mesmerizing. It made me want to sit up against the trunk of a tree and fall asleep for a while. So when I did finally sit down below my tree stand, I never started climbing. Instead, I did just that. I laid my head against the bark, and I closed my eyes. I woke up some time later. I had no idea how long I'd been out, or what time it was, but I did know one thing. Something woke me up. A noise. It had come from deep within the woods, maybe 30 yards ahead of me. So it was close. At this point, on any normal day, I'd already be slowly and quietly readying my gun. Thoughts of deer stew for dinner this coming week warm on my mind. But I couldn't move. I couldn't move because the sound I had heard that had jolted me awake was a sound that did not belong in our plane of existence. It sounded like a large man screaming for his life, but under his voice was another, a young girl's voice, screaming in the exact same tempo. When it had finished its double scream, it simply reversed it until it was back to silence. Chills filed over my skin as I prayed that what I had just heard was simply the fading end of a dream that I'd had. But it wasn't. There was something ahead of me. A silhouette was forming and fading into appearance from the mist. I stayed quiet. I dared not move. I gritted my teeth and forced down a scream. Because when I saw the creature before me, all life and existence lost its meaning. Whatever the creature was, it hadn't seen me yet. Maybe because it was too busy to notice. It was yanking on its own skin, pulling and tearing at it, until, rip, it came off. Yet underneath that skin there was fur, a thick layer of fur. Its arm no longer had skin on it. Now a hairy arm with a clawed hand reached out for the skin on its face. Its face was emotionless, and had the face of a middle-aged man, slightly overweight. That face's skin didn't seem to fit its face, as it appeared to hang partially from its head. Then its claw came up and ripped the skin from itself, throwing the face on the forest floor in disgust. Its real face was revealed, a mix between a young boy's face and a deer. That's the best way I can describe it. It looked irritated, fed up with something. As soon as it finished ripping the extra flesh from itself in front of me, it turned back the way it came and disappeared into the mist once more. Finally, I could breathe. Finally, I was free to think again. My mind seemed to have roared to life after idling for ages. Yet still, I waited there. I waited in the moist, fallen leaves that made my seat I waited until I knew that thing was far enough away that either it couldn't hear me if I got up, or it couldn't catch up to me if I ran. I piled into my truck, goosebumps stacking on goosebumps all over my body. I almost screamed on the run there, agony and inhuman confusion filling my mind. I haven't gone back to those woods. I won't be going back into any woods for a very long time. Watch out when you're in the Ozarks. There's something out there, and it wears people's skin. Skinwalker After Midnight. Submitted by Taylor A. I was 19 when it happened. I was fairly in the mindset that I was indestructible and fearless. Before this night, I thought I'd seen it all. But I was wrong. I live in the Stanislaus National Forest, and to most, you wouldn't ever know where it is. It's a beautiful rural town tucked away called Tuolumne. Well, my story took place on one October night. Me and my ex at the time, let's call him S for the sake of the story. He had lived here all his life, so he knew where the coolest places to explore were. We went with some friend to Round Meadows, way out in the hills. When we got there, we found an old abandoned house. He told me the place was used by drug dealers to hide and make their stuff. Well, upon inspection, there was a second floor on the inside with a wood stove and some bunk beds. This is where we would spend our night, the unknowingly frightful night ahead. After some time, we made a fire. We cooked some food for the night. Then we went outside to go walk around. Well, S and him went one direction, while I got this harebrained idea to go off in the other. I told them I needed to use the bathroom, but I really wanted to circle around and scare them. Once enough time passed, I went back to find them. Keep in mind, I've never been to this area, and as expected, I got lost pretty fast. I was soon regretting my decision. The whole meadow was lit by moonlight, but the house we were in for the night was tucked in the tree line, so the moon was no help to find the place. I followed some movement I saw in the distance, thinking it must have been my friends, but when I got closer, I saw what looked like just 2 deer. I figured I'd scream at them to goof off, and maybe even get my friend's attention. When I turned back to look at the deer to do so, one of them stood up on its hind legs. When the other deer saw this, it ran away in fear and panic. The deer that was standing on its hind legs, it looked at me with an empty gaze, and all I could muster was, "What?" And this thing looked down at me without moving its mouth, in a creepy low voice, and it repeated back to me what I had said. "What?" And for the first time since I was a child, I was afraid out of my mind, afraid of whatever this was in front of me. In the distance, I heard my friends laughing. Then I heard a gunshot. Apparently those two were playing with a gun. As soon as the gunshot rang out, the thing started after me. I screamed and turned to run in the direction of my friends, and as I did, the thing followed suit. I tried to run as fast as I could through the tall grass in the meadows, and all the while this thing was right behind me. When it got quiet, I stopped to catch my breath, and soon I saw my friends. When they looked towards me, they looked horrified. When I turned around to see what they were looking at, I saw that thing somehow silently catching up to me, and when I looked at it, I saw its mouth morph into a hole of razor-sharp teeth. When I looked at it up close, it looked nothing like a deer, rather some mix between man and beast. It had slender, long arms and a barrel-like chest, but its legs were more human now. I was frozen in my step. I just couldn't move. Out of nowhere, a gunshot rang out again, and I turned to look at my friends. They yelled at me to duck, and as soon as I did, they shot again. This time they must have hit the thing because it ran off into the woods. Still, I took off running, and so did the other two. Somehow we made it back to the abandoned house okay. The only problem was there was no glass in the windows of the place, and the loft on the second floor had one stairwell to it and no doors in between. As the top sounded safest, all of us ran up there. The boys stayed at the top of the staircase like guards or sentries, but I cowered in a corner, contemplating everything I'd just seen. I didn't want to make too much noise either. We all needed to stay alert. Soon we heard a loud crash. I got up and looked out the nearby window. That same thing from before. It was now climbing on the shingles of the roof. It knew where we were, exactly which room. We made a break for the stairs, but before we descended them, the creature burst its head through the open window, and it began to scan the room. We ran as fast as we could into the garage, piling into the cars. But as I opened the car door, I could hear it just above us, climbing around on the roof even still. As soon as we started those vehicles, we hightailed it out of that place. But no sooner had we started driving down the road, we saw that thing on all fours trying to catch up to us. S grabbed the gun again and shot at it, hitting the dirt next to it. But it was enough to get it off of our tails as the beast turned to its left and disappeared into the woods. Only later did I realize that we had left some of our things at the abandoned house, but I don't think any of us even cared. I'm 22 now. None of us really talk about what happened that day. I don't think anyone would believe us. Before this, I really had nothing to fear. Nothing about the darkness or the forests that I called home. But now, I was scared at every little movement, every little sound, and especially the dark. I can't even look at deer the same way since that day. I have never returned to Round Meadow since that day, and I don't think I ever will. Weird Stories from Mexico. Submitted by Mado8154. My mother is originally from Oaxaca, Mexico, and she shared some creepy stories told by her older relatives with my older brother and me. I kinda wish the only scary thing she had to tell us was when someone she knew got chased by a cow, but no, there were worse things in store. One afternoon in the kitchen, either my brother or I had brought up the topic of skinwalkers. My brother told me that a video game he played consisted of creatures from Navajo legends. Even though my mom's family isn't really of Navajo descent, she did tell us about how her entire family thinks that our cousin Vicky is a skinwalker that turns into a snake. She said they once found shed snakeskin in the corner of her room. However, the shed skin was massive, far too big or too long to be any regular snake in the area. And why would such a big snake be left alone to stay in Vicky's room? Surely her family would have gotten rid of it, right? This piqued my interests, for I had already listened to a bunch of skinwalker encounter stories before. Eventually, I asked her again for more stories, more tales of the skinwalker. She told one that's a little bit weirder. Mom explained that her uncle was driving home after 3 days of being away, probably to sell goods at the market, spending the night near his stand. While on the road home, his car had stopped moving, and when he tried to start it up again, it should have, but didn't. He wasn't out of gas, and he couldn't find a problem with the car. There wasn't anything wrong with it. I knew this already because the car would start later on in the story, but not before her uncle, through the blackness of the night, saw a group of people that had not been anywhere near there before, had suddenly appeared. These people, some were covered in fur, some had horns, others tails. They didn't make eye contact with him while crossing in front of his car, and then they just disappeared. Like I mentioned before, the car did start up again, but when he arrived home, he was immediately confronted by his family, who were frantically asking him where he'd been. My uncle, confused, said he was only gone for 3 days like everyone knew already. Every family member disagreed, saying that he'd been gone for 3 years, not 3 days. Of course, my great uncle was shocked. No one had any explanation for why he doesn't remember 3 years of his life. No one knows where he went. Now, I'm not a religious person by any real means, but for some reason I still do believe in demons and ghosts or spirits. Whether or not the devil himself is real or whether or not God is real is still something I'm on the fence about. But when it comes to skinwalkers, I'm definitely certain. I trust my mother's family 100%, even if some of their stories can be a little crazy. I really hope that none of these entities, especially the devil, try to find me after sharing this story. Unidentified Monster. Submitted by Benjamin. Around my house in Frisco, Colorado, there was about an acre of woods. Before the cul-de-sac I lived on began to be developed, the woods were mostly lodgepole pine. I was outside during the summer, and I was around 10 years old back then. What happened that day, though, I will never forget. Anyway, I was outside, about 20 feet from the cul-de-sac, when I heard it. It was some sort of monstrous growl or roar, a mix between the sound of a cougar and a reptile, though a good deal quieter. It was very close, and I briefly looked around to find it, but I didn't see anything. I was kind of creeped out, so I returned to my house, pretty much happy that I didn't find the source of this weird noise. I don't know if it followed me. It may be possible, because I'm not a quiet person. The next few summers passed without incident, and we decided, because of various reasons, including rising house prices and my sister's altitude sickness, to move north. My first year in Montana was my 6th grade year. At the time, my family rented a house. In front of the house was a pair of deciduous trees, but I don't know what type. One night, I was looking out the window in the front of the house. I enjoy watching out the windows, but this time I saw something that scared me. Outside, I saw what appeared to be a large, pale, lanky man squatting in the tree. It was staring into the window of my sister's room down the hall. It was summer, so it definitely wasn't a pile of snow on the tree. The tree had all its leaves, so it couldn't have been exposed branches. One absolutely extraordinary thing, though, was that its knees were splayed wide, like it was preparing to jump. I could see its arms, but I couldn't see their ends or even the elbows. The moon was covered by clouds, as is common here, so I couldn't see the thing very well. I turned to look away, to turn off my lamp, when I heard a thump. The house was a duplex, so it couldn't have been the couple next door. It sounded far closer. I looked out the window, and the creature was gone. But now there was a deer outside that hadn't been there before. It was looking at me, standing next to the woods that extended back up into the mountains. I know elk, I know mule deer and whitetail deer, and I know bears live up there. But deer and elk don't climb trees, and bears are covered in fur and they're thick. I don't know what it was that I saw. I believe the final part of this story could be related to these incidents. I work for the Montana Conservation Corps in the summer. During my first summer, my crew was working up in Glacier National Park during the second week. We were repairing the fence by the mini glacier entrance. As we settled down for the night, first the crew leaders went to bed, then the rest of us. I stayed up writing. We were staying in the Cut Bank campground in the east side, as the locals call it. When I finally went to bed myself, During the night, I was awakened. I thought I heard the sound of splashing through the creek. The creek does have some mini rapids, but what really scared me was when I went to the outhouse. It sounded like someone knocked on the door after trying the handle a couple of times. After a minute, I opened the door onto a cloudless night, and I saw something off in the distance in the fields that were nearby. The second sighting was up at Slide Lake, about a mile from the Canadian border. The hike in was treacherous. We were there to survey pika, which are related to rabbits, but look like marmots. So Slide Lake is way up there. We busted in during the first day, and I'm not interested in going up there again because of what happened. The night we were up there, it was rainy. There was a dry creek bed that was, as expected, dry. The only thing it was wet with was dirt. It was 2 feet deep with loose soil. However, the focus is not the creek. I just like to play in the dirt. The creek bed ditch was crossed by a small wooden bridge. During the first night, I woke up and had to use the restroom. The problem was, something was on the bridge, making it creak. Now, whenever something's on the bridge and is walking, it goes bump every step. The bridge occasionally creaks when you're on it. I didn't want to go outside with something creaking on the bridge like that. The creaking lasted for a good 10 to 20 minutes before suddenly stopping, and after a while the creaking stopped, and I really had to go to the bathroom. I got out and took a much-needed bathroom break at the pit toilet. More recently, there was an incident at the Hay Creek section of the Pacific Northwest Trail. This was my second and most recent season. The area we were staying at was bordered on one side by a steep drop in the valley. The other side was the side of a mountain. This was not very likely related to the others, but sometimes animals travel great distances. Anyway, I was up going to the bathroom again, and I suddenly heard a branch break over one of the tents, and of course I looked. There was nothing. I went back to going where I was going when I heard the same sound again. This time in front of me and a little to my right. It was coming from across the road, down towards the valley. The place we were staying was a dirt road, and there were bears. But bears can't cross a road without making footstep noises. They're heavy creatures. Plus, I hadn't seen a bear since we got there. I went to the bathroom, and then I heard what scared me the most. The branches all around me began to break and rustle, like something was climbing from tree to tree, but doing it in a way to make itself known. Who in their right mind would climb a 50-foot ponderosa or lodgepole in the middle of the night? I looked around me, but again I saw nothing, which, considering it was quite dark and I had no light, it wasn't surprising. And finally, there's one last incident. It was approaching evening one day. I was outside doing various banging. I was making a lot of noise as I was hammering nails in. However, after one of the nails was in, I heard what you could call a reply. 3 sounds like knocking, perhaps some small giant banging 2 trees together, coming from the hills. Every time I hammered a nail, the sound would echo in reply. Something was out there close enough to hear me doing this, and it was mimicking the sound. To this day, I'm not sure if it's one thing that's been following me, something trying to haunt me and torture me, or if these were all separate incidences. But I do know these experiences are very terrifying. Something mimics people. Submitted by Gray. As I type this story, I'm much more used to the events that I experienced those few years ago. I'm going to tell you 2 experiences of when I saw this thing I call the Skinwalker. I was 13 and I lived with my family in Utah, very close to Arizona. I love to spend time with my older brother. One day we were just playing our usual games and joking around. We both suddenly heard our other brothers and mom screaming at the top of their lungs. Worried and scared, we ran into their room. We asked what was the matter, and they said that they'd heard galloping from a horse, which didn't sound too scary to me, even though there were no horses around these parts. Naturally, we tried to calm them down. As they sat there spooked, one of my little brothers admitted that he saw the thing making the noise. He said it was running on 2 legs, and it wasn't human. My brother and I, curious, decided to go outside. As we looked around the house, our dogs formed a circle around us. They seemed much more protective than usual. They seemed more serious too, not paying much mind to us. Rather, they were watching the woods around us in no particular direction, and every so often, they would suddenly bark, making us jump, and making us wonder what they had barked at. Eventually, the dogs calmed down, and they stopped barking, and we began to think that whatever was out there was finally gone. But as we walked back in the house, we were confronted by our grandmother and asked if we were calling them into the woods in the opposite direction that we actually were. This freaked us out. We were on the other side of the house completely, and we hadn't said a word since we stepped out the door. Whatever my grandma heard calling them, it wasn't us. This was the first time I ever saw my brother visibly shaken by something. About 2 months after this, our aunt moved into a trailer near us, maybe 40 yards away. I was home alone since my aunt's family and my family went picking for peaches, so I was lying on the couch in a living room next to a window, when suddenly I was filled with dread. Then the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I dismissed the feeling as best I could and tried to continue to watch TV. But then I heard my aunt's voice. It was like she was right next to me. I jumped up and looked out the window, but her car was still gone, and my aunt was nowhere to be seen. Something continued to speak, trying its best to sound like my aunt.
"Come help me. Please, come outside."
And then I did something stupid. I grabbed a knife and a flashlight, and I walked outside. As soon as I did, the dogs once more formed a circle around me, and they were beginning to bark at what I saw was a shadow. The thing was a bulking figure. It towered over me. This wasn't some person, and I could feel the thing watching me. As soon as I saw it, I ran back in my house and locked all the doors, calling my aunt. She said she was about 5 minutes away, and my mom would be back later. I looked out my window, and I saw one dog sitting in front of the door. As I scanned the area outside, the dogs seemed to be protecting the entire house. They were pacing back and forth, watching the shadow in the distance. To this day, I can only believe that I'm still alive because those loyal dogs kept the shadowy thing at bay. To all of you who stay home alone sometimes, if you ever hear a disembodied voice of someone you know or love, don't listen to it. It's luring you into some sort of trap. A true skinwalker sighting, submitted by Warning Page 803. To begin this story and to give a little insight about me, I'm 18 years old and I grew up in Michigan. I have lived in the country for as long as I can remember. On one particular hot summer weekend, me and a couple of friends of mine, including my boyfriend, let's call him Tony, and my older brother, let's call him Brad, we decided that we were going to go camping for the weekend. We figured why not, it was such a nice warm week. Tony's parents had owned a cabin way out in Ludington, surrounded by a huge wooded area with a personal lake and no neighbors for at least 4 miles in any direction. But being stupid teenagers, we thought about the isolation as a good thing, more privacy. All we were ready for was to party like any normal teens would be. Well, after we got there and set up for about 2 hours, our fun started. Tony's friends brought tons of alcohol and weed to last us for the whole weekend. so we wouldn't be bored since we had no cellular service and only movies to watch. Before we knew it, it was 12 midnight and it was pitch black out, so we got a big bonfire going. It was a total of 6 people including me and Tony out there. As we talked and laughed about upcoming events in our lives, we were so distracted that we didn't even notice that my brother had literally frozen his eyes onto one section of the woods. Now, keep in mind, at the time we were all intoxicated and high. Eventually, our talking ceased when Tony realized his friend and my brother had an emotionless expression. "Hey, dude, you alright?" he asked Brad. But there was only silence, no reply. Brad didn't even make any movements to indicate that he had heard him. After a few moments of awkward silence from Brad, I began to get a little freaked out. It took a lot to faze my brother, so it was very much unlike him to act like that. Eventually, I was the first to actually question what he was staring at. He wasn't even blinking, staring into one spot in the woods. I turned my head to follow his gaze the best I could, and when I finally saw what he was staring at, my heart sank. There, right freaking there, was what appeared to be a dog at first look. At least that's what I thought. I was assuming that it was some person's dog that wandered off, but then my brain kicked back in, and I remembered that we didn't have neighbors for miles. So how could there be a dog here? My mind was still racing, while Tony tried to get Brad to speak or even move. In one motion, this thing that I thought was a dog, it began to stand, and by God, it was tall. And when I say tall, I mean massive. It must have been at least 6 feet tall. Everyone saw it then. How could you not? I heard a few people behind me gasp in unison as they finally understood the gravity of this situation, of why my brother was as still as a stick. No one moved for what seemed like hours. Eventually, Tony was the first to talk. No tail," he mumbled. No one heard what he said but Brad, and I swear to you I'm not exaggerating when I say his eyes widened as big as pan saucers. Seeing that expression on his face, that look of terror, it scared the hell out of me. "What did you say?" one of the girls asked behind me. "It has no tail," he repeated at her. My heartbeat seemed to stop in that moment, because he was right. Whatever that thing was, there was no tail on it. This was no creature I've seen before. Suddenly, my clouded alcohol mind cleared up in a fraction of a second, because my scared mind made a guess at what this thing was, and I suddenly understood why my brother was basically pissing himself. This thing, it was a skinwalker. My instincts kicked in right then and there, but before I could nope the hell out of there, that thing before us screamed an inhuman scream. That sound was enough to scare the hell out of everyone. My brother was the first to get out of his chair. He began to shout native words to the creature. I turned and solemnly told everyone else that we needed to get the fuck inside. No one questioned me when they saw how serious I was, especially Tony. He's never seen me so scared. I think we all understood that this was a bad situation. We all hightailed it into the cabin, with my brother in tow still shouting native words at the creature, which seemed to keep it at bay, while it gave us enough time to head inside. Once we were all inside, Brad followed, and he slammed and locked the door before turning all the lights off. He ran into the kitchen, opened an old dusty drawer, then pulled out the ceremonial ashes, which he started to sprinkle on the doors and windows while chanting. Of course, the whole situation was so bizarre, we were all petrified, and a few of us were in tears. After he was done, no one said a word, and for the longest time we were silent. We were all just in shock. At one point, he grabbed our dad's pistol, and he had it posted by him for hours. Everyone was entirely too shaken up to even question what just happened. We must have fallen asleep at one point. because when I woke up, my brother was packing all our stuff into the 2 cars. I understood why. We had Navajo heritage. We knew what we were dealing with. We knew it would be back, and it might not be alone. Before we left, I did a blessing on the cabin, speaking a few calming words in my native tongue, and I tried my best to calm the still very freaked out girls as we loaded up into the cars. To this day, we still haven't explained exactly to our friends what happened that night, what we saw. Then again, they never wanted to ask. My Grandma's House. Submitted by Baby Panda and read by Let's Read.
I've always loved going to my granny's house, but with her living about 7 hours away, I only got to visit about once or twice a year for only about 2 to 4 days. My granny is mostly Native American and loves nature. She always puts lots of belief into all sorts of haunted stories she heard from family. About 2 or so years ago when I was 13, my parents decided to send me to my granny and papa for a month in the summer because I had told them I liked the rural area she lived in rather than the city we lived in. Can you blame me? Nicer people, cleaner air, beautiful pieces of land. I've always loved and much preferred it. When my parents first left me there, it was the same as always. My older brothers, who were 22 and 27, both also living in that area with their wives and kids, asking me about boys at home, and my cousins deciding to roughhouse with the youngest cousin and only girl. When I was little, my granny always wanted me in the house and in bed by the time it was dark. Same for anyone else who was staying in her house that night. She always said it was because of the coyotes, and when I was younger, I never questioned it. But at 13, I definitely questioned why I had to be in bed. I could understand the in the house part, but not the in bed part. The first week, nothing special happened. But by the second week, I noticed some weird stuff. My belongings would go missing, then after intensive searching, I'd find them exactly where I'd left them. And trust me, I've never been a skeptic of the paranormal. My mom and I love watching shows like My Haunted House and such. I also own a Ouija board and tarot cards. So when this started happening, I immediately thought there was a spirit in the house, and I was kind of excited. But then the activity progressed. I would find stuff in my room that wasn't mine or anyone's in the house. They'd be things like old combs, rock necklaces, and once even an old, torn, dirty moccasin. Then, at about my 3rd week there, I'd find myself awake and restless every night at about 3 a.m., which I'm pretty sure is the devil's hour from what I heard, because Jesus died on the cross at 3 p.m., allegedly. Anyhow, I'd always wake up to a whining sound outside my window, like the sound of an injured animal, but something told me it was not an animal. After 4 nights of this, I finally ran to tell my granny. I'm not sure why, but that night I had this terrible, panicked feeling like if I didn't run from that room, I would lose my life that night. My granny sat me down in the kitchen and told me the story about a tribal elder from the Cherokee tribe who could communicate with the tribe's spirit guides. But he soon grew so powerful, he grew bloodthirsty. He used the spirit's powers to turn himself into different kinds of creatures, and in that form he'd attack the people of his own tribe for their flesh. When the chief found him out, he was sentenced to death and was quickly executed. It's said that during the day he's nothing more than a spirit, but at night he was beast in search of human flesh to feed upon. But not just any humans, humans with Cherokee blood pumping through their veins, like me and my gran. Nothing much else happened during my stay. However, I did move my dresser in front of the window. But just 2 days before I was supposed to go home, my cousin Christopher Jean, who at the time was 15, stumbled home one night very bloodied and said he'd been attacked. He told my papa it was a coyote, but he told my granny and I he only saw blurs of his attacker as it moved too fast, and he heard nothing but snarls. He yelled the Lord's Prayer, which put off the attack just enough for him to run home. My granny and I believe it was the spirit of the elder.
I ran into the Rougarou. Submitted by Stanley. If you don't know what a rougarou is, it's a Native American demon who, according to myth, has to give blood to the devil, because if it doesn't, the devil will take its blood instead. This story took place in 2003. My girlfriend and I, let's call her Yvonne, along with several of our friends and their wives, went out camping in the woods. We were out there for about 5 days. The first day was fine and everything was pretty normal, as was the second day. We were just having a good time. But by the third day is when everything went downhill. We were all sleeping in our tents that night until I heard rustling outside. Now, we all slept in different tents with our significant others. As such, I thought it'd be fun to give each tent a walkie-talkie. That way, we wouldn't have to call out to each other to talk or exit the tents in case of emergency. So immediately, when I heard this strange rustling sound, I got on the walkie and I asked Doug and Chad if, from their separate tents, if they could hear the noise in the woods. They said yes, almost cutting me off, because apparently they were about to ask me the same thing. So we guys decided to meet outside the tents to see what was going on. Before I exited mine, I made sure to grab my rifle. Outside, we met up toward the center of the campsite. By then, the noise seemed to be getting closer. It seemed like the sound was heavy. It sounded more like another person in the woods, rather than some animal of the night. This worried me more than anything. We walked over, quietly, trying not to make a noise, when right out of the blue, we heard this nightmarish screaming. But this sound was coming from behind us. We immediately turned around by instinct to see what that noise was. I felt goosebumps all over my body, even before I saw what it was. At first, I honestly thought it was another person, because it looked like an older woman, someone who definitely shouldn't have been in the forest this time of night. But it only took a few moments for me to realize that this was no person. Her skin was far too pale, and it looked like it was rotting right off of her body. And then I saw her legs, which were veiny and bent backwards, and they seemed to end in claws rather than feet. My mind and body seemed to give out. I almost dropped my gun before I remembered that I had it. This thing, whatever it was almost to my tent where Yvonne was sleeping, and God knows what this thing wanted. So I took aim and I shot at the thing. I must have hit it because it screamed again. This time it was louder and sounded like it was in pain. It then turned and dashed off into the woods. Doug and Chad went after it, while I tended to Yvonne to make sure she was okay. Thankfully, everyone was fine, so when Doug came back from chasing that creature away, we all loaded up into the sedan. We didn't even bother packing up our gear or tents. We just got the hell out of there. Needless to say, it took a while for me and my friends to want to go camping again, and to this day, we will not return to that area of the woods. Coffee Shop Creep. Submitted by Siegeland and read by Let's Read.
I'm half French, half Native American, and I'm in my second year of medical school. I know I'm pretty young, but I look a lot older than I actually am. Most people think I'm 19 or 20. As much as I hate to admit it, I'm from an extremely wealthy family. Both sets of grandparents are old money, and my parents own a highly successful company. My parents are gone on business most of the time, so they insist on me having a bodyguard. I absolutely hate this, but my older brother can give me permission to go places without my bodyguard, so I'm grateful for that. I was meeting up with my best friend and a couple of my other close friends at a local coffee shop to study and talk. I managed to convince my older brother to let me go without a bodyguard. That was a bad decision. I was waiting for my friends at the coffee shop, hanging out at a table in the corner, scrolling through Tumblr and working on calculus problems, when this guy approaches me. "Hey, this seat taken?" I hesitate, as I'm sitting alone at a 5-chair table and the coffee shop is quite busy. "Yes, actually, I'm waiting for my friends." "So am I. Do you mind if I wait until my friends show up? He should be here soon. I motioned towards one of the chairs and focused my gaze back on my notebook and calculus problems. I'm a very serious, rather cold person, but I've been raised with manners. So, you in college? Yes. I'm slightly annoyed by this guy talking to me. I'm working on advanced calculus and it takes quite a bit of focus to solve the problems. I take a quick glance at him. He's probably 22 or so, brown hair cut in a popular style. He has blue eyes and light skin. I suppose people would think he's attractive, but I find myself to feel asexual, so I obviously don't care. Ah, me too. What's your name? I sigh in a mixture of unamusement and annoyance. I'm a pretty private person, so I just reply with my middle name, Siglinda. Oh, that's a pretty exotic name. Where are you from? I have a slight accent, something that my grandmother calls a mix between Navajo and French, but not enough to make a difference. I'm American. I suppose the guy takes the hint here and gives up on asking. I'm Mark. It's nice to meet you, Siglinda. I nod and continue my calculus problem. I'm not a very friendly person, plus there's something off about this guy. So, what stuff are you working on? Calculus. Oh, nice. My calculus classes are always so boring. You have really pretty eyes. I have very unusual chartreuse eyes, considering my background, and I get a lot of compliments on them. I'm used to people hitting on me, so I don't pay much attention to the compliment. Thank you. So, how long have you lived here? 3 years. Oh, wow. You're pretty new then. I suppose. So where did you live before that? Seoul. It's true. I was born in and lived in Seoul until I was 12 or so. Really? That's cool. My laptop dings as I receive a text from a friend informing me that they'll be a bit late as his younger sister's babysitter hasn't shown up yet. My phone and laptop are connected, and I've left my phone at my family's beach house, and I have to wait until the weekend to head back and get it, so I've been using my iPad or laptop to receive and send texts. I'm looking down at my laptop, and I look up quickly to catch this guy just staring at me. I quickly glance back down at my computer. It looks like my friend isn't going to be able to make it. I guess I'll have my brother pick me up then. Oh, you don't have a car? I hear his tone perk up a bit. I'm honestly creeped out by this, and I'm a very logical person. I do. My brother dropped me off here, so I have to study. I can drive you. What about your friend? Warning bells are going off in my head by now. Oh, he wouldn't mind. No, it's fine. I quickly type in a text to the guy who drives me places to pick me up immediately and hit enter. No, save him some trouble. He's just getting out of karate right now. It's fine. He's actually a black belt, but he's not in karate. He's at home with his best friend working on school. He's in his 4th year of medical school as well. Oh, how many siblings do you have? I have 2 older brothers. I'm lying through my teeth. I have 2 younger twin sisters and an older brother. My oldest brother died 3 years ago in an accident where a drunk driver hit him. Are they big and scary? He asks in a teasing tone, but I don't think he's teasing. Karate is quite impressive, I reply coldly. Geez, there's no need to get so offended. What makes you think I'm offended? You're so cold, just smile more a little bit. I absolutely hate it when people tell me to smile. I shut my laptop and slide it into my book bag. My ride's here. It was nice meeting you. My parents are classy. Creepy or not, I'll be polite to him. I slide my notes into my notebook and put it into my book bag. I also sketch, and I'm pretty decent at it. I've been watching this show. You may have heard about it before since it started airing. It's called Kuro Shitsuji. My best friend is half Japanese, half Korean, and he's the one who got me into it, as well as one of the characters having the same name as me. I watched it a lot when my brother died, and as cheesy as it sounds, it helped me through a lot. In fact, That's why I mostly draw. It shocks me when the guy holds up my notebook filled with random sketches. "Where the hell did you get that?" I snap, reaching for it. "You dropped it on the floor." He hands it back to me. "You're great at art. What else do you draw?" I stuff the notebook in my bag while glaring at him. "Hey, no need to get offended. You're a great artist. What exactly are you drawing?" I suppose he could have snatched the sketchbook while I was working on calculus and flipped through it while I wasn't looking, but it's still strange. By this time my driver has arrived and I spot the familiar black Rolls Royce with tinted windows and breathe a sigh of relief. My ride's here. Goodbye. I walk towards the door and unsurprisingly he follows me. I grab the door and pull it open. "Is that your ride?" he asks in a slight tone of shock, looking at the black vehicle I'm heading towards. If I'm not wrong, I see a quick smile spread across his face for a moment. I don't really care if he sees the car. We have a lot of different cars, and if I wanted to, he'd never see that car in town again. I walk over, and before my driver can open my door, I pull the car door open and quickly direct him not to drive home yet and make sure the guy doesn't follow me in French before sliding into the seat and slamming the door shut. This guy proceeds to rip my door open and exclaim, "So what? You think you're just going to ignore me like that?" I was briefly in shock, but before he had a chance to escalate things any further, my driver had him subdued in a standing Kimura. "She'll be leaving now," my driver says as he releases his grip, closing my door and returning to the driver's seat. I could see the boy grabbing his shoulder in pain, flipping us off as we drove in the distance. "You really know how to pick them, ma'am," my driver says with a smirk. "It seems like they always pick me," I respond, smiling and returning to my notes.
The Native American Raven Mocker. Submitted by Vana. There was a story told to me as a young child. A story my grandmother used to tell me. My grandma is Cherokee. Way back when, the Cherokee Indians covered most of the southeast United States. The Nu-Nu-Nu-Wee is a monster of the Cherokee beliefs. It is described as a human-like being with a skin as hard as stone, of which no weapon can pierce. It's also known as the Stone Man. When my grandma was a small girl, my great-grandfather took her hunting in the woods of Kentucky to get food for their supper. They got down to a river bottom and they saw an elderly man with a cane. He appeared to be very dirty, with rags for clothes that were covered in holes. My great-grandfather saw the man's face, so he yelled out to ask the man if he needed some help. Oddly though, the man did not respond, so he yelled out to him again, "Sir, do you need any help?" The man still did not say a word. Then, out of nowhere, a large deer came running towards my grandma and my great-grandpa. My great-grandfather grabbed my grandma and the deer ran past like he didn't see a thing. And to make matters weirder, the elderly man finally turned around and spoke, but this is what he said. "I like that little girl." That's when my grandma began to cry, praying to God that everything would be okay. The next thing she knew, the man had pulled out a gun and he began to shoot towards my grandma and great-grandfather. His skin began to turn a gray color, like the rocks on a stone path. The elderly man yelled again, "When I catch you, I'll eat you, then lay you down to die." My grandma was bawling her eyes out, when suddenly my great-grandfather's dog, Tuiki Leo, came running down at full speed and began to bite the man. From there, my grandma could hear the gnashing of the dog's teeth. The dog didn't even leave a mark, and it sounded like the dog was chewing on a rock. The elderly man smiled with this dog attacking his arm, and that's when whatever this man was picked up the dog that was biting him, and he began to chew on him. My great-grandfather, a big and powerful man in his day, who was known to never be scared of anything, had a look of dread and terror in his eyes. He picked up my grandma right away and ran back through the forest, taking her away from that man, from that disturbing scene. But only a few minutes later, they heard very loud, very heavy footsteps behind them. When they reached the edge of the forest, they took one look back behind them, and there was the man, the same distance he was before. He had a bloody smile on his face, and he was laughing. He was still holding the dog. Tuiki was now lifeless. My great-grandfather turned and ran out of the forest completely, and when they looked back again, the man was gone. Finally out of that forest, my great-grandfather and grandmother felt a sense of peace and safety. My grandma has since passed on, but during her time on Earth, she told me this story many times, and she actually had a journal entry on it from when she was a child. I'm 3/4 Cherokee myself, and to this day, I won't go into those woods because I fear the man may show up again. I fear the Nununu-wee. Native American Story, submitted by Anonymous, and read by Let's Read.
I live on the Menominee Reservation in Wisconsin. Growing up around here, paranormal and mysterious activity is something that most of us, and honestly probably Native Americans in general, have grown accustomed to. We all have our own local police force, and I was told this story through one of the police officers who had been employed there for quite some time. He will stay anonymous for privacy reasons. So how our reservation is laid out is there are a lot of tribal housing areas and a ton of woods and trees, basically what the tribe is known for. There was a night where this officer and his partner were called to an initially thought domestic violence call. It is a pretty normal thing around here, unfortunately. So the individual who made the call explained that they could hear people screaming, fighting, breaking and shattering glass within this residence, so the two officers rushed over to the alleged residence, and as they approached the house, they too could hear the screaming, kids crying, and the place basically being destroyed from inside. The officers had to engage and try to stop the violence. As they knocked on the door, they could still hear the ruckus, so they had to bust the door down for safety reasons, and when they entered the residence, it was completely dark, and the officers had flashed their lights everywhere and couldn't find a single piece of evidence that anything violent had taken place, and the entire residence was empty. Both of the officers had left and were extremely creeped out from this experience, and don't really talk about it from the best of my knowledge. And to be completely honest, it really surprised no one around the town, considering creepy experiences are a normal thing around here. I hope I have more opportunities to share creepy stories from around this dark heritage.
It Was Mad by Justin V. It happened back in summer of 2014, and it's one of the most frightening and invigorating experiences of my life. I've always been an avid outdoorsman, and I've always loved the woods and camping, and really anything that involved being with nature. During the particular summer, I was thrilled to have met a coworker, a man who loved the outdoors as much as I did. He was half Native American and half white, and people often called him White Bear. He loved it and embraced the name. It wasn't too long after meeting him that he invited me out to go camping on his family's land one weekend. I was exuberant. This parcel of land was over 5,000 acres and had been owned by his Cherokee family for several generations. It had a couple of square miles of nothing but woods and swamp that teemed with game like wild boar, black bear, and white-tailed deer. I met up with him at his house, and before departing for the woods that day, we took an inventory of what we had: a 12-gauge, a Welsh longbow, a few hatchets, a tent, and some food and water. We had plans to track and maybe hunt some game early the following morning. When we arrived at his family's land, we parked my car and hiked a mile or two into the woods. It was beautiful and lush. The forest was loud with birds and smaller animals chirping and whatnot. Eventually, we found what seemed to be the perfect spot for setting up a campsite. A white bear set up with his 12 gauge to see if he could bag a squirrel or something for dinner, while I began to dig a fire pit. Several minutes after digging into the ground, I stopped a minute to catch my breath and wipe the sweat from my face, when I noticed the forest had gone eerily silent and still. Having been in the woods plenty of times before, I knew that when the birds stopped singing, it was a good sign that there was a predator nearby. Without hesitation, I grabbed the longbow, and I waited as quietly as possible, surveying my surroundings meticulously, looking for movement. By that point, the sun was going down, and White Bear had been gone a long time. I thought it was best by then to go looking for him. I was certain he hadn't gone far, but I wanted to make sure he was back at camp before dark. It wasn't long before I found one of his tracks in the mud and began following the trail. I came around this curve in the woods where I couldn't see around the bend due to the fact that it was so dense with brush. As I rounded the thicket, I began calling out to my friend, but received no verbal response. I had been calling out to White Bear for about 30 seconds when the bushes in front of me began to rustle like something big was attempting to pass through them. I called out again to White Bear, thinking it was him, but with no response. I raised the bow with an arrow already notched and drew back, ready to let loose. Eventually, White Bear's head popped out, and he looked at me with a startled expression on his face. "Whoa, man, calm down," he said loudly. I was relieved it was him, and asked why he didn't answer me. He said there were signs of deer in the area, and he did not want to scare them away. We started making our way back to camp just as the sun was setting, and we began to cook some beans and talked about past camping and hunting experiences we had. He and I both had a lot of stories to share, as we both had already seen a lifetime of adventure. As the night went on, White Bear began to tell me some of his family's stories of demonic creatures in the woods that took on the form of wolves and deer, and I was absolutely awestruck, fascinated. I'd never heard of the Wendigo or cryptids before that, nothing besides Bigfoot. After a while, my eyes grew heavy, and I decided it was time for bed. White Bear, however, insisted on staying up so that we could have someone keeping watch. I remember thinking he was a bit paranoid, but still didn't mind the notion of it, and even said I would take a turn to watch in a few hours. I fell asleep with the peaceful sounds of cicadas and various birds and other insects playing a symphony all around us. It was around 3 a.m. that I awoke to White Bear shaking me. Dazed and feeling like I just awoke from a coma, I was having a hard time realizing what he was trying to say to me. In a whispered tone, he was saying something that I'll never forget. Word for word, it was, "Dude, something is pissed off." I attempted to comprehend what he was saying, but I was still halfway out of it. I finally woke up fully when I heard a sniffing noise just outside the tent. Whatever it was sniffing the air and the ground, one after the other repeatedly. From its snorts, I could tell it was something big, at least the size of a black bear. Just 10 seconds after I was awoken, it began to go ballistic. It stomped loudly like an agitated horse as it trumped around the camp, now snorting loudly. Its snorts were wet, like an animal that had a cold. We sat there listening to it as it circled our tent, until it stopped just 4 feet beside the back of us. The animal seemed to stand still. White Bear and I looked at each other with the same look, to get ready, because we thought it was about to charge at us. White Bear pumped around into his 12 gauge, and I grabbed a blade, and we sat there waiting for what felt like an hour. A cursed hour. I was pumping with adrenaline and excitement, but also a very deep sense of dread, thinking that this could be my last fight. After another minute of silence, I made the choice to yell out, and I mustered every bit of bravado I had in me, screaming in a barbarian-like way. White Bear joined in, and we carried on the screaming and yells and shouts for a few seconds, and then stopped. We heard the animal turn away and start running through the thicket, screeching at the top of its lungs. What made this weird was it sounded nothing like anything we'd ever heard, far from any bear. I remember it distinctly to this very day. It sounded bird-like, but also very guttural. During that moment, my brain was thinking I was listening to a raptor from Jurassic Park. That's honestly the best way I can describe it. We were both frozen in terror as we listened to it crash through the woods as it screeched into the night. It took a few minutes for us to compose ourselves, but once we did, we grabbed our stuff and a flashlight and looked around the camp. Nothing was out of place, and we really couldn't see much of our surroundings due to the forest being so thick, and the moonlight didn't help at all. We crawled back into our tent and set up, talking about what had just happened. Again, we were both very experienced woodsmen, and White Bear was a seasoned hunter. He said he had never heard anything like it. We wondered about the possibility of it being a large wild boar, and that was certainly possible, but that would not explain the screech it had made. There was also the fact that it sniffed the ground and then the air. That behavior is very bear-like, but black bears don't stomp around like that, let alone make a noise from their mouths like that screech. Its movement as well was more akin to a horse. I also mentioned how the animal crashed through the woods as it fled away, with as little grace as possible. It was far too large to be a deer, and the deer here are very shy of humans, because the land is hunted year-round. We did eventually manage to fall back to sleep after a while, and awoke just as the sun was rising. With the morning sun highlighting our campsite, we looked around the area for tracks. We found everything from deer tracks to raccoon prints, and our campsite looked like it had been ransacked. Our food bag had been tied up 12 feet in a small pine tree the night before, but it was now on the ground and scattered. The mud and dirt around us had all been disturbed, but we could find no other tracks. After breakfast that morning, White Bear and I went on a morning hunt before leaving, and everything else was uneventful. Fast forward to a month later, I was over at White Bear's house, preparing for an afternoon at the target range on his land. He was really eager to show me a picture on his computer though, one from his uncle's game camera that had been taken a few days ago. He opened the image, and I could first see that it was taken during the day. At first glance, it looked like a brown smudge of mud on the camera lens that it was taking about 60% of the picture. White Bear pointed it out to me, that what I was looking at was brown fur. He explained a few details of the camera's location, and a slight chill went up my spine. The game camera was 5 feet up the tree, which meant that the animal that fur belonged to was huge. To think we were in the woods with something of that size, that was creepy enough. Thinking back on it now, I remember the stark silence of the woods as if there was a large predator around when White Bear had woke me up. to this day, I'm not certain of what we encountered. It could have very likely been a bear or a deer or even a wild boar. Or it could have been something else. I still will never forget the shrieks and cries it let out, nor the sound of it sniffing the air with that cold sound. This was perhaps my most memorable camping trip, and since then, I don't go deep into the woods, not without my trusted 30-30. Thanks so much for listening to this single story episode. I hope you enjoyed. I can't wait to get back and start sharing some longer videos with you. If you want to be in a future video, you can send me your true scary story at darknessprevails.org. You can send any story, but I am looking for security guard confessions. Anyway, until next time, guys, this world is a strange one, so stay safe out there and stay creepy.
Hi everyone. I hope you enjoyed these stories. I haven't done this topic in a long time, and if you have a story like this that you might want to share, you can send it at southerncannibal.com. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. And remember to always stay hungry. This isn't your typical scary story, but it was a pretty weird situation, and it definitely was creepy. So I was going to my friend's, and I was gonna be late, so I requested an Uber. The first guy canceled on me, but the second one accepted it. He was about 2 minutes away. In the app, it told me that the driver arrived, but I didn't see the car anywhere around me at all. However, there was this one car that came and parked next to me, but it didn't have the same plate number of my Uber driver, nor did the driver look like the guy in the app. I decided to call the driver, but he didn't pick up. Weird. So I looked back to the guy parked next to me, making sure once again that it's not the car I'm supposed to be riding in. I began to see him looking at me from the rearview mirror. We maintained eye contact the whole time, and I started to get a really weird bad gut feeling. I was getting uncomfortable, so I decided to walk to another area to wait for my actual Uber driver to arrive. The guy in the parked car then started to slowly drive his car to where I moved to, once again parking right next to me. We once again had a stare down with one another. I again started to walk away from him, but just like before, he started to follow me with his car. I couldn't catch a damn break with this guy. I was getting so sick of all of this, so I pulled out my phone and I decided to call my Uber driver to see where the hell he was. He finally pulled up, and as soon as I saw his car, I got inside as fast as I could. I then looked to see where the other car was, and I then saw it speeding in the opposite direction. I eventually and finally arrived at my friend's house, but I didn't really feel like mentioning everything that happened. I did, however, spend the rest of that night mostly going through everything that happened in my head. Was that other driver truly a creep out to get me, or was I just being overly paranoid? I'd really like to think that since every time I moved to a different spot and then following me, it wasn't just my paranoia, but I really don't know. It's really wild to think about though, because if something bad had actually happened to me, I never would have made it to my friends that night, and no one would have ever known. That thought really terrifies me. I guess I should be grateful though that nothing like that happened. Uber is a wonderful tool for transportation, but just like with everything else, it has its own dangers as well. Be safe out there, everyone, and if you take an Uber, be absolutely sure you're getting into the right vehicle. I'm a 26-year-old female who lives in the north of the UK. This happened during the early hours of this morning. I was out from 1 o'clock in the afternoon for my friend's birthday, and we had gone out for a meal and a few drinks afterwards. We were out all day up until midnight. I didn't drink as much as they did, as it makes me feel really sick after a few. So I was feeling okay, but just a little tipsy more than anything else, as I was mainly drinking non-alcoholic drinks. When it was time to go home, I had ordered an Uber separate from my friends, as they were going in a completely different direction to me. I had just picked up some food, and I was waiting for my Uber outside a local Subway. It took a while for it to get to me, and I was waiting for about 15 minutes, as it was a Saturday night and it was busy. The Uber driver called me, asking where I was. He seemed okay on the phone, and I assumed he had gotten lost, so I then told him where I was. Like I said, he seemed okay on the phone when he rang, and he did eventually find me. As I got inside, he had asked where I was going, and I then told him and we set off. While I was in the car, he had asked me a few questions about how my night was, like if I had a good time and just the general questions you would normally ask. After a while, it was silent, but it was okay, as I didn't really mind the silence. My ears were really ringing a lot due to the music in the club. I remember putting my phone in my bag, but the back of the car was very dark, so it was kind of hard to see anything. I eventually got to my destination, and he had parked a little bit down the road from my house because I didn't want him to see where I actually live. I wished him a good night and got out of the car, then started walking towards my house. About 10 seconds after getting out of the car and walking, I then realized that my phone wasn't in my bag. I turned around to see if he was still parked, but he had driven off already. That's when I realized that I must have accidentally left my phone in the car. I usually check the back seat whenever I leave an Uber or a Lyft, just in case I ever accidentally leave something. However, as it was very dark with barely any light, I did check, but I didn't see anything. And I remember putting my phone in my bag, so I just assumed that it was in my bag when I left the car. I did start to panic, as I had really important things on my phone, like banking information, personal things, etc., and I didn't have another phone or anything. I rationalized it in my head, and when I got home, I decided to borrow my boyfriend's phone to call mine and see if he could bring it back. I thought as he had just left, he might still be in the area, so I hurried home quietly, borrowing my boyfriend's phone while he was asleep, trying not to wake him up, as I just really wanted to get this resolved as fast as possible. When I called, he answered, and before I could say anything, he rudely said,
"I'm with another customer. I'll call you back."
Now, I do understand that he couldn't talk if he's driving with another customer. However, there was no reason to be rude about it. Anyways, I sat there for about 5 minutes waiting and getting more anxious as time went on. And I decided to call him again, but he declined the call. I assumed he was still with the customer, so I just began waiting. And shortly after, he had called me back within a few seconds after. So this is where the whole thing began to get kind of scary for me. I've never been in a situation before like this, and I can be really naive to things. When I answered, I then said, "Hi, I left my phone in your car. Could you please bring it back if you're in the area? Or can you please put it somewhere safe so I can pick it up?" I had expected the man to agree or give me options on what to do, but the only thing the driver said was,
I'm very busy. I don't have time to drop your phone off. You're gonna have to pay me £10 to drop it off.
Now, I don't even know if that's actually a thing, but all I could think about was my phone, so I agreed to pay him if he actually brought my phone. He then followed that with,
Wait outside your house. I'll be about 5 minutes.
and I then gave him my address again so he knew where to go. I stood outside, and I had thrown on my dressing gown and slippers, as I thought he would park outside my house and it would be a fast exchange. I don't carry cash on me, so I wasn't really sure how I was supposed to pay him. I figured we would do it via the Uber app or something similar. When he pulled up, he had parked on the opposite side of the road. Now, where I live, my house is on a main road with a few fields around, and there's plenty of houses, so I thought it would be safe. However, it was really late, and nobody was around. The driver showed up, and he had rolled down his window, then shouting my name to come over. At this point, I was getting really nervous about the whole situation, but I then went over, and then he said,
Yeah, so give me the money, and then I'll give you your phone.
He had tried to be intimidating, and it had really worked because I was getting very nervous. I then told him as nicely as possible, I haven't got cash on me. I'm gonna have to do it online through banking or transfer. When I said this, he gave me a really creepy smile, then saying,
Okay, get in the car then.
And I was really confused on why he wanted me to get into the car. I tried telling him no, it's okay, we can do it like this, but he was being very persistent about it, and he was really pressuring me, then saying,
If you want your phone, come around and get in.
At this point, all of the alarm bells are ringing in my head, telling me to go wake up my boyfriend and help me, because this isn't normal. I'm an independent person, and I didn't listen to the voice in my head, as I really wanted to solve this by myself and just get it done and over with. So I went and got in the car, but I left the door open, and I had one leg out of it just in case he tried anything, so I couldn't make a run for it. He told me to then close the door, but I refused. While in the car, I had tried telling him that I need to do a bank transfer, so I really need my phone to do it. He was struggling to understand what I was trying to tell him. That, or he didn't want to give me my phone back. I think that because I was being very polite to him, besides all of the red flags going off, and the only way that he thought he was getting the money from me was to give me my phone. So he did so, and I then put in his card details to transfer him the money. I was shaking the entire time, and just then, as I was trying to put in my details, it locked me out. As I then realized I was typing in the wrong number for my card, and it blocked me from sending it. There were a million things running through my head at that moment. I didn't know how he was going to react, and I didn't know if he would refuse to let me go, but I knew I had to get out, as I could see that he was starting to get angry. I needed to be quick, so I told him I needed to grab another card from inside my house. But before he could answer me or stop me, I got out of the car as quickly as possible, running over to my house, running inside, and locking the door behind me. As I was leaving the car, I could feel his hand try and grab my arm, but he wasn't quick enough, as I was already out of the car. I started tearing up after I got in my house, and I started panicking. The man then started ringing my boyfriend's phone, which I had been using to call him, but I blocked the number. He eventually drove off after about 10 minutes. I really hadn't realized just how serious the situation was until I got back inside. I kept checking the window thinking he would come back. I immediately reported him via the Uber app, and I couldn't fall asleep until about 3 in the morning. I told my boyfriend the next morning, and he was totally furious at the situation and how I got taken advantage of. I didn't really know if it was normal for your Uber driver to ask for money to bring an item back. I eventually got in contact with Uber's head office this morning, still shaken up with the whole situation, and they've been really helpful so far and apologizing. They will hopefully help me and make sure that this driver doesn't do this to any other girls. I'm 99% sure that he wouldn't have made me get into his car if my boyfriend had been with me. He didn't try to do anything to me, but I do wonder what would have happened if I closed the door like he asked and then realized he wasn't getting his money. I know that this could have completely gone a different direction, and I'm really lucky that I got out of it. I know it was really naive and stupid of me to not wake up my boyfriend when it all started to get really serious, but in my head, I thought, how am I going to wake him up when I have his phone and we're outside? I was so thankful that my boyfriend was inside and that I lived on a main road, so if anything had happened, I could have yelled and shouted, and hopefully somebody nearby might have heard or seen it. I'm absolutely on edge right now, as he knows where I live, and if he ends up losing his job, he might come back for me. That really can happen, and I'm trying to process it. I know this might not seem that very scary, but at the time, I was terrified. Please be careful when traveling alone late at night, and if you have a partner or housemate, make sure to wake them up if you need help, no matter how late it is. I've always listened to your stories, but I've never really had a story of my own to post. But now I do. I'm going to give you some background information here, so here goes. I've lived in Utah for most of my life, other than a few years in Wyoming. I'm an Uber driver in Utah, and I have been for a few years now. What I'm about to tell you took place about 1 year ago, right around the time when I was specifically an Uber Eats driver. I had just gotten finished with a shift of delivering food, and I was on the phone with my mother when I got the bright idea to go looking for a former apartment that we had lived in when I was younger. Now, normally I carry my 9mm on me, but that was at home, so I decided I would go home to pick it up, just in case I got into a bad situation and I needed it for protection. My mother had done some research on the address of the apartment. The apartment used to be called Midtown Villa, and it was really never full of any kind of gang activity when I was younger. So I had typed the address in my Google Maps and drove over there. I pulled in, and I realized that the apartment is now called the Calaveras, and that everything was now a lot better looking than it used to be. So I let my guard down, which, looking back now, I really regret. I started pulling through the apartments with my mom on the phone, which we had then agreed that I can put her on video chat so she too can see the new upgrades. I had pulled back through the entrance off the main road, and I had started showing my mother the building that used to be our apartment building, and I was pointing at the building and empty lot next to it. Now, the empty lot used to be a playground when I was a kid. Here's my first mistake. I was using a phone to show my mother, which made it look like I was recording. Second mistake, I was pointing. And third mistake, I was in a bad area and I let my guard down. Now, the reason why I tell you those mistakes is because what I didn't realize is while I was showing my mother, I was passing a guy and a girl and pointing. Now I know, all that alone doesn't seem bad, but apparently I must have really pissed someone off who must have thought I was recording them. Even though I had my 9mm with my loaded magazine, I had made some odd choices due to the fact that I'm a very direct person. As I continue forward, I realize that same guy's now chasing me on foot, and he's coming right for me. He's yelling at me, calling out and asking if I wanted to tussle, all while towards me and taking photos of my car. Now, before realizing it, I was suddenly moving forward faster in my car. My mind was made up. I was getting the hell out of there and driving off. Now, the events that are about to take place are due to the fact that I have some extensive training outside of others' knowledge, even though I had let most of that slip. My adrenaline was pumping, and instead of harnessing it, I mistakenly let it control my actions. With my mom still on video chat, I suddenly took notice of a car pulling up fast behind me. I took off out of there, and then the car was behind me. I turned right, and they turned right. Same turn I made again, they followed. So I went up to 9000 South, then taking a right after stopping, thinking I was being paranoid. Nope. They then followed me all the way to 1300 West. That's where I turned right again. Guess who followed? Now, I'm not gonna lie. I was very nervous with multiple scenarios playing in my head because I knew I was in a bad situation. I knew that if it came down to it, I had my pistol. I know what you're all thinking. Dial 911, you idiot. Well, I'm the type of person that really rarely ever does that, and I wanted to get out of this on my own. While these scenarios crossed my mind, I suddenly got the bright idea to turn right onto 7800 South. So I did, as did they. But this time, a semi had gotten between us, right behind me. I was honestly very happy until the semi had turned left. Then I knew I had to figure out what to do next. My next decision was to turn left. I approached the next slide in the left turn lane to get onto the road that leads to 7200 South, where the I-15 ramp was on. What I didn't think about though was what would happen if they followed me. Now, what happens next is gonna really make you reconsider for not asking for help when you really need it, if you're anything like me. I turned left, and they followed, speeding up on my right in that lane. So I immediately swerved over after turning on my signal, and I then got in front of them, because let's face it, if they happen to get next to me, it could be game over. So I slowed down a little, then they got in the left lane and they sped up to me. I then sped up as well, and just as we hit 90 miles per hour, I then slammed on my brakes, and they slammed on theirs and turned right. If I had been there, I could have been hit and rolled my car, and even died, and at the very least I would be in the hospital. That's when they then took off down the road on their right, and I booked it to the interstate. I drove to the grocery store near my house, calling the police department near that apartment complex in order to report it. The dispatcher then informed me that I should have called 911 to make the situation easier, and they would have directed me to the nearest police station with officers outside to deal with anything that followed me into the parking lot. The officer then called me, and we talked about it. He had went on to tell me that that area was very problematic with gang activity, and he believes that my extreme concern and judgment were very accurate. I then headed home, and I didn't let my guard down until I got home. I told my fiance all about it the very next day, and she told me to never deliver to that area without some form of protection. So in closing, number 1, don't ever leave yourself without protection. Number 2, always ask for help when you need it, because otherwise, your life could really be at stake. Number 3, don't be naive to your situation. I really hope that this doesn't happen to anyone else. And remember, it's not the people with pistols in their holsters that you have to watch out for. It's the people that tuck them into their waistbands without a holster. Those are the ones you have to watch out for. Be safe, everyone. And thanks for listening. Hey everyone, welcome to a new video. I know a lot of you hate these intros, so I'll just try and make it quick. If you have your own story that you might want to share, send it to southerncannibal.com. Alright, that's all I wanted to say. I hope you enjoy these stories. And remember to always stay hungry. The story took place back in fall of 2019 at a Walmart in New Jersey. I was 29 years old at the time, and I just finished my overnight shift. It was around 6 a.m., and I wanted to buy a few things before I went home to sleep. Most of my days I spend sleeping, so typically I like to run errands in the morning. On this morning, I had went to Walmart to grab some stuff, and as I was shopping, I had noticed a man with a red cap on looking at me. The man looked around 30s, and nothing was really strange about him that set off alarms. At least, not yet. The more that I'm shopping, I notice this same guy seems to show up wherever I am. What really creeped me out was whenever our eyes connected, he had quickly looked away, and he would pretend like he was looking for something. Now, I've always been a very observant person, and I'm always on high alert. For the next 5 minutes, I would go to random places in the store, and sometimes even hide, and I would see him looking around for me, and once he saw me, he would again act like he's looking for something. I knew that I didn't want him to follow me outside, and feared that he might approach me or even follow me home, so I devised a plan to lose him. I decided to walk to the opposite side of the store away from the registers. I allowed him to see me so he could follow me, and when I turned a corner, I walked so fast so I could rush to the front to pay for my stuff. As I'm paying, I see him get in line, and thankfully, there are 2 people in front of him. We make eye contact, and I rush out of the store. As soon as I exited the store, I ran to my car, and I then hastily threw my stuff in the car and sat down. The moment I closed my door, I see the man almost in a jog-type rush out of the front door. He just stands there looking around as if he's looking for someone. By this time, I crouched down on my seat, and he just stood there for like a minute just looking around before walking to his car. The weird thing is he came out with no shopping bag and nothing in his hands. I've watched enough crime shows to know when someone looks suspicious. The number 1 rule is to never let someone get too close to you. I don't know what that guy wanted, but I'm really glad I never had to find out. As always, be careful out there. I was recently watching one of your videos about a stalker story, and it uncovered a few unwanted memories for me about my own. When I was a teenager, I was stalked twice. Whether it was by the same person or multiple people, I don't know. The first incident happened on July 4th, 2014. I had just finished a 5K run, and I was really exhausted, but my mom and I were heading to the airport for my stepsister's wedding. On the freeway, I had received a Snapchat from someone I didn't remember adding. They sent a blank image that told me I did great in the race, and they asked why I wasn't home. Naively, I responded back, telling them thank you and that I was traveling. The image was immediately opened, and I got a response quickly. They were angry, saying I wasn't allowed to leave them and that I didn't have their permission. I left the response open, but not long after, I received another. They used my full name, and they told me to wait at the airport, and they'd pick me up and take me home. I started to panic a bit, and through tears, I told my mom what they were saying, and she told me to block them. I never got any new messages or anybody else new trying to add me. Well, 2 years later, when I was a senior in high school, it was track season, and I'd just come back home from a track meet. I was at my dad's house this time when it started, this time through text messages. They told me that they were a sponsor from a famous athletic wear brand that I will not disclose. I responded vaguely, unsure of this. I had been mentioned a few times in the papers about my races and my running career, so I thought that maybe they heard about me from that. But after doing some thinking, I knew what was happening, and I told my overprotective father about it. We sat on the couch, and we had watched all the messages then roll in. They all started out as professional, but then they changed. They began to ask what kind of underwear I wore under my uniform for performance reasons. Then they asked what I do with my underwear whenever I was done sweating in them. I saw the text bubble come up again, but my father snatched my phone and then called the person. A man answered with a thick voice and as if they were winded. My dad said in a very calm but threatening tone that if this man ever contacted me again or tried to, he would find the man and slowly kill him. He then hung up on the phone and stormed out. I did my dad one better though. I called my best friend at the time and I asked if he could go to his dad and put me on speaker. His dad was a cop in the neighboring town and I told them everything. His dad got the man's number from me and he told me he'd handle it and to let him or my friend know if I got any new messages. Well, about once a week on the same day at the same time, I got a message, always saying, "You will be mine. I don't care how many people you involve. They can't stop me." And it was from a different number every time. I put all of the messages in a group chat, and I told him that he was a coward and that he was no longer going to scare me. I told him that if he ever did find me, he would meet my switchblade too. Surprisingly, I never heard from him again after that. I still to this day always carry a knife with me for protection. And it's probably a good idea that I do that. I've also shared a story here before about being followed by a stranger at college and pulling a knife on him. After everything that had happened with the year before with the stalker, I knew keeping my knife on me was the best decision I ever made. I still do, and I've run into many more creeps since then. There are some really disgusting people in this world. Minor or adult, you need to protect yourself. I still to this day don't know who the stalker or stalkers were, and I hope I never do. Don't ever let them take advantage of you. Make sure to tell somebody, and to also keep everything for proof. Stay safe, everybody. This happened to me last week when I was on the bus waiting to go home from work. I saw a guy waiting and staring at me at the bus stop. I was thinking that he too was just waiting for the bus. He had this smile, and it was really creepy. He just stared at me, and since I had my AirPods on, he just waved hi. He was wearing all black, and he had a hoodie on, but at the time, I wasn't thinking too much about it. Anyways, I get on the bus, and I look for a seat near the front of the bus. He got on, and he sat a couple of seats away from me. He was on his phone, and he looked like he was just texting someone, but he also had his eye on me the whole time. I get a little nervous, and I decide to go to my friend's house since she lives closer. I called her and told her the situation, and she tells me that she would be meeting me halfway, so I pull the cord to indicate to the driver that I want to get off. I was hoping that this guy wouldn't get off as well, but sure enough, he gets off too. I exit the bus quickly, and I start power walking to my friend's house. The man speeds up as if he was trying to catch up to me, and I glance back, and I then see him pull something out from the corner of my eye, and that's when I really start to pick up my pace. I put my AirPods in my case, and I start running. I decide to run in an alley, and I hide behind a car, and I really don't know how he knew I was there, but I then see him slowly check around the trash cans, as well as underneath the other parked cars, and he ends up dropping what he was holding, and it was a small pocket knife. As he's getting closer to me, I held my breath, trying not to breathe, and just hoping to God that he didn't see me. But luckily, he had passed the car that I was hiding under, and as soon as he passed the car, I then sprinted and ran as fast as I could, and I then sent my friend my location. I don't know how she was able to know where I was, but my friend found me pretty quickly, and the guy saw us, and he started to chase us both down the alley. We managed to get away and flag down a police officer, then telling him what happened. He took down our reports, and a few minutes later, the cop was able to locate him. Well, what the cop then told me chilled me to the bone. They found a small pocket knife on him, as well as a photo of me at the bus stop. I'm really glad that they caught him. This took place back when I was 19, so back in 2014-ish. This explains why we were so naive. My friend and I, both female, live by a river that runs along the city, and we were avid urban explorers at the time, and we really loved to go on night adventures. We knew of a secret spot at the river via the train tracks, and we wanted to go for a chilly night swim. As background info, to get to the train tracks, you have to go to a neighborhood and find the dead end to the cul-de-sac that backs up to the woods. There's a steep staircase shrouded with trees that leads from the cul-de-sac through the woods, then to the train tracks. All of this is very poorly lit, and the staircase is pitch black and concealed with trees and shrubbery. Well, we started heading down to the road to the cul-de-sac, and we got pretty close to the end. But we had saw a man standing there at the entrance to the darkness of the staircase, with his back turned to us, facing the darkness. This is a college town, so we thought it was some drunk kid who was going down to the river, and that he would move along shortly. For some reason though, my friend and I both froze at the same time, and then stopped, approaching the guy, as he didn't ever go down the staircase like we expected. And he just kept staring into the darkness, listening to us. We don't move, keeping our distance, and eventually the man turns around and addresses us. It was an older man, maybe in his 60s, with a longer white beard, and he had a paper bag in his hand with some alcohol. He went on to offer some to us, and we said that we were fine and no thank you. He asked us what we were doing, and we lied, and we told him we were just meeting friends. This whole time we never moved closer to him, almost frozen as we stood our distance. He started going on that we needed to be careful, and he kept encouraging us to go before him down the pitch black staircase. He held up his phone, and he said that he could illuminate the path for us if we went in before him. His phone was an old flip phone with barely any light emanating from it, so that made it even more sketchy. We declined. He then said, "Hey, calm down. You're safe in my woods. You're safe with my voice." And he started to disappear down the staircase into the darkness. We knew not to go down the pitch black staircase with that creepy man in there, but still determined for a night swim. We remembered that there was actually another path, which was just an inclined paved sidewalk that led down to the same path to the river. This path went around and alongside the staircase, so it was the longer route to the river. We figured that if we took that way, he would be ahead of us, and we could also keep an eye out on him. Stupid, I know. So we went down the incline, and we expected to see the man ahead of us on the path, as the path ahead of us was a straight shot. However, we never did see the man. We waited for a bit for him to come out and get ahead of us, but he never did. We got pretty spooked, and we walked back up the incline to the main road where the cul-de-sac is. My friend looked over at the creepy staircase, and we saw that the man was watching us, and he then ducked back into the staircase into the darkness. That really spooked the hell out of us, and we ran to my car, which I luckily brought that night. I live close to the neighborhood with the river entrance, and normally we would just walk from my neighborhood to that neighborhood. I admitted to my friend that the thought going through my head the whole time was, "I don't want to die tonight," and she told me she had the exact same thought. I'm not really sure what would have happened if we did go down those stairs, but he could have easily shoved us down and then did whatever he wanted in the darkness. He was definitely up to no good, and we're really lucky to be alive to tell the tale. This was my lesson, and I don't go to dark concealed areas of the city at night anymore. I'm a 25-year-old female, but at the time I was 21. I've lived at the same house since I was 2 years old, so I'm very familiar with my neighborhood. We used to have this pit bull Labrador mix named Blue, and he was a very protective, loyal dog. Well, one late night in the middle of fall, I went for a walk with Blue around my neighborhood. I was never really scared to walk at night as long as I had Blue with me. Well, I was wrong. We were walking and we were having a good time. I walked to this little park and I sat there at the table, just enjoying the quiet. I lit up a cigarette and I sat there smoking. Now, usually during weekdays, there's no one out this late, so I automatically assumed I would see no one there. Well, while I was sitting there, I saw this tall man walk by, and he didn't really pay any attention to me, so I just thought maybe they were just walking like me. So I finished my cigarette, and we started walking again. I was just walking all over my neighborhood, just letting Blue lead me. Well, I'm 2 blocks away from my house, and while I'm walking, if the sidewalk has hedges or other things that people can hide behind, I won't ever walk on them. I'll just walk in the middle of the street. So me and Blue are walking down the street, and we see the same man from earlier walking the opposite way towards us, and he just keeps glancing at me and Blue. He starts walking in the street too, and I get on the sidewalk, but most of the sidewalk is overgrown with hedges, so I got all scratched up trying to walk as far away from the man as possible. Well, pretty soon, I can no longer see him, so me and Blue just keep walking. Well, as we're walking, Blue keeps turning around and looking, and even growling a little. But whenever I look, I don't see anything. Well, by now, I'm really creeped out. So I figured it's time to go home, and we start walking home. Blue turns around again, and this time he's growling louder. And I finally can see the same man about 1.5 blocks away. Now I'm very creeped out at this point, because the chances of seeing him that many times is slim. So I begin to pick up the pace, and I start heading home. He just keeps following us the whole time, and Blue is growling. But the man doesn't seem to be scared at all. By now we're about 2 blocks away from my house, and he's less than 1 block from behind us. So I try to call my mom and stepdad, but no answer. Since no one answered, I pretend to be talking on the phone with them, and I then tell them that I'm almost home, which was probably a dumb decision. Well, when I get done with my fake phone call, I'm on the same block that I live on, but I'm on the complete opposite side of my house. My house is on the corner, and I'm on the opposite corner, and down the middle of my block behind everyone's backyard is an alleyway. So I'm still walking, and I can hear his footsteps getting closer, and Blue keeps trying to stop and growl and bark at the man. But it's not scaring the man at all, so I just keep trying to hurry up with Blue. We finally get to my street, and my house is just down on the corner. I look back, and I don't see the man anymore. But I know he's there because Blue's still growling. I then stand in the intersection so that he can't jump out and grab me. I kind of just stand there for a second. I then see him come out from behind a garbage can and start running towards us. So I start running full force right down the street to my house. I've never ran that fast before in my life. I get in front of my house and stop because our front gate is always locked because we use the back gate to get into the house. But I also stopped there because I felt like my heart was going to explode in my chest, and I was looking for the man, but I couldn't find him. But not 3 seconds after I got in front of my house, I see him coming towards me again, right from the side of the corner of my house. I realized that he had been running too, but he wasn't behind me, so he had ran through the alleyway to try to get to me. The man had caught up to me, and he just walked by smiling at me with the most evil smile I'd ever seen. I then ran in my house, locking all of the doors. I never did see the man again after that, and I still live in the same house to this day. And as you can imagine, I've also never walked at night by myself ever again. My name is Alexander. A few months ago, before submitting this, I had moved into a new neighborhood. Though I'm all settled in now, me and my family were close to being finished unpacking when this occurred. I go to an online school, and I'd finished decently early in the day, so I have plenty of spare time. The neighborhood I moved into has a neighborhood watch system. Basically, we all look out for each other like a big family. It's also relatively safe here, so it was a huge surprise when I woke up in the middle of the night from a loud bang coming from outside. I live on the second story of our house, a window next to my desk facing the front of the house. I sat up and I'd opened the curtains of the window, and I took a peek outside. You see, there's an abandoned one-floor house to the left of ours, which was condemned due to a type of black mold living in the walls. No one's lived there for 5 years or so. I was fairly surprised then when I saw a large green van in the house's driveway, seemingly trying to hide behind my own car. I pulled out my phone and I zoomed into the window of the car for a better look to see if there was anyone inside, and I saw it was empty. I looked down below my window as I had heard a bit of rustling, and I saw a man crouching in the bushes looking into my son's room right below mine. I was spotted by the man, who then quickly ran over to his van, hopped into the driver's door, and pulled away. I decided to call the police, but they said they couldn't do anything, as they haven't actually done anything except being around my lawn. So the next night, basically the same exact thing happened, except this time, someone else was with the man. They ran over to the van like before, except this time, the second one ran over to the abandoned house, lifted up the garage door, and ran inside, and the man who ran into the van pulled out. I called the cops once more, and they went over to search the house, but found nothing. So just the other day, 4 to 5 months after this occurred, I saw the same man from before, long shabby hair and a shaved beard, and he was staring out of the window watching me while I took out the garbage can to the curb by the road. Again, I called the cops one final time, and they searched the house again. This time actually finding the man, taking him out of the house, and then identifying him as the previous owner of the house. The man had actually admitted to attempting to rob us, take the things which he would have stolen, and continued living in the house next door. Yeah, pretty damn crazy. I'm a 17-year-old female, and the situation happened to me yesterday afternoon. My boyfriend was feeling a little sick, and I wanted to run to the store to get him some stuff to make him feel better. I chose to go to a store a little ways away from my house. Big mistake. I get to the store, and before I get out of my car, I feel a bit uneasy. I look around while sitting in my car, not seeing anything, and feeling like I was just being paranoid. I decided to get out of the car and then make my way into the store. As soon as I walk out of my car, I see a man maybe in his early 30s wearing yellow rain boots walking faster towards my direction. Not thinking anything of it because maybe he was in a rush to get into the store, I go along with my shopping and forget about the man. While walking through one of the aisles, I see the same man that I saw in the parking lot staring at me with his deep dark eyes. At first, I thought he saw someone he knew behind me, and I just shrugged it off. Continuing to the aisles, I continue to see the same man with nothing in his hands. He's just watching me grab everything I needed and following me to every section of the store. As soon as I decided to look his way, he would quickly shift his body to make it look like he was looking at something, but he just kept his dark, deep, scary eyes on me. I was getting nervous about how this man was acting, and I'd gone up to the front, and I had told an employee about this strange man. They looked at me in a strange way like they didn't believe me, and they just shrugged it off. I was starting to get more and more paranoid, so I decided to go to a checkout lane. At this time, I kept looking over my shoulder to see if the man was still following me or staring at me. He disappeared, and this was the biggest sense of relief I've ever experienced. I then felt that everything was finally back to normal. I get out into the parking lot heading to the car, and I immediately sensed that someone was looking at me. I look around, and there's the same man who was in the store with me just minutes before, but this time he was closer. I ran to my car as fast as I could and threw everything in the passenger seat. I immediately locked my door, and I just barely missed him. He started smacking his hands on my window and smiling. I started the car as fast as I could, and then I dipped the hell out of that parking lot. I began to see a truck following from behind, and I was way too nervous to go home, and my intuition told me to try and lose him. I ended up rushing back home, taking the longest way possible. I thought that I lost him because he was no longer in sight, but boy was I wrong. As soon as I got inside the house, I had then heard a rev of a truck. I looked out the peephole, and sure enough, it was the same truck that I saw earlier. This guy had actually followed me home. I told my boyfriend to go do something about it, but by the time my poor sick boyfriend got outside, the truck was gone. That was probably the most scariest day of my life. I don't know what that man's intentions were, but he never did come back after that. Thank God. Stay safe out there, and don't go straight home if you feel like you're being followed like I did. It had all started when we had to move houses due to a house fire. Me and my fiance were looking for a place to live, and we'd came across a lady named Tracy. At the time, she seemed very nice. It wasn't until 2 months later that she would turn up on our doorstep asking if she can sleep over and crash out on our sofa. When we refused, she got really angry, and she then got in her car and drove off drunk. 1 week later, she came back with her husband, and she wanted us out of her flat that she was renting out to us because we were a gay couple, and due to her religion, she couldn't let that happen. When I answered the door, she had pulled out a screwdriver and then stabbed me. She stabbed me in my leg, just barely missing an artery, which could have killed me. When I called the police, they then came and took her away, but her husband just got a warning. The day after that happened, her friend Christine came over asking for money from us for compensation for getting her best friend arrested. After 1 month, she came back drunk out to the flat with a needle and syringe filled with a clear liquid. She said that she wanted to give us a moving-in gift that would make us sleep. When I asked her what was in it, she said that her friend Christine gave her heroin, enough that would take us off the earth. I called the police, and they arrived and found her, but they couldn't find the needle. We eventually found out that she had thrown the needle in the drain, and she was once again arrested. Well, a few nights later, after she got released from jail, she came back once again with 2 guys. She kicked in our door with the guys who had weapons on them. Luckily, we had managed to climb out of the window, but God only knows what would have happened to us if we didn't get out of there. We ended up moving the hell away from that area shortly after, as it was a really bad area full of drug dealers. Hey everyone, apologies for the interruption from the stories, but I need to take a quick moment to thank today's sponsor HelloFresh for sponsoring today's episode. Are you looking for an easy way to eat well and save money? Cut back on expensive takeout and delivery, and get started with HelloFresh. You'll love how fast and easy and affordable it is to whip up a restaurant quality meal right in your own kitchen. No matter your lifestyle or meal preferences, HelloFresh has recipes sure to please everyone at your table. I like HelloFresh personally because it makes everything easy. They provide you with fresh and quality ingredients, as well as amazing recipes that are super easy to follow. Go to HelloFresh.com/Cannibal65 and use code Cannibal65 for 65% off plus free shipping. Again, go to HelloFresh.com/Cannibal65 and use code Cannibal65 for 65% off plus free shipping. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. The The story takes place in October of last year. I was in my room around 8:30 p.m. when everything began to occur. I had just walked back into my room after speaking with my brother, who was in the upstairs living room right next to my room. I had heard a revving noise coming from right outside. I had my blinds cracked so I could see out, but it would be hard to see in. There was a dark truck that was backing up to my brother's GMC Envoy, parked at the curb just outside of our house. It took my brain all of 3 seconds to put together what was about to happen. A man had smashed in my brother's window and was trying to get inside. I lifted up my blinds very fast and then screamed,
Hey, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Get the fuck away from our car!
The man saw me and he panicked, but he then pointed up at me, then yelling back,
Shut the fuck up, you little bitch!
Now, I'm a stubborn and big-mouthed girl that sometimes really doesn't know when to shut up. So before I hopped in the truck, I then yelled out,
No, fuck you, asshole!
And I then yelled at my brother, Yo, Sean, there's some assholes breaking into your car. My pit bull and I go barreling out of my room. The guy had gotten into the truck and was taking off down the street. We then ran inside and told our parents what was going on, but immediately ran back out to the front yard. I had noticed across the street that another car had been tampered with but left alone. My neighbors had come outside and I had to explain everything that happened. We all went silent when we heard the loud motor of the engine pass by down the end of our street. Now, 2 things happened at this point. My stepdad had gotten on the phone with the local police department, letting them know of the situation. The other, well, my mom in nothing but a nightshirt had gotten into her car and she had spun down the street where we had showed her. After speaking with the police, we had waited in the yard when we all heard the loud engine again, and it was moving fast. I ran to the corner, barefoot and in my pajamas, to see the truck hauling ass out of the neighborhood. I started to run, but by this time it had started to pour. Not too far behind me, my mom's car came flying down the street in pursuit of the truck. By the time I had reached the end of the neighborhood, my mom was chasing them through the red light and was then following them onto the freeway. My neighbor's friend had gotten into his truck to go help my mom, and I pointed out where to go. My mom had followed them onto the freeway, but had soon lost them. She said that when she went looking for them, she had spotted the truck parked, but still on, next to a white work van. When she got closer, they both sped off, and my mom chased the truck. She said she tried to read the license plate, but due to the rain and the fact that she didn't have her reading glasses, she couldn't make it out. We both told our stories to the police, and we found out that they had actually broken into a car further down the street before they took off to ours. My brother had apparently left his backpack in his car, and that's what the creeps had saw. I couldn't make out the driver, but the man who had cursed up at me was a man with a white hat, and that's all I could get. The reason I bring this up now is that in January, the truck flew by our house, causing my mom and me to stay on high alert all night. But just last month, I was home alone while my parents were in Italy, and I heard them again. It was almost midnight, but I had sat up in bed looking out my window to then see the truck creep by my house before they sped off down the street. They were in a lifted dark Ford with 4 doors, and it had a custom engine. The truck was also older, so it was a little easier to identify. Every time I think back to that night, I always think, why were those idiots breaking into cars so early in the evening? And what would have happened if one of the men had a gun when I decided to open my big mouth? Be safe out there, everyone. There really are some crazy idiots out, and it really is terrifying. Does anyone remember that big power outage back in the summer of 2003 that affected most of the southeast Canada and the northeastern United States? Maybe not, but I'll tell you about it. I was 16 at the time, and I was about to enter my junior year of high school. I was still living in my parents' house in Michigan, and both of them were away at work. I forget what my brother was doing, but he wasn't at the house either. I was home alone during the afternoon. My parents had told me that someone was coming by to take a look at our air conditioner that afternoon and to let him in. A couple of hours before the technician was scheduled to arrive, the power went out. Now, I didn't realize that it was a nationwide outage at first, and I thought it was just a small blackout. I was in my room reading a magazine when I then heard a knock at the door. I looked out my window and I saw a red van in the driveway. I figured it was the air conditioner guy, and I walked to the front door to let him in. I opened the door and I saw two men standing at the entrance of my house. Right away, it seemed odd. I thought only one guy was coming, not two. Also, they weren't dressed in any uniforms of any kind. They were just wearing t-shirts and jeans. They also had no tools, no instruments, clipboards, or anything you would think a pair of technicians would have. They were just standing there. I greeted them with a quick hello, and one replied back.
Hi, are your parents home?
"Nah, they're not," I replied.
Oh, well, we're here from the electrical company. We're investigating the recent power outage, and our reports indicate the connection to your home may be faulty. We need to come inside and take a look at your fuse box.
"Wait, you're not here to look at the air conditioner?" I asked them curiously.
Well, we can take a look at that while we're here if you'd like.
And he began to enter. "Okay, but someone's coming by to look at the air conditioner today as well. He's supposed to get here soon," I tell him. Right away, they both got nervous looks on their faces. The guy walking inside stopped dead in his tracks. He turned to the guy outside, and they exchanged glances. The guy outside just shook his head, and he made the finger across his throat gesture. Then he looked at me and said hesitantly,
Okay, well, we don't want to interrupt his work. We'll come back another time. We have other houses to look at.
And they turned around, and they started making their way back towards their van. As they were walking away, I had noticed what looked like a flip knife clipped to one of their belts. They got back to their van, and they drove away, tires squealing down the street. They were going a lot faster than they should have been in a residential area. I just stood there completely confused. It was such a strange encounter. Still, I was really relieved that they were gone, but seeing that knife really unsettled me. About 20 minutes later, I saw another van pull up. This time, however, I could actually see the logo of the heating and cooling company on the side of the van, and a man walked out in full uniform. He knocked on the door, and I answered. He then explained that because of the huge multi-state power outage, he couldn't diagnose the air conditioner problem properly, and since he was already on his way, he figured he would just come by and let us know since he couldn't get through on the phone. Wait, this is all over the country? I thought this was just in the area. A couple of guys from the electrical company came by just before you got here, and they wanted to look at the fuse box. I told him. A surprised expression came over his face. He explained that he had worked for an electrical company for 10 years prior to his current job, and he said that he never went to individual houses to look at fuse boxes during power outages, and there would be no reason to ever do so. I told him the details of my brief encounter with them, and my heart sank in fear as he informed me in a very concerned and dead serious voice that he was absolutely certain those men were not from the electrical company. He told me I should tell my parents about it and have them tell the police. I just stood there speechless for a moment. The gravity of what had occurred and what could have happened finally hitting me like a sledgehammer. He explained that he couldn't stay and he had to get back to the office. I couldn't thank him enough for coming and explaining that to me. I then told my dad everything that happened when he got home. He stormed out of my house in a furious rage, and he went to my neighbor's house, since they had a generator working, and they used their phone to call the police. When he got back, he told me that while he was there, He had talked to the neighbors about it, and they had told him that the people living across the street had seen that van pull up to some other houses as well. The guys knocked on the door, and when nobody answered, they moved on to our house. It wasn't until the next day that the police had arrived to take a statement, as everything was in disarray with the power outage, and they were way too busy handling other emergencies. I told the officers what had happened, but without a license plate number, there really wasn't much for them to go on. They left, and I just spent the next few weeks in total fear, dreading that those guys would come back. Thankfully, though, they never did. As far as I know, nothing ever came of the police report, and those guys were never caught. Looking back at it, though, it was very stupid of me to just take those imposters at their word that they were really from the electrical company. I would have been alone with two armed and dangerous criminals during a massive power outage with no way to call the police. I realize now just how naive I was, and that I should have been much more vigilant, and never admitted to those guys that I was home alone or let them inside. I have no idea what they were planning, and I don't think I want to know. What scares me the most is they didn't break into an unoccupied house. They wanted someone to answer the door and let them in. They weren't deterred by my presence, and they only left when they found out that the air conditioning guy was on his way. That tells me then they weren't likely there to just simply rob my house. They were probably going to do something to me as well. So here's my advice to everyone out there. Never ever allow people into your home without verifying who they really are first, even if you're expecting someone. You just never really know who you're dealing with otherwise. I hope everyone stays safe. Hey everyone, welcome back to a new video. I want to apologize that this video is shorter than usual, but I just didn't have enough stories, I guess. I also wanted to mention something kind of interesting, I guess. The last story in this video was actually submitted by my own editor and real-life best friend. It's gonna sound kind of fake, but he swears up and down that it's a real true story that he experienced. So take that for what you will. I hope you all enjoy this one. And as always, if you have a story you want to share, you can send it at southerncannibal.com. Link down below in the description. And without any further interruptions, let's get into the stories. And remember to always stay hungry. Just to give some background on my story, I'm a female, and this was back in 2016. I was 23 years old, and I had recently dropped out of college, and I was living with my boyfriend's family. The story takes place in Houston, Texas. One night, I had traveled to visit my family in the city area, and my boyfriend stayed on the outer city limits. I was traveling back to his home, and as I was exiting Interstate 45 to 1960, both are major highways here. As I was exiting the ramp, just a random glance in my rearview mirror, I had paid attention to the headlights on the car behind me. As I'm watching it, it seems like they're driving very quickly, as if they almost missed the exit. So I increased my speed down the ramp just to avoid any mishaps. To avoid the major traffic lights on 1960, I had found a side street, and I decided to take it to be faster. It was around 10 p.m., and the back streets weren't lit very well, but I was confident because I've taken this route 1,000 times. As I turned down this side street, I saw that the car that was behind me on the ramp was rushing to get over in the far right lane, and they proceeded to turn down this side street as well. Again, I try not to think too much into it. This was a very known back route to the people who lived in the area. The road is narrow and dark and only 2 lanes until it merges with the main road after about 10 minutes. As I continued down this path, the car did as well, and I started getting nervous as they trailed behind very close. Every time I would speed up, so did they. The first light I got to, I needed to take a left turn, so I planned to do a test to see if they were following me, because I didn't want to lead them to my boyfriend's house if they were. I got into the turning lane, and they did as well. And as soon as the lights go straight to green, I swung over and I continued through the light, going straight, damn near speeding. At this very moment, my heart fell to my feet, because this car did exactly that. It followed me straight into the light. Now, there were only 2 more lights before I made it to a subdivision, and I was terrified, but I was really trying to think quick. Considering the car was behind me with blinding lights, I couldn't give a description at the time, so I figured calling the police wouldn't help. Wrong thinking, I know. Once I made it to the next light, I was going way over the speed limit, and I decided to run the light, thinking that I could beat him and he'd lose me. Wrong again. He ran the light as well, and strangely, before we made it to the next traffic light, he turned off his headlights. Now remember, I said that this area was not very well lit, so it all became so dark. I knew that the next light had a gas station as well as a McDonald's across from one another, so I raced there, assuming people would be there, and that him, whoever he was, would not be inclined to do whatever they were aiming to do to me. As I pulled into the McDonald's, they then quickly U-turned. I watched in the rearview mirror just to make sure they kept going down in the opposite direction, and they did as good as my vision could see. I then called my sister immediately, as I was so frantic. I got in line and bought a drink just to continue being around other people, and thankfully, the line had a good amount of people to kill time. I sat in the parking lot for a few minutes and I explained the story to my sister, whom definitely helped calm me down. I was just way too scared to leave, assuming that car could be waiting for my return in order to follow me again. I'm still not sure why to this day I didn't call the police, and those 3 minutes from the McDonald's to his house was for sure a creepy one. And when it was time to get out of the car, I was terrified, but I made it. Nothing has happened to me like that since. But ladies, please stay aware, and everyone be safe. I'm a female, and I was 17 at the time. I'm 22 now, and this still really haunts me to this day. It was on a Friday night. I was with 2 of my friends, Jane and Elena. We'd went to Target to do some shopping, and after we were done shopping, we got in Jane's car, and she drove us to the mall so we could all buy more clothes and whatnot. Well, as Jane was driving, there were 3 guys that went up to a guy in the car ahead of us and pointed guns at him. Me, Jane, and Elena were all freaking out, and Elena dialed 911. One of the guys pulled out the guy from his car and then beat the shit out of him, and one of the other guys punched him in the face 4 times. And then the last guy, he shot him in the head. I'm pretty sure he died from the gunshot. Then the 3 guys got in his car and they all drove off. I had actually caught the whole thing on video with my phone. When the police arrived, I had showed them the video, and they took our statements as well as the video for evidence. We then still went to the mall like we promised. We bought more clothes, electronics, and other stuff, and we went to the food court for some grub. We were still pretty shaken up about what happened, so Elena and I decided to stay over at Jane's for the night just for our safety. Well, the next morning, I got a call from one of the officers that took my statement about what happened the previous night. They caught the guys, and all 3 of them were arrested and charged with theft, assault, and first-degree murder. There was a big drawn-out case, but all 3 guys were sentenced to life in prison without parole. I had the phone on speaker, so Jane and Elena heard it too. To this day, it all still really haunts me to my core. To those 3 guys who beat up and murdered that poor innocent guy and stole his car, I really, really hope there's a special place in hell for the 3 of you. So to start things off, I'm a 26-year-old male, but this happened back when I was 19. It was about 9:30 p.m. on a weekend night, and I was heading from one friend's place to another, which is only about a 3-minute drive. But this ended up taking about 15 minutes, and you'll find out why. I had messaged my friend saying I was heading over and that I'll see him soon. I drove off, and as I rounded a corner, a car had reversed out of their driveway, and when they then faced me, they had flashed their high beams at me, and I thought that maybe I'd left mine on or something, but I hadn't. As I drove past, they then turned and they started following me. They kept flashing their high beams on and off behind me, and I thought it was just some assholes being assholes. But then they sped up and got closer and closer and continued flashing me. So I then sped up and I had rounded a corner. I then pulled off to the side of the road and I turned my car and lights off, hoping they didn't see me do it. But they did. They pulled off to the side as well, about 10 meters back from me, and they too set their car with their lights off. And I was checking my rear and side mirrors just to make sure that no one got out and was approaching me. I waited there for about 3 minutes, and after no movement and no one approaching me, I turned my car and lights back on and I drove off. And you guessed it, so did they. And they started speeding up behind me, so I sped off as well. They began chasing me for about a solid 2 minutes, taking every left and right I took and getting faster and faster. Luckily, my car was faster, as I took a sharp right, and then another left, and then pulled into a random person's driveway and shut everything off, and then sliding down in my car to hide out of sight. Well, not even 30 seconds later, the car slowly drives past at the speed of a snail, and as they drive past the street I'm in, I breathed a sigh of relief, and I sat in this person's driveway for another 5 minutes until I finally felt safe enough to leave. I then finally drove to my friend's house and I got there safely. Now, just keep in mind, it's not only the animals that can be dangerous in Australia. There's also some really crazy people here willing to do God knows what. So remember to always be safe out there. This isn't an incredibly scary story, but it certainly got my heart pounding pretty hard. It's fresh in my mind because it actually just happened. So I knew I had to write it down to warn others to be 100% aware of your surroundings and to always be hyper-vigilant at all times. For some context, I'm a 34-year-old female. I'm a vet tech student and I work the night shift at a dog daycare. And I was just going through my normal daily routine. My husband usually works from home, but today he went into his office. So I was just hanging out with our animals, studying and relaxing before a long night at work. At around 11 a.m., I was out walking my dog in the neighborhood when I had noticed a black car with tinted windows driving very slowly towards me. I looked away from it and just started playing with my dog. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw that the car had stopped and was kind of just sitting there. As my pup finished his business, we began walking along the sidewalk back to the house, and this is when the hair on my back of my neck then stood up. The car began following us and was pretty much right alongside me. They turned into my area of the complex. We live in a townhouse community, and I was scared to death. It was almost as if whoever was in there was waiting for me to walk right into my house. I had no idea what this person's intentions were, and I was absolutely terrified that in any second, someone would jump out and try and harm me or my dog. Anyways, I stopped dead in my tracks, took my cell phone out, and was about to dial 911 when the car turned around and then immediately sped off in the other direction. I breathed a sigh of relief, even though my legs were shaking and felt like jello. As soon as we got back home, I locked the door, put music on, and I stayed inside to keep myself busy until I had to leave for work. This moment definitely opened my eyes and just goes to show that anything can happen, no matter what time of day it is. This happened 2 days before my birthday. I was enjoying the afternoon, for privacy reasons, with my daughter R, my best friend B, and her daughter M. B is the driver in our adventurous excursion. This piece of information will be important later. We were on our way to a food place and enjoying the night with just the four of us together. Traffic was pretty bad around this time on a Thursday afternoon, and as we're sitting in traffic, an impatient driver with a Lexus was trying to insert herself into traffic. Once the traffic started to move, B drives into gear to the point where the impatient driver almost hit the passenger side. "Nope, not today," B said, as she proceeds to lay her hand on the horn for a few seconds, then drive off. You'd think the drivers would leave it at that, but we were wrong. The impatient driver was following us from behind us to the side of the car as B was trying to lose this lunatic driver. As we were trying, the driver had tried to sidesweep the driver's side, but luckily, B didn't hit the car. I was livid, considering R was just sitting right behind B in her car seat. B was hysterical, and I knew I had to do something. I then dialed 911, and I reported the impatient driver, as well as a description of the car. The officer was asking questions along the lines of, "What does the driver look like, and where are you located?" and so on and so forth. I complied, and I answered to the best of my ability without engaging with the driver and not trying to look obvious as I provided the information while doing my best to calm B down as she's driving. We were advised to drive to the nearest police station as a safe spot, and that's what we did. On our way to the station, the driver was on the passenger side and they threw something. We didn't know what it was. The second instance, the driver was behind us, and we then heard a thud in the back of the car. They kept going on for a bit, until the impatient driver steered in another direction, eventually driving off the opposite way as we then made the turn to the police station. The driver must have known where we were headed to. Once we all made it to the station, we met with the officer that I spoke to on the phone. We gave a statement, and they handled it from there. After giving the statement, we bid the officer farewell. B, M, R, and I were all safe, and we went off and enjoyed the rest of our evening together. Now, this may not seem that scary to you, but that was the first time that I ever called the cops in my life for a life-threatening situation like that. I had really feared for my child's life at that point, never mind mine. But to the impatient driver that tried to hit my best friend's car because you were that impatient to wait for your own turn, let's never meet again, you crazy fucking psycho. The story begins with me and my mom taking a drive down to visit my grandparents. They had lived about an hour and a half away, and for most of the drive, it was just open fields and farmland. So as we're driving along and I'm in the passenger seat staring out the window, we come across a large rectangular shaped field with a tree line bordering the sides of it. This was out of farming season, so the field was completely clear of any produce, making it very easy to see anything that would be in the field. I noticed on the side of the field toward the tree line, there seems to be one of those large electrical boxes. It's green, something that you'd usually see at a large apartment complex next to the street. As I'm just staring at the field, out of nowhere, this electrical box just seems to morph into some type of creature, something that I've never seen before. It was quite a ways away, but I'll try and describe it the best that I can. It walked on 4 legs, but its arms seemed larger and more muscular than the rest of its body. It also walked in a very creepy manner, like the joints in its front arms would somehow dislocate after each step, like some kind of cripple. At first, I didn't believe what I was seeing, and I remember looking over to my mom, saying, "Did you just see that?" And she said she did. That was truly the scary part, to realize that I hadn't just imagined the whole thing. We were going about 60 on this road, so the entire thing was pretty quick. And as you can imagine, we didn't dare stop or turn around. I remember us trying to make sense of the situation, saying maybe it was a deer, but there was just no way. It was way too creature-like, but most importantly, something I never ever want to encounter again. Hey everyone, welcome back to a new video. Before I get into the stories, I need to say that this whole video is pretty much very intense stories. And I need to give a trigger warning for story number 1 and story number 3. And even story number 2 for just violence, I guess. Yeah, this is a dark one, and I'll completely understand if a lot of you want to skip it. But I had to mention that before I start. As always, if you want to send a story, you can find a link down in the description to my website. And without further ado, let's get into the stories. Stay hungry. This happened almost 3 years ago, and I do apologize on how long it'll be. I met my close friend Michaela back in high school in 2015, where I was a junior and she was a freshman. We originally started out as partners for our psychology class, but our relationship grew and we saw each other as close friends, and at times, a mentor and mentee, since Michaela was interested in pursuing art after high school, just like me. After I graduated, I began my studio art studies at my local university. And a while later, Michaela got accepted into the same art program as me, but chose to start at our local community college to save money, which I completely agreed with and fully supported. After all, there's no shame in going to community college first. Now it's February 2019 at this point. It had been a year since I last got to sit down with Michaela and catch up on the latest events in our lives, given that we've been focused on all our studies. We decided to meet up at this particular Starbucks location since it was a block away from the community's college downtown campus where Michaela's class was at, and it was 3 blocks from the university's School of Art where I was. We arrived and we greeted each other excitedly, and that was when Michaela then introduces her boyfriend at the time, Eric. I recognized him as one of the annoying kids that went on our high school's Japan trip with me, my boyfriend, our 3 friends, and 16 other students back in the summer of 2017. We exchanged greetings, and after a few minutes, Michaela and Eric said their goodbyes since he had to attend his next class at the downtown campus. Michaela and I talked for about 3 hours about anything and everything. I bring up Eric, and that's when Michaela suddenly laid it out on me that he was a complete nutbag. She explained how Eric was this clingy, possessive type of guy who got angry with Michaela with just about anything that had to do with women and art. Eric once got mad at her for drawing a nude model in her figure drawing art class. Michaela tried explaining that it was because art students had to draw the human anatomy in various poses, but he declared it as cheating somehow. He got mad when Michaela and him went to the art museum, and she happened to stare at an artwork of a nude woman. Eric was pretty much calling Michaela a cheater, as well as a closeted lesbian. You would think whether someone is an art person or not, they would understand and even appreciate the arts of the human body. But not Eric. Now, here's where it gets a little contradictory. Now, Michaela's a bit of an anime fan. I often recommend her shows that she would be interested in, and I warn her of other shows that she can tread carefully if she ever chooses to watch. Eric, however, was not like that. He begged and encouraged Michaela to watch the anime Goblin Slayer, and without warning her, she was horrified. Correct me if I'm wrong, but for those who don't know, slight trigger warning here, but I believe there's a scene in the very first episode where a character is raped by goblins. I myself have never seen it, but I heard you can hear and see the blurred out image of the goblins doing the act as it pans away. Eric didn't understand why Michaela didn't like the episode and had refused to watch the show entirely, so he was annoyed that she felt a little sick from the episode. Another contradictory thing about Eric is that while he hates Michaela looking at the human body, he openly shared with Michaela his hentai image collections, with many being underage anime girls. Michaela knew about hentai in general, but she felt disgusted and annoyed at Eric. So it's okay with him to like something that has to do with naked fictional characters, but it wasn't okay for Michaela when it comes to her studies. Michaela's choice in guys had been very poor, but I understand that she's trying to grow and move away from ending up like her mom. I mean, who would have ever thought that this is how Eric was? While Michaela was telling me about Eric and all that was mentioned, she got a text from him. Her eyes then widened in horror. Remember when I said it had been about 3 hours of me and Michaela talking? Well, Eric had texted Michaela asking if she was done with me yet. Turns out, he never even went to class. He walked back to campus to pick up his car, drove back to Starbucks, and then parked at a corner where we couldn't see him from inside. We both went from horrified to pissed. Now in general, you know that if you haven't seen a friend in a really long time, you just want to sit down and chat for a really long time, right? Well, apparently Eric assumed we were just going to be talking for 30 minutes, not 3 hours. He was angry at Michaela, and he was demanding her to get in the car so we can take her home. If I could drive, I would have immediately offered her a ride home, but I didn't have my license yet. Michaela assured me many times, however, and she stated she'll be fine. I walked her to Eric's car. He comes out and says,
"Didn't think it would be a long time for you two to talk."
And he then extends his hand out for a goodbye shake. I clasped his hand and I gripped it tightly, saying, "Yeah, Michaela and I love talking. You know, that's what happens when you catch up with a friend that you haven't seen in about a year." Eric tried letting go of my hand, but I held on. Michaela's like my little sister, and I expect for her to arrive home unharmed. I really don't need you to fuck around and find out from me. I let go of Eric's hand, and I smiled. I hugged Michaela, and I whispered for her to let me know when she gets home. A while later, she texted me she was home safe. Fast forward about 2 months later, and again, Michaela and I met up for lunch. She explains to me that after they left Starbucks, Eric had argued with Michaela and was convinced I was in love with her and that I was trying to steal her away from him. Eric was angry, stating how badly he wanted to hurt Michaela, but that he was restraining himself from doing so. Their argument became a heated shouting match, and instead of physically hitting one another, Michaela punched the dashboard and Eric punched his windshield. Without further incident, Michaela got home safe, only with a tender fist pretty much. Michaela and Eric have broken up about 2 weeks prior to our new lunch date, but he's been stalking her. It's gone to the point that Eric has skipped attending his classes at the downtown campus, and he drives 15 minutes to go to the community college's west campus, where the majority of Michaela's classes are. So, on the night Michaela broke it off with Eric, he couldn't cope with the news, and he took off running in the darkness of Michaela's neighborhood. She didn't know whether to look for him or not, but decided to just leave him. About a half hour later, she gets a call from him saying he's been crying and that he was hiding under his car, hoping Michaela would look for him. Already done with his shit at this point, she tells him to fuck off. Now, back to our lunch date. Michaela acknowledged that Eric was really bringing out the worst of her, to where she was physically punching things in frustration, as well as having verbal shouting matches with Eric. I was even more worried about Michaela's safety, and I suggested a restraining order. She gladly announced that she had actually filed for one after she broke up with Eric, and it was already in effect. Our lunch date ended, and a week later, Michaela calls asking if I could pick her up at the West Campus when her art class was over at 4 p.m. Since I already had my license, I happily obliged. From the university to the West Campus, it's a 30-minute drive, 20 without any traffic. I got there 5 minutes before class was to be dismissed. As I was waiting, I saw Eric pacing the art building's entrance. The way that Michaela's class is laid out is that the entrance to the art building opens and it leads you to 2 hallways in which there's 4 classes in each. Michaela's class was in the left hallway to the very end, so she wouldn't know about Eric standing outside the building's entrance. I called her, and I then warned her about Eric. Luckily, when class ended, Michaela was escorted out to my car by her instructor, who was well aware of the situation. I'm not sure where the campus security was at the time, since this was a small campus, and they didn't see the need to have one patrolling the area. Michaela gets in the car, and she quickly asks if we can drive her to her friend's house where she'll be staying at. It was a 30-minute drive up north, and I knew where her friend had lived at since I recognized the streets, as a childhood friend of mine lived in the area. I didn't hesitate to floor it out of the campus. Michaela's friend, who we'll call Jade, lived in a gated community, and in order for you to enter, you need to type in the code to gain access. Michaela gave me the code, and she notified Jade we were driving to her house, which was ETA 5 minutes. Jade was outside when we arrived, and out of courtesy, Jade had invited me in the house as well to cool down for a few. I was letting my guard down, since I'd believe Michaela was safe here in the gated community. However, the evening was setting in. I was getting ready to leave, and I was saying my goodbyes to Jade and Michaela. Their backs were turned to the sliding glass door of the backyard, and I was facing them in the doors. There was still a bit of sunlight left outside, and to my horror, the last bit of sunlight showed the silhouette of a figure jumping down from the wall. I then yelled, and the girls turned around quickly to then see the silhouette of Eric. Now, I was very stupid, but my adrenaline kicked in, and I immediately ran towards Eric after seeing that he was stumbling after landing wrong when he had previously jumped the 6 or 7 foot wall. He quickly got up and he charged at me too. And though Eric was 5'4", I do admit I'm a little on the heavier side at 5'1" for muscles and fat. I really like to think that it's my heavier side that helped, but maybe it was the adrenaline too. But I was able to tackle Eric to the ground. I struggled to hold him in place, but the skinny nutbag broke free from my grasp, and he proceeded to run at Michaela and Jade, who were already on the phone with the police. I tried tackling him once more, while he then yelled out,
"It's all your fault. It's everyone's fault. You're all taking her away from me."
I just began laughing and saying, "You're a fucking delusional shit. It's you." He tried spitting at me, but for fun, I decided to punch him square in his face twice. "I told you you'd fuck around and find out, didn't I?" Jade ran out the back, and she looked to see how he managed to scale the wall. Turns out, Eric had grabbed an old chair from a nearby alley, and he decided to bet his chances of jumping as high as he could and use his upper strength to hoist him up. I didn't understand how he knew Michaela was going to be at Jade's, but turns out, Eric had found out from one of Michaela's friends who revealed the location. Eric already knew where Jade lived, but without the access code, he decided to scale the wall in hopes to talk to Michaela, without caring for the restraining order. Eventually, the cops arrived quickly, and Eric was arrested. He was found to have hidden a knife, but in the midst of him landing wrong, he didn't prepare to take out his knife, let alone didn't expect for me to come out charging at him. If it weren't for me noticing Eric, or if I never accepted Jade's invitation to come inside, there's a good chance it would have ended completely different. After all this, Eric was charged with violating the restraining order, stalking, trespassing, and a lot of other stuff that were eventually discovered that weren't involved with the relationship turmoil. I haven't heard or seen from him since, but it's safe to assume he's currently in jail. Jade and I remained friends after this. Michaela's doing well and has since graduated from community college in 2021, and she's currently attending university 4 hours away from our hometown. I got to help Michaela in looking for different art programs for her both in-state and out-of-state, and she was offered scholarships to the university where she attends now. She hasn't dated since, and she wants to keep it that way. This all happened to my mother when I was just a baby. Before my mom married my dad, she had dated a man named Craig. At first he was sweet, but he slowly became abusive. My mom tried to leave him multiple times, but Craig always threatened her. After one violent argument, my mom waited and then fled in the middle of the night. Years had passed and she eventually got married and had me. My dad's work included a lot of traveling, so it was mostly just my mom and I alone in our big acreage home. My mom was in the kitchen making lasagna while I was sitting in my high chair. It was extremely hot that day, so she opened the kitchen door to let in some air. She heard heavy footsteps entering into the kitchen behind her. My excited mom assumed it was my dad, and she then turned around with a, "Hello, my love," and her excitement immediately turned to horror. There was Craig standing in the middle of our kitchen with a gun visibly tucked into his pants. Craig smiled at her and asked what she was making. My mom mustered enough courage, and she told him it was lasagna. She was physically shaking as Craig sat himself down beside me. He playfully pinched my cheek, and my baby self just laughed at him. My mom was holding back tears as she finally asked him what he was doing in the house. Craig then said that he just wanted to visit my mom and that he would leave when he was done eating. When the lasagna was ready, she had to serve him some. My mom took me and then sat across from Craig so she could keep an eye on him. Craig said he still had her things at his house and she was welcome anytime to come get them. My mom said she didn't need any of it though, and he could throw it out. Craig started to get agitated, and he said that she threw him away like the garbage too. Craig said she was acting tough, but that he knew deep down inside she was still the stupid girl he dated. Craig claimed that my mom needed him in her life, and that she couldn't function if he wasn't there to help her. He said he needed to be there to raise me because my dad was a loser who would never be able to protect my mom or I. Craig said if he was crazy, he could have easily kidnapped us or done things to my mom because my dad was a pussy who couldn't protect what was his. My mom started to cry, and she told Craig to leave the house. Craig said that it wasn't her house and that he had every right to be there. My mom then said if he didn't leave, she would call the police, which really made him angry. Craig then threatened if the cops got involved, he would hire men to cut her up into pieces and film it. My mom started to cry even louder, and an agitated Craig threw his plate, and then he yelled at her to stop crying and that he loved her. My baby self got scared and started to cry too, which then caused Craig to stand up and approach my mom. She jumped out of her chair with me cradled in her arms, and she then begged for Craig to spare my life. Craig tried to reach over to touch my mom, but she got so scared that she fell to the floor sobbing. The phone began to ring, and Craig became so overwhelmed that he ran out of the house. The cops and his own family found him about to shoot himself in the head. His adult son had to convince him not to do it. My mom was just so traumatized that she didn't want to deal with any of it, so she got a restraining order against him. Her and my dad then moved across the country. I was curious, and I decided to search this guy up. And I was absolutely shocked to see that he was dating a college-aged girl who looked just like the woman he couldn't have. He really was fucking insane. So before I begin on this next story, I just wanted to mention that this isn't exactly a crazy ex story, but I still felt like it fit the general theme and topic of this video. Major trigger warning for sexual assault. I would like to remain anonymous, and I'm going to be changing his name to avoid him finding out that I shared this story. I will also send screenshots and photos to verify the story, but I don't want them shared publicly. The story is very long. I'll refer to him as John. I met this man when I was around 16, and I became friends with him. That is, until he became obsessed with me, and I stopped talking to him because he was scaring me. I've recently found out that he's been lying to me about how old he was back then, and that he at the time was 26 years old, and he had also lied about his name to avoid me being able to identify him to law enforcement, or so I'm assuming. So now I'm almost 30, and I hadn't heard from John in years. I went out for one of my friend's birthdays about a year ago, and she wanted to go to a club. I don't dance, so I was kind of just hanging out awkwardly on the balcony of the club and having a drink, and all of a sudden, I started feeling really out of it. I also want to mention that I'd only had one drink, and I fell down. I don't really remember very much after that, but I woke up in a random motel with blood all over my legs, and no one else was there. For a few days, I didn't know what happened, until John started sending text messages saying that he had a really good night with me, and he started saying that we were in a relationship now, and that he couldn't wait for the baby to get here. I then realized that my blood had come from my IUD being pulled out of me that night. I can only assume that he somehow got into my phone and got my phone number the night he assaulted me, because we hadn't spoken in years and I had a new number. John proceeded to message me every day on different phone numbers, and would call me 50 plus times a day for months trying to figure out if I was pregnant. But because he never admitted to assaulting me, the police told me they couldn't arrest him without proof, and I still didn't know his real name at this time. One night though, my best friend came over to my house to spend the night, and then right after she left, a woman was kidnapped right in front of my house. Later that day, John had messaged my best friend on a Facebook account with a fake name and then said,
"So what were you two doing last night?"
I went to the police and I showed them a photo, as well as the messages he sent to her, and they again said that wasn't proof and that he didn't do anything wrong. The harassment continued to the point that I actually had to change jobs because I was so scared that he was going to show up in my work and try to kidnap me. Well, about a month after the kidnapping, John had started calling me around midnight over and over. I then heard something at one of my windows, and I realized that he was trying to break into my house. I called my best friend and the police, and he left when he heard me on the phone with the police. And he called the police as well, saying that I was his ex-girlfriend, and that he had left a gun in my house that he wanted back. He started sending messages saying things like,
"Can I please have my stuff back?"
and
"I don't know why you're acting like you're scared of me, because we had a really good relationship."
the police showed up to my house and I showed them the messages. The police officer texted him from my phone to not contact my number anymore, and they found a loaded gun right outside of my house. He had already left, and he gave the police the same fake name. The messages and calls stopped for about a month after this incident. That is, until I started receiving gifts on my porch. They came with notes attached, telling me how sorry he was that he caused us to break up, and how all he wanted to be was my child's dad and husband one day. He then messaged my best friend again, asking her if she would help us get back together, and that if he keeps messaging me, if I'll keep getting mad at him. I ended up finding out his real name, and I found multiple charges for assaulting women and kidnapping, amongst other things. The police have told me my only option at this point is to get a restraining order, but no one knows where this man lives, and he doesn't have a job, so it's going to be almost impossible to find him. And that it's not illegal for him to be in my neighborhood or to send messages, because he hasn't been served a no contact order. I'll be sure to provide an update if anything else happens in the future. Hey everyone, welcome back to a new video. This is something a little different than I normally do. It's just one story that's pretty long. I hope you enjoy it. And if you have any long stories like this, feel free to send them. I might start doing videos like this every now and then. And as always, you can send your stories at southerncannibal.com, if you want to, that is. Without any further interruptions, let's get into the stories. And remember to always stay hungry. Disclaimer: there's a suicide at the end of this story. This is a long story. My stalker lasted over several years, and it's taken me a few years to really get going with my life after this. At the time, I was in my mid to late 20s. I would say I was an average looking female, at least in my opinion. I'm also a little bit on the chubby side. I had worked in retail for over 10 years. My last retail jobs were for 2 clothing stores and a baby store. Yes, I was working 3 part-time jobs in a small city, largest in the state. At the time, hardly anyone was hiring for full-time because they didn't want to pay for benefits and whatnot. My first job was at one of the 2 clothing stores in an outdoor mall. One day, an older guy walked into the store. Not knowing his name, he'll be known as Bob. Bob was roughly in his early to mid-40s. He was balding on top, with quite a few age spots. Bob had bad posture with an ill-fitted suit. The ill-fitted suit made him look bigger around his midsection. He also had some yellowing teeth, with a black spot on a couple of the front teeth. Bob came into the store and just looked around really. I was working in the kids section of the clothing store. Bob stopped in front of me after browsing the store. I was refolding the shirts. He tried to get a look at my face before proceeding to ask for help. This happens quite often to me when working on the sales floor. I was anticipating answering the normal questions about the clothes which I normally get. For example, my child is 8 years old. How would this fit them? Why are these clothes so expensive? They're cheaper at Walmart. And of course, do you know how many kids I have? Do you have a multiple children discount? Yeah, every day wanting to tell people off who ask questions like this. In this case, Bob wanted to know how to pronounce my name on my name tag. Do I have a boyfriend? How old am I? And what days will I be working at this store? This does happen sometimes, and I would usually have an answer to distract away from these questions. But this time, it was different. His smile was off. He leaned in with every question, and the musky smell that reeked off of him would put you into a daze. I was stunned, and I probably had a weird look on my face. That's when my coworkers noticed that something was off about me. When they saw me in distress, they came over to get me away from the situation. My coworkers knew, but not Bob. One of my coworkers came and told me to go to the back, that the manager needed me. My walkie must be dead, so I should go change it out. And she told me she would assist the customer for now. So I left and I went to the back. I approached the manager in her office, and I had to let her know what had happened. She closely watched Bob and the cameras in the office. In the meantime, I was working some back stock in the back. From here, my manager told me to let her know if I see him in the store again. She was willing to help me at all costs. Following this first encounter came many more. Since I worked part-time for this store, I had no regular schedule. I was just scheduled whenever I was needed, sometimes early morning or even closing. Since Bob didn't get his answers the first time, in his mind he had to try more. Bob kept coming in and requesting to see me. As part of the policies, we couldn't give out the other employees' schedules. When I would be working there was also a heads up from another coworker. They gave me time to go to the back, just in time. When Bob leaves, I get the okay to go back to the front. Upper management found out, and they had changed my hours to restocking, which was fine with me. So I was working back stock and regular stock when the trucks came in 2 times a week. I didn't have to deal with rude customers. The only setback was that work had started at 4 a.m. and I had to be there before the truck to help unload. Because I could only work these hours, I didn't really make much. This is where the second job comes in. I got a job at a baby store, which was a 5-minute drive via the freeway. I had to learn all the products available in the store. I had started this job, and I had only been here for about 3 to 4 months now. I was mostly assigned to the clothing and accessories section. I never got to start the registers yet. One day I left my first job late. I was usually out by 10 a.m., and I had started my next shift at my second job by 11 a.m. Yes, I would normally have plenty of time to get to job 2 and be changed into the uniform that was required. On this particular day, the truck was late though by 30 minutes, and because this batch was a new collection, which usually changes by season, I had ran late by 1 hour. I called in late to my second job. After finishing my shift from the first job, I called my second job in the parking lot on my way to my car. Like a fool, I never really got to look around the parking lot. I was just way too focused on getting to my other shift. At this time, without knowing, Bob was in the parking lot, sitting in his vehicle. Because I only saw Bob in the store, I had no idea at the time what he drove. I was also parked in the back of the store. That's where we were permitted to park. This was a spillover lot. After getting to my car was when I then realized that I forgot to change into my uniform. The uniform was sitting in the back of my car. I figured it would be too much of a hassle to go back inside and change, so I decided to change in my car. Because of me being in marching band in high school, I was able to change in my car without flashing people. I changed from casual dress into my uniform for the baby store. I got to my second job and clocked in. The break room and offices are located upstairs. I had just come down from the break room. The door to the break room is located in the front near the bathrooms and the changing and breastfeeding area. The room is designated for breastfeeding mothers and people who needed to change their babies. As I opened the door and stepped out of the doorway so the door could lock, Bob had just appeared from around the corner, standing at the doorway with a huge smile, while the stale smell of cheap cigarettes wafted from him. My heart sank, and all of the blood felt like it left my body. My mind started to race with questions. How did he know I worked here? Why was he here? And he wears a suit all the time. Does he have a job? Why is he bothering me? I stood there paralyzed with a shocked look on my face. A look that brought a lot of joy to Bob's face. All of this was interrupted by a lady who had tried to squeeze behind him with her stroller. She had left the changing/feeding room. This lady didn't say excuse me or try to get any of our attention so we could move. She just acted like her Buick of a stroller could fit anywhere. The stroller had knocked Bob forward, and he had quickly put his arm out to catch himself on the doorway above my shoulder. He smiled some more. Those couple of seconds felt like hours of awkward silence. I was still terrified on how to react. The silence was then broken by one of the managers. She had just come into the shift and down the stairs. The door swung open and accidentally clipped Bob's elbow. When he snapped back his arm, I kind of flinched. To the manager's eyes, it looks like the disheveled man just hit one of her employees. Bob scrambles to compose himself, stunned by my manager. She immediately asks if I'm okay. Still standing with a shocked look on my face, she takes me away from this guy. Before we could get 2 steps away from Bob, he had then choked out a,
Hey, wait, she was helping me.
My manager then asked what he was needing help with. He wasn't quick with a response, so the manager told him to come over with any questions he may have. She pulled me behind the register to talk to me. I then explained how Bob had stalked me at my first job. I'd let her know that my first job had already filed police reports about this man. Then I'd tried to file a harassment and stalking report with the police, but as usual, the police stated nothing can be done. From this day forward, my manager and upper management were aware of the situation, and they also kept security in the loop. We were in the small plaza. Security was mainly for the two bigger stores, which was the baby store I work at and a Bed Bath & Beyond. The new rule that was implemented was for me to be escorted to my car by any employee available if security was unavailable. For my first job, security had to escort me through the outdoor mall to my car, and if security wasn't available, then a male employee escorted me. Most of the time it was security though, and yes, there were rumors on both jobs about why I needed security. Just like my first job, my second started to randomly schedule me during odd shifts. I still had many more hours than my first job though, but not enough to total a full-time job. Shortly after getting my second job, I got my third. Another high-end clothing brand. This time it was a 20 to 30 minute drive via freeway. I worked at the mall on the other end of the city. I was able to settle in quite nicely. Things had started to look up from here. By now, it's been a few weeks into the new job, and no new sightings from Bob. I was so happy that it was ending, that he had finally lost interest. But before I could celebrate, while sitting in traffic, going from job 1 to job 3, I then saw Bob waving to me from the next car over, stuck in stopped traffic. He was there, staring and smiling. All I could think of was an expletive word. But before I could say it, the man had the gall to wave to me. Like if we were best friends in the past or something that had lost connection over the years. After another moment of feeling petrified, came anger. From the anger, my goal was to still get away. And yes, this was unsafe at the time, but I did what I could to get away from him. I tried to merge and get in front of as many cars as I could. I cut people off and I squeezed into spots that I know my car wouldn't normally fit. I'm not proud of that, but I felt at the time that it had to be done, knowing that the police wouldn't help. I eventually got to the mall and parked as close to the mall entrance as I could. Not to the main entrance, but to the back way that all of the mall workers can go through. I ran down the creepy corridor with flickering lights that barely kept the hall lit. I busted out one of the side doors that peeks through two of the mall stores. I got to the store and ran to the back. I didn't see Bob after that, and I kept a close eye on the storefront. No Bob. Did I get lucky this time? Hours passed by, and still no Bob. Soon days passed by, and just like before all my jobs, there hasn't been any new Bob sighting. I wait to celebrate though. The last time I tried to celebrate, Bob would come back into my life. So I just went on, working my 3 jobs. I was struggling with scheduling. Both job 1 and 2 added more hours. Getting enough sleep, eating normally, and just trying not to lose my damn mind. The first month of working all 3 jobs started to get easier to schedule. I can juggle the 3 a little better. Even though work was getting better, I started to have nightmares. Bob started to invade my mind. At work, I would get anxiety, imagining seeing Bob's face pop up anywhere and everywhere. Every time I would smell cheap cigarettes on a random customer, I would automatically imagine Bob with his yellow smile. I would feel an instant cold consume me. All of the anxiety really stressed me out, not knowing if Bob would appear from behind me. Knowing that it's been a little over a month, I know that Bob will soon make his appearance, and I knew that my new boss would have to know. The manager for job 3 listens and lets me know that I would be protected. Basically the same info that job 1 and 2 provided me. The supervisors, after hearing about my stalker, take it as a joke. Again, I'm on the chubby side. And to them, no one of my size could ever even have a stalker. So they mock me and laugh, saying that I should get over myself, that I'm just craving attention, and that I'm not pretty enough to get a stalker. I also want to add that job number 3 has a bunch of size 0 model looking employees. Me and my chubby self didn't meet their standards for beauty. Another week goes by, and dressing mostly mannequins, and I ended up catching the eye of a guy who worked the jewelry counter at a jewelry store across the way. This guy only stared and smiled with the occasional wave. He would often bring snacks and food to me. I asked him not to, that it's nice but not wanted. I was too afraid that if I was nice to the guy, he might take it the wrong way and then end up with another stalker. The jewelry guy wouldn't give up. Yes, he was always persistent, but always nice about it. I did keep telling him that I'm not available or that I'm too busy for a relationship of any kind, but his kind gestures became creepy. Before it can get any creepier, Bob enters the scene. Bob had now found me at my 3rd job. He would come by and stare at me through the window front. He had done this several times throughout the week. He would come and stand by the window. Occasionally, he would be pacing or sitting on the bench in the middle of the walkway, wearing the same ill-fitted suit. I was so busy with work that I hadn't noticed Bob at first. Whenever he would watch through the windows, I was notified about Bob by the jewelry guy. The jewelry guy got protective, and he had tried to lure away Bob. Again, dread had swept through me. Why is he doing this? How did the police not see this as a threat? Will I be safe when I go home? Will my family be safe when I go home? I live at home with my parents because I help take care of them. They really need help going to doctor's appointments and whatnot. This is the reason why I have 3 jobs, to take care of the bills. It's already been a few months since this started, and I haven't told my family. I just don't want them to know and worry. Yes, they've been in the dark about Bob this whole time. Bob gets brave enough to enter the store and take his time. He would act like it's a game. He would look out from behind the racks, like his own version of peekaboo, all with little glances and half smiles. By this time, he knows. He knows he's gotten into my head. I feel trapped with him in the vicinity. Soon the other employees take notice. Instead of helping me, they bring him towards me, and they then mock that he's my boyfriend. When he hears this, he lights up, like if they're his favorite words in the world. Once management gets complaints from the other customers about Bob's creepiness, it starts to really become an issue. I make complaints to the supervisors and I plead for help, but they all just laugh and continue to mock me, even in front of Bob. Bob is okay with it though, because they're feeding his delusional fantasy. Because the supervisors didn't take anything seriously, the complaints got to the manager and upper management. It got so bad that the district manager had to visit the store because no one was addressing the customers' complaints. When the district manager visits, it's camouflaged as a surprise visit. Of course, the district manager is appalled by the attitude and work ethic of the Modelisk employees. The whole store is not up to par. Everything could also look a whole lot better. When the district manager walks in, he's greeted by employees on the cell phones. Not caring who's in the store, I'm in the back working back stock and working the dressing room, trying to keep everything good and trying to help all of the customers on the floor. Before I can acknowledge the district manager, the jewelry guy comes flying into the store. The jewelry guy apparently knows who the district manager is and immediately requests to speak with him. The two then disappear into the back room. After being made aware of who he is in the store, everyone in the meantime tries to work harder to show that they're capable of working there. Very soon, I get called into the back, and as soon as I walk into the back office, I'm questioned about an older man who demands to see me. From what the district manager was told by all my supervisors and coworkers, was that the older man was my boyfriend and had really caused distractions. All of them lied. I was thrown under the bus. This made me angry enough to cry. I spoke up with tears welling in my eyes, telling the district manager everything about my stalker. I had even given him the names and numbers to my 2 other job managers, and that this is an ongoing issue. I also told him to look at the cameras. I had also explained to him how all the other employees and supervisors had only listened to me with deaf ears and made fun of me. The district manager actually listened. He questioned everyone who was working that day. They, of course, all lied for each other. But of course, complaints that were filed by customers and the jewelry guy weighed in on things too. The complaints that the district manager was there for didn't only pertain to me. It was also about the other employees and their lack of attention to customers. Sales were down, and management was really slacking on paperwork, as well as reporting the correct numbers for inventory. After a one-on-one with all of the store employees, the district manager came to the conclusion that the store's troubles are not because of the product, but because of the employees, and it helped him weed out all of the bad employees. There was a purge on most of the employees throughout that week. I got to keep my job, and I got the direct number for the district manager if I ever had any problems at the store. In the meantime, Bob was still lurking in the mall. Bob had also been given a copy of my schedule at my 3rd job, so he knew when to be around. Most days I worked 2 jobs, but today I was scheduled for all 3. My day started at 4 a.m. for job number 1. It started slow but went smoothly. Job number 2 was fine with no hiccups at 1 p.m. Job number 3 started at 6 p.m. and I came into the parking lot. I looked around the parking lot and I didn't see anything suspicious. I walked to the entrance and down the poorly lit hall. When walking through the entrance, the heavy metal door slammed shut. I hadn't seen anything unusual, so I decided to take my time. I just kept going without looking back. The door slammed shut again from behind, and as I was about 1/4 of the way down the hall, just thinking that it's another employee, I kept walking. But I did start to walk a little faster. The footsteps behind me sounded like a shuffling sound, the sound of them echoing off the cinder block walls. I took longer strides and a little more of a faster pace. The shuffling sound went from a slow pace to a light jog. My heartbeat started to fasten. I looked back and I saw Bob. He was running towards me in the hall. I quickly turned around and I started to run. I'm not going to let him catch me. He was moving quickly, his shoes hitting the cement floor echoing in the hall. His running sounded like he was coming at me from all directions. I just knew in my head, he's going to do something to me, and no one would ever know. But before I could get to the end of the hall, the door flew open, and security was doing a walkthrough when I then yelled out for help. It took them a second to understand the situation before running towards me. While still running towards them, I looked back and pointed. "He's the stalker. He won't leave me alone." And Bob turned around and ran. He was quick, but he wasn't fast enough to outrun security. They had caught him, and they phoned over to my job. The manager who was in the office for the time being took the call. I'd let him know what happened. A police report was made, another one for my collection, and I still had no standing ground with the police. Again, there was nothing at all they could do about it. By this time, I knew I had to call home. I just got too scared to be tough anymore. I called home in tears, and I explained to my parents about what happened. They were pretty mad because I never informed them about the stalker, but even more upset because they weren't able to protect me. I wasn't allowed to go anywhere by myself at all. One of my 3 brothers had to go with me, no matter where I went. I was dropped off at work, and I was picked up at work by one of my brothers. 3 jobs for almost 2 years and on stalker watch. It had really started to take its toll. Not only on me, but for those who had to look out for me. My family, my coworkers, security. My mind had started to unroll, not only from rude and overprivileged customers, but also the anxiety and stress of knowing that Bob will come back again. I quit all of my jobs. I was unemployed for about a month or two before I got a full-time position for a health insurance company. And by this time, I hadn't seen Bob for a very long time. My security squad was disbanded. No more nightmares with little anxiety. I worked customer care for a medical insurance company. It was nice to be working in a different part of the city, still across town from where I lived. After working there for over 4 months, I noticed that a random car from patient parking would follow my car around the parking lot. For example, I was always in the employee parking, but parked whenever a spot was available. This one vehicle that was parked in patient parking one day is parking way too close or next to my vehicle the following day. I was cautious, but I thought of it as another worker somewhere in a different department. Besides, no one could follow me into the building because a key card was needed. When I got done with work, so was the other occupant of the other vehicle. And no, it wasn't the same vehicle as my stalker, but they had always followed me towards my home. At first, it would follow me to the freeway. The following day, it got into the freeway, but got off before the interchange. The next day, however, it would get onto the interchange, but then it would get off soon after. Then it would almost follow me home. I didn't want to assume that it was a stalker, but going across the city to my home, I would often go different ways through the side streets and main streets. I ended up finding out where the police stations were. This vehicle would stop mid-city at first, and then follow a little further each time. Once I pulled into the police station parking lot, the car would turn around and leave. I would wait in the parking lot for about 30 minutes before going home. It got to a point where I had to tell my supervisor. Security was kept on lookout for the vehicle, and cops were notified. And yet again, they told me they couldn't do anything. The vehicle that had followed me had stopped. By this time, I had almost made it to a full year at this job. After finding another full-time job with better benefits, I quit this one. The new job was located further from my last job, at the very edge of the city, borderline into the next city. I was working for a medical supply company. It was an office job, on and off the phones. We were able to see new patients who needed instructions on how to use certain equipment, patient consultation. After working this job for a few months, that's when a surprise came. Bob came in, needing a fitting for some equipment. He recognized me through the glass. My desk was in the area where we can see the walk-ins and then notify whomever was able to help with the walk-ins. My job was mostly working with patient insurance. When I saw him, I got so scared. It felt like all of the blood drained from my body, and my coworkers noticed. Everything that I'd gotten over immediately came back within 10 seconds. My supervisor pulled me into the break room around the corner and out of sight of the window. I had to let him know about Bob and what had happened the last few years. I was struggling to keep back tears and not have a panic attack. My supervisor calmed me down before heading to the manager's office. He told the manager. I was able to stay in the break room and then just wait until Bob left. Bob didn't leave with ease. He had asked questions about me. No answers were given. When Bob left, I was able to get back to work, and shortly after, I was called into the manager's office. There I explained what happened in the past. Every time, I was seconds away from a panic attack. This time though, I was able to go into a full panic attack. Bob kept coming back. This time he wasn't going to let me go. Bob had started to come back with complaints of ill-fitted equipment and saying that pieces were missing. My manager had to stand next to me by my cubicle and stare down Bob. My manager would tell me to keep my head down and to not look up. One day when I went to have lunch in my car because the break room was full, Bob was waiting outside in his car. Then I noticed it. It was the same car that kept following me in my last job. It was the same vehicle. It was Bob. He casually got out of his vehicle and walked over to mine. I quickly locked the doors. What should I do? He has something in his hand. Is it a weapon? Am I going to die today? I try to calm my mind. Bob just stands there and says, "I finally found you." I got scared and I called my manager, panicking. I told him about how Bob was outside of my vehicle. The manager came outside to escort me back in. I quickly fled with my manager back into the building. My manager put his arm around me and made sure to get my purse, and he had also locked my car for me. I was comforted by my other coworkers, and my manager called the cops. About 5 minutes had passed. Bob had come into the building raging and screaming. He said that he was always there for me. How dare I go into the arms of other men? The other employees in the previous management, who were all male, he saw them as threats. That sent him off and fueled his rage. Hell, any guy I smiled at in general sent him off. He said how he followed me to make sure I was safe, that I couldn't get away from him. He then went off on another rant about how he imagined us being together, that he knew he found the one when he first saw me smile at him in the store, how that made him feel more than what any other woman has ever made him feel, that we could be together no matter what. At the time, my manager kept telling me just to not listen. While on the phone with the cops, I got angry again. I'm not going to be scared. I then got up and went to the window. I ended up telling this guy off, that I wasn't scared anymore. I called him sad and lonely, that no one wanted him, and I said some more mean things. Everything offensive to him, I said it. My manager pulled me away and asked me to go to the break room. He needed me to cool down. I for sure thought I was going to be fired, when right then, my manager walked in. He said that Bob got arrested, destruction of property. He tried to shatter the window and he had trashed the front door. I got asked to leave early and to be ready for work the following day. I went home with my head held high. I beat him. I finally fucking beat him. The very next morning I went to work, feeling on top of the world because I finally confronted Bob. The day was going good, until late morning. My deskmate got a panicked phone call from her wife. Since my deskmate's wife was battling cancer, the phone call sent her chills. It wasn't the cancer. She went into remission. She got the good news from a doctor. She went to the mall to celebrate. She was hysterical and crying. But she had witnessed an older gentleman committing suicide in the mall. She stated that the older man climbed over the rails, and how he was crying and saying that the love of his life renounced their love, that she had denied his love and didn't even want to give him a chance, that he was heartbroken and he had no other reason to live. He wanted to make sure that there were witnesses to his broken heart. He pulled out a knife from his pocket and he swiped it across his neck. He then fell head first off the second story. He landed on the ground head first. A loud pop had echoed through the mall. His body had landed near the children's merry-go-round. When my deskmate's wife described the man, she described Bob. I was really filled with happiness because he was gone, but also guilt, as he probably had a lot of issues, and I didn't know how to deal with his feelings. But because law enforcement didn't pay attention or didn't want to help for several years, this guy went about thinking what he did was normal. I'm not really sure if he had a family of his own, and there was little to no coverage by local news media. I never did get to know his actual name. I thought I would be okay after this. It's been 10 years since all of this happened. I'm going to therapy for it. I'm finding out that this was nowhere near my fault, but I still feel guilty. Always watch out for people. There really are some crazies out there. Hey everyone, welcome back to a new video. As always, if you have a story of your own that you might want to share, you can submit your own story at southerncannibal.com, link down in the description. Also, I know people hate sponsors, but there's a small segment in the middle of this video. Try to not get too angry. I really do appreciate all of your guys' support. And without further ado, let's get into the stories. And remember to always stay hungry. I'm a 20-year-old female. I live in an area that not everyone would consider safe, but I've gotten used to it since I've grown up in it, and I never really heard much happening where my house was located in. On this day, I was feeling very sick. No, it wasn't COVID, but my nose and throat were very dry. It almost felt like I swallowed a bunch of sandpaper. Anyways, my parents were busy and out of the house, and I realized that we didn't have any cough drops, which I needed, and I decided to walk to the Walgreens near my house. It was about a 10-minute walk. I went to the store on my own, and to make matters worse, it was a hot summer. I usually wear both of my headphones so that I can avoid talking to people or random guys talking to me, and there were plenty of those. Keep in mind, I'm a 6-foot-tall woman, and I did Marine RO, so I can easily say that I would always win a fight or that I look intimidating. Anyways, I was coming back home, and I'd passed a couple who were going the opposite direction I was. I had a clear look at them because the man was wearing a whole cub shirt, and the woman had a very red shirt. I saw that they were staring, and I could feel them staring at me while I was walking away. But I didn't pay too much attention to it, since I've never really been in a situation like that. Well, when I was going to cross a street, I then stopped myself because there's two ways to get back to my house. I either pass a park, which for some reason that day was pretty much complete with people, or I go through an alley. And I know it must sound cliche, but the alley was the way faster way home. So I made the stupid decision to go through the alley. I had a very bad gut feeling halfway through that someone was following me, and lo and behold, it was the guy with the cub shirt. At first, I didn't really mind because I realized this guy was a lot shorter than me, at like 5'6" or 5'7". But as I was walking, I saw that in the other end of the alley, which was where I was supposed to walk towards, there was a brown van, which I could then see a person sitting in the driver's seat with a bright red shirt on. I automatically turned around to then see the guy, and I saw that he was getting closer to me. So as fast as the situation was going, I then reacted, and I turned towards the guy and ran towards him. And as soon as he saw me running towards him, he then tried to reach for something. But before he did so, I then punched him on the side of his head with the side of my right arm, which was actually enough to make him fall. And I then ran as fast as I could out of the alley to the park, which happened to be on the other side of the alley. But at the same time I was running out of there, I had heard screeching tires of that van from behind me. I was able to cross over to run over to the next side where the park was located, and I then stopped right there due to me being unable to breathe properly because, like I said before, I was sick, my nose was stuffed, and it was hot. Luckily there was a lady that saw I looked pretty panicked, and she then asked me if I was okay. I went on to explain to her that these two people just tried to kidnap me, and I asked her if I could just stay with her for a while. She agreed. I texted my sisters that we're still home, that I was going to take a little bit longer because of the line in the store, because I just didn't want them to panic or anything. Still, meanwhile I was doing that, I saw the same damn guy on the other side of the street which the park was facing, and I then told a lady that that was the guy. As soon as she saw him standing there trying to hide behind a parked car, she started screaming at him, then saying, "Get the fuck away before she calls the cops." And as soon as she started yelling at him, others caught on to what was happening, and the guy then decided to begin walking away, little by little thinking people wouldn't see him. And what do you know? Then that damn brown van comes along and picks him up. As soon as I felt like it was okay for me to go, I said thank you to the lady, and she asked if I wanted her to walk me home. But I said it was okay since I didn't live that far away and I could jog it. As soon as I got home, I explained the situation to my 18-year-old sister, as I thought she would understand the situation better than my younger one. We decided to not call the cops because we didn't have any evidence, and as you can imagine, the police most likely wouldn't do much, because again, I don't live in a very safe area. I didn't tell my parents due to not wanting them to get worried and be scared about this. But I'm very grateful for that woman, and I really owe her a huge thank you. Be safe out there, because no matter how big or tall you might be when you're in those situations, fear still has its way of creeping up on you. I'm 37 years old, and this happened when I was 7. It won't seem that scary to some people, but to a 7-year-old child, it was terrifying. I was sitting out on my front porch swing looking at the cars going by. For a little context, the front of my house faces a busy road, and we have a huge front yard with a bunch of flowers, and we always got compliments on how gorgeous our yard was. Anyway, as I was relaxing, I noticed a beat-up old car slowing down as they drove past my house, and I just thought that maybe he was looking at the yard, so I was calm. Then, I noticed the guy turn around and started coming down the other side of the street, and he then made a U-turn to drive by my house yet again. I was getting kind of freaked out at this point. After he drove by, he pulled down a side road then went up into the housing development, and my house was the last one on the street. I sat and watched as he drove down the lane and then stopped, giving me a big and sinister smile, then saying, "Hi, little girl. How's it going?" I freaked the hell out and I ran inside to tell my mom and dad. My dad got mad and he grabbed his gun, then going outside, and when I pointed the guy out, he then screeched his tires and drove away. It scared the hell out of me because I was only a little girl. After that experience, I'm always very aware of other people, and if I ever get a bad vibe from someone, I know to get away from them ASAP. As always, please everyone, be careful out there. It really is a crazy world. Just to begin, I'm a 21-year-old female. At the time of this story, I had been in elementary school, and I'm not exactly sure how old I was. My uncle owns a cabin in the mountains, and when I was a child, my family would always get together at this cabin to spend some time together, at least twice a year. I consider this cabin to be a second home for me. I always felt so safe and comfortable there. So when this day happened, it totally ruined it for me. A few streets down from our cabin, there's a clubhouse with a pool, a hot tub, and an area to play pool and ping pong. On this particular day, my cousin KH, my sister KS, and I decided to walk down to the clubhouse to go for a swim. The walk there was a breeze, and we had a really great time at the pool. After we were done, we began our walk home. Something to note is that from a very early age, I've always been a very fast walker. People who walk very slow have always driven me crazy. After a few minutes of walking, I remember getting very frustrated by how slow my sister and cousin were walking. They were walking very slow, and also excluding me out of their conversation anyways, so I decided to walk ahead of them. After walking only a few minutes, I had completely lost them. There was no sign of them behind me. As I was walking down the dirt road, I saw this white Jeep driving towards me. As soon as they had seen me, they quickly turned around and then started following me down the road. I saw them rolling their window down and then following quickly behind me. My fight or flight instinct kicked in immediately, and I then took off down the road. They continued following me, but thankfully, I was just a few minutes away from our cabin, so I did manage to make it home safely. Once they saw that I was home, they then took off in the other direction. I then ran inside the cabin completely out of breath and yelled for my uncle. I told him everything that happened, and he decided to get in the car to go look for this white Jeep. Of course, they were nowhere to be seen. This definitely could have been a whole lot worse if I wasn't aware of stranger danger, but I ran the fastest that I've ever ran in my entire life. The moral of the story is to never walk alone, especially as a child. Even as an adult, I never walk anywhere alone because of this. My paranoia is off the charts. It's really wild how one day can change the way you look at the world. Don't ever think it can't happen to you. Be safe. Hey everyone. I need to take a quick moment and a little break from the stories to thank today's sponsor, ShipStation. Have you ever been in the process of ordering something, but you had to abandon the cart because the shipping was just way too expensive? Well, that's what makes ShipStation so great. When you use ShipStation, you can lower shipping costs, and it makes returns easy and keeps your customers happy. ShipStation works great if you have your own small business. Whether it's on Etsy, Instagram, eBay, or wherever it is, it can really be beneficial to your business. You'll get the best discounts in the industry, and you'll never have to worry about overpaying for shipping. You can get up to 84% off USPS and UPS rates, and if that's not enough, you can use my promo code to try ShipStation for free for 2 months. You also get a free trial and quick setup. Now's the time to try ShipStation if you've ever been on the fence. Keep growing your business all year long with ShipStation. Use promo code CANNIBAL today at ShipStation.com to sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's ShipStation.com, promo code CANNIBAL. Back in May 2020, I was in Portland, Oregon. I went there for college, and I graduated the year before, but I was still living in Portland State campus in non-student housing. I had a friend who did, however. She lived up on a one-way hill at an apartment complex called the Amy. The walk from her apartment to mine is about 3 to 4 minutes, and I've never felt uncomfortable, no matter the time of day going home. We hung out one night, and I left later than I normally did. It was around 5 a.m. Since it was still dark and very early in the morning, I told my friend I would update her when I got to certain areas of the walk. While I normally listen to music or YouTube on my walk home, I decided to enjoy the quiet downtown. As soon as I get outside the main doors, I then hear a car start to the left of me in the parking lot that was backed into the spot. But as I started walking, a newer and nice white hatchback drove past me slowly. The man had Apple Maps up, so I thought he was just lost. But I still kept my eye on the car as it then went down the hill. Now there's another complex at the bottom of the hill, and the car turned right into that parking lot, just not all the way. They did a 3-point turn to where their headlights were now facing right at me. At this point, I was at the bottom of the hill, and I stood facing towards him, looking directly at him to let him know I see him. He slowly drove past me, looking directly at me, and then took another 3-point turn to where he was now backed up on the wrong way in a one-way. It was like we were playing chess, and now it was my move. I could either run across the bridge towards the campus or back up the hill. I called my friend and she answered quickly. I didn't even let her speak. I just told her, white car, 094. As those were the first 3 license plate numbers, and I then ran up the hill so fast. I heard the sound of tires burning on the road, but I didn't look back after I made it to the main doors of my friend's complex. When I did, the car was speeding on the freeway entrance closest to the bridge. As it turns out, this isn't the first time the man tried this. Before I met my friend, she would have to leave for work around this time, and it happened to her twice. The first time, she had noticed the car following her to the bus stop, but there was someone else out, so she thought nothing of it. Then, in November 2019, for a second time, she noticed the same white car following her down the hill, but she was alone this time. She turned around to get home, but walked to not let the man know she was on to him. As she was walking, she heard the car driving slowly behind her, and then a car door open. She then ran at that point. This means two things. One, the man wasn't alone in the car. The back windows were tinted, so someone was hiding. And two, this is one of probably many spots that they stake out for young women that are walking alone. I made a report to the cops, and I contacted the apartment complex to make their college residences aware of this man. Nothing came from either of those, sadly, and I felt so hopeless. I didn't leave out any details I can remember to help others still in that area, and to also remind everyone that awareness is key. Before this experience, I walked around Portland without a care in the world or any self-defense. My paranoia was always on when I was outside my home, and while I like to think it turned into a healthy awareness, I'm always armed with a knife. My heart still drops whenever I think I'm being followed, or whenever I'm alone and there's a man, car or not. Listen to your intuition and stay safe, my friends. This happened back in 2008, and at the time I was 8 years old. My mom and I had gone shopping to a Big Lots located at a plaza not too far away from our house. This plaza was notorious for crime. There were lots of panhandlers, drug addicts, and people getting mugged. You get the picture. Behind the Big Lots was a large park, and the other side of that was a wooded area, and to the right was a high school. This will be important later. So anyways, we're doing our shopping, and I needed to use the restroom. My mom and I went to the restroom, which was located at the far back corner of the store, away from everything else. Also, it's important to note that the restroom's view from the rest of the store is blocked by an aisle shelf. Another important detail is there's an emergency exit door right next to the men's restroom that leads out the back of the store to the park. This will also be important. Anyways, I go into the restroom and I sit on the toilet to do my thing, and I lock the stall door. My mom was standing right outside the restroom waiting. Well, not even 15 seconds after I get in the stall, I then hear footsteps hurriedly running up to the stall door, and then somebody starts throwing their whole body against the door. They do this twice, and I then said that I was in there. Another quick detail to note is that this restroom has 2 stalls, and the other one was empty. So if this guy needed the stall that bad, he could have just used the other one. Anyways, after I said that, the guy again began throwing his whole body against the door repeatedly, so hard that the lock almost popped out of place, and the whole stall door was bowing inwards. I started screaming, and I then heard my mom come in and ask the man what the fuck he's doing. Now, here's what my mom told me since I didn't see it happen. Apparently he stopped, turned around, and then shoulder charged her, knocking her against the wall, then running out of the bathroom. I finished quickly, exit the stall, and I then see my mom holding the back of her head as she then stands up. Her head was bleeding, and there was actually a blood stain on the wall. He had pushed her down so hard that he hit her up against the wall and actually cracked her head open. Now, this was back in 2008, and at the time we didn't have any cell phones. So we then exited the bathroom, abandoning our shopping cart, and went to the front cash registers. My mom then explains what happened to one of the cashiers, and they called 911. The police arrive, and so does an ambulance to take my mom to the hospital. As she's being put in the ambulance, the police take a statement, and I then use the phone at the cash register to call my dad to come pick me up. While I'm waiting, the police take my mom's description of the guy and began searching the outside area. They reviewed the camera footage in the store, but unfortunately, the crappy cameras were from the 80s, and they were so pixelated you could hardly make anything out. The police couldn't really do much since they didn't have too much to go off of, other than one of the cashiers who told the police which way she seen the man go after she saw him leave the store. Fast forward about a week, and my mom's back home now after recovering. Well, one morning we were watching the news, and we see a story about a man who has apparently been arrested for attempted kidnapping at the Kroger in the same plaza. Apparently the guy had snatched a 2-year-old girl out of a shopping cart while her dad wasn't looking and tried to run out of the store with her. Luckily the dad tackled the guy to the ground before he could get away, and a bystander caught the girl as she fell from his arms. The guy had a knife on him, and he managed to stab the dad once before the dad managed to disarm him. The police arrived and arrested the man, and he was going to be charged with attempted kidnapping, attempted murder, and also assault with a deadly weapon. When the news channel then showed the man's picture, and both to my mom and I's horror, it was the same man that shoved her to the wall in the Big Lots. When the man was in the bathroom before, I hadn't actually gotten a good look at him myself. But from the picture, he looked to be in his 50s, had gray hair, a gray beard with wrinkles all over his face, and cold, lifeless black eyes that seemed to stare right through the TV screen and into your soul. My mom immediately called the police non-emergency line and then explained everything to them. They took her statement and they told her she would have to testify in court. The man received 2 counts of attempted kidnapping, as well as assault with a deadly weapon, and also assault and battery. The man was sentenced to prison, and my mom also learned that the man was homeless in his late 50s, and he was living in a van in that plaza parking lot. I can't help but think what would have happened if that stall door lock had given out. I might not be here writing this today. I honestly believe the man's plan was to take me and run out of the emergency exit that was right next to the restroom, and he likely had his van parked right outside that door. I guarantee then he had been watching us in the store and had most likely planned this whole thing out. It's been over 10 years now, and I've only been back to that Big Lots a few times since then. The Big Lots has security guards in the store now, and they finally got new cameras installed as well. And the Kroger also has security guards, and they also have police regularly patrolling the plaza now. To that creepy and deranged guy that had almost kidnapped me and that little girl, rot in hell. Hi everyone. Before we get into the stories, I wanted to give a few warnings for stories number 4 for animal harm, and story number 5 which contains actual murder. I'll also have all of the stories in a pinned comment with the timestamps to each story, as well as these 2 stories labeled if you want to avoid them. And as always, if you have your own story that you might want to share, you can send it at southerncannibal.com. Link in the description. All that being said, let's get into the stories. And remember to always stay hungry. So this happened back when I first moved in with my most recent ex-girlfriend. We had rented a small apartment in a city that was well known for crime in my country. It was cheap and it was close by to the city center where we both went to university, so it was perfect at the time. However, as stated before, it was also extremely dangerous and run down. For example, homeless people lived in our communal rubbish rooms downstairs out by the car park, and you could probably find a needle or drug bag every square foot of the surrounding area, and not to mention the sounds of police sirens a few times a night. But as I said, it was just a place for the time being. Also, for some context, I'm gay and I'm a girl. I'm average height but quite stocky. Nothing scary, but I was definitely larger than my small petite girlfriend at the time. We went to bed one night and all was normal, and as I'm trying to fall asleep, my ex tells me that she's hungry and she wants a pizza. So she pulls out her phone, sits up, and is ordering herself some Domino's. And she then asks if I want anything. Being tired and it already being almost midnight, I declined, but I told her to be safe when collecting it. I let her know that if she felt unsafe, I'd be more than happy to get it with her. After a few minutes, I drifted off to sleep. The last thing I heard was her tapping on her phone, still ordering. I awoke later on to my phone ringing for some reason. My heart began to beat erratically, and I shot up to grab my phone. It was my ex-girlfriend's name, and she was no longer in the bed with me. Now, I had only been asleep for about an hour at this point, but through my sleepy haze, I managed to quickly answer the phone, and I then remembered that she must have ordered her pizza. My ex was hysterical and scared, speaking extremely fast. The pizza guy said he's not that far away, so I've come down to wait. And there's a group of men in the car, and they're trying to get me to get inside of it. She cries on the phone to me. I race to get ready and burst out of my apartment, all while trying to calm her down. She then tells me that they had tried to force her in the car, and they then began ordering her in the vehicle with them, and that they're now laughing at her. As I mentioned before, I'm nothing scary, so I knew I wouldn't have been able to take these men on physically. So as I'm running down to the first set of stairs, I see that the window's open. I tell my ex to come back inside, and she tells me she's in the doorway to the block, meaning I'm just above her. Knowing that she's now safe away from them, I peek out of the large window to then see a black Toyota parked in the do not park area of our car park, which is right by the door. Now, not knowing what else to do, I shout down to them. I'm telling them to back the hell off and that I'm gonna get all my brothers to go down there, which was definitely a lie. The men weren't sure where I was at first, and I could see them moving their heads around to look. They had their interior light on, and they were all dressed in dark clothes. One of them caught me leaning out of the window and then cursed at me to mind my own business. I had so much adrenaline and anger that I just started to curse back at them, calling them all sorts of names. It wasn't until I just randomly started shouting, "Dad, come over here!" behind me up the set of stairs, and then some random male-sounding name did they start their car and book it from the parking lot. My girlfriend at the time met me halfway on the stairs, and I decided to wait inside by the doors with her for her food. I'm so glad that nothing else happened, and that she managed to get back to the doors in time before anything else went on. The area that my ex was and where the doors were was honestly about 15 feet, meaning she literally was just outside of her home when this happened. Luckily, the doors to that building were thick and metal, and they only required a little fob to get in, and not an actual key, which would have taken a lot longer to open. I just really hope those men never do that to anyone else again. I was all alone in my college apartment waiting for a Saturday night to end. Time was passing slowly, and I just couldn't sleep, so I ate some midnight snacks, but it didn't help. I always took midnight showers on Saturday, and that day I was taking a shower, and I couldn't help but notice the words on my window of my bathroom, and it said, "I'm watching you, and I always will," and it had a heart and a handprint on it. I didn't really pay too much attention to it, and I just went to sleep. Getting ready for my shift the following day, everything went normally. The next Saturday I took a shower again, but this time I covered the window. When I was done taking a shower, I got all dressed and I was about to leave when I then heard a knocking on the window that then got louder by each second, and there was once again another note on the window. It said, "Honey, I love you, and I know you feel the same. Let's make it happen, and with you being next to me, I know we'll be happy." And it had 2 hearts and 2 smiley faces. I then freaked out and ran, and I took my phone to go take a picture of it, just to see if it was real or not, and to report it to the cops. When I got back home after showing it to the cops, it was all gone. I was fairly tired, but I didn't feel like sleeping out of fear, but I eventually did end up sleeping. I had finished all of my college lectures, and I was getting ready for my shift for the next day. I went for my midnight shower, and I made sure that my phone was with me. I eventually finished taking a shower and got dressed, and I was about to leave again, when I then heard the knocking and some creepy-ass voice then whispering, "Annie, are you planning on leaving me alone just like that? Come on, Annie." I then hid in the kitchen, locking the door and making sure I had a knife for protection. I then called the cops, telling them everything, as well as where I was hiding and that I can't come open the door. They said they would send some cops right away. I then realized that I didn't get a good look at the picture I took, or even really read what was on the window, and I was absolutely shocked when I opened it. It said, "Please, give yourself to me already. My love, I'll treat you like a princess. Submit your body, heart, and soul to me." And it had 3 hearts. The cops arrived within minutes, and they kicked down the doors. 2 cops escorted me outside my apartment, and they then stayed with me for safety. I was so scared that I was shivering when one of the cops tried to comfort me. Minutes later, the cops came out of my apartment, and they had actually found a man hiding in my apartment. As it turns out, I had a creepy neighbor who was my stalker. He had some weird notion that we were going to be together, and I had to take him to court and get a restraining order. After everything that happened, I had to move out of that apartment and get the hell away from there. I haven't seen the guy since, and I really pray and hope I don't ever see him again. I'm a 19-year-old female, but during the time of the story, I was around 13 to 14. I live in a small county in Pennsylvania, and this happened during the time when I was in middle school in October. It was any normal day, and me and my younger sister had just come home from school, and during that time I had a pet bird. Since I knew that it was cold outside, I decided to take my bird outside with me for one more time before the weather became too cold. I had told my sister that I was taking the bird outside, and she said okay while she stayed inside. For some background information, me and my family lived in an apartment, and we could see people's balconies in front of our balcony since we lived in the very end of the apartment complex. But right behind our apartment building was another road, so we weren't completely isolated. And in between the apartments was a small wooded area / forest. This will be important for the story later on. So I grabbed my bird and I took it to the grass between the apartments since there was an open free space for my bird to walk around. It was a pretty quiet area, and there was a really good breeze that day since it was during the fall season. It was also close to Halloween since all of the people's balconies were decorated with scary decorations. My bird was casually walking around, and I was aware that we were getting closer to the woods, but I made sure that I was from a good distance since I hear scary stories all the time, and I usually hear that bad things occur in the woods. We were there for a good 10 minutes, and I kept all of my attention to my bird, since he's really afraid of anything. When all of a sudden, I heard a weird squeaky noise, and it wasn't just any squeaky noise. It was the kind of noise of when a clown honks its nose or horn. This was also during the time when the clowns were out and would lure kids to the woods. I knew that it was coming from the woods, and I quickly turned my head towards the way I heard it coming from, but I didn't see much else other than the trees and leaves. I was quite alarmed, and I began looking around to see if maybe it was one of the people's Halloween decorations going off or something. Or maybe someone was watching a scary movie and they left their balcony door open. But no, I didn't see anything like that that would make that sound. Then, what I heard next gave me the absolute chills. While I was looking for an explanation of the noise, I heard a childlike chuckle coming from out of the woods, and for one last time, I again heard the clown squeaky noise. I didn't even bother looking into the woods. I just quickly scooped in my bird and ran back to my apartment. I luckily brought my key with me, and I quickly unlocked the door and ran into my apartment. I put my bird back into his cage, and I slowly walked to my balcony since I had a good view to see the woods. I luckily didn't see anybody or anything, but I was very frightened and was just really glad that I made it back to my house safely. I know this isn't the scariest story, and technically nothing bad actually happened to me, but I still often think about this day and wonder who or what made that noise. Hi everyone. I want to give a trigger warning that the story does contain animal abuse. The story happened around Christmas of 2021. For some backstory, my apartment complex uses smart locks, so rather than having a key to unlock the door, you just type in a code and the door will unlock. However, there is still a manual keyhole, just in case the battery on the lock dies or something like that. About a week and a half before Christmas, the keypad was having issues with turning on, so I couldn't unlock the door. So I put a service ticket to the complex, and they had someone come out the next day to replace the lock. During that time, I was talking to the maintenance guy, and he seemed really chill, and we were having a really good conversation. However, he kept glancing over to my Christmas tree that had a bunch of presents for my family members, which still needed to be wrapped for Christmas. Some of the items were really expensive, like electronics and things like that. Also, during the conversation, he would repeatedly say things like, "Man, I really wish I could afford an apartment like this, especially for your age." Now, I'm 20 years old with a successful e-com business, so I guess you can say I can afford nice things. I always just laugh it off when people say things like that. He finishes replacing the lock and leaves. Also, I have an Australian Shepherd. Anyone that has experience with that dog breed knows how smart and loyal they are. They're also very protective of their person. Her name is Opal, and she's never shown any aggression to any stranger or anyone ever. She really loves getting attention from strangers whenever I take her out. Even when the maintenance guy was over, she was really nice to him and just kind of letting him do his thing. Before we get into what happened, the apartment complex I live in has cameras in the hallway outside of the apartments, as well as the smart lock that automatically locks after being unlocked for 30 seconds. As well as I check the lock every night, so I know the door was locked before going to bed. Well, fast forward a few nights after the maintenance guy replaced the lock, me and my girlfriend were sleeping. My dog sleeps on my side of the bed with me watching the door. Now, in the middle of the night, I awoke to her making small little barks, all while looking at her open bedroom door. I'm a light sleeper, so most noises tend to wake me up. I told her to be quiet, and I tried to go back to sleep. A few seconds later, there was another loud noise from the living room area, and my dog then bolted off the bed and ran out of the room. I chased after her to see what the noise was. Shortly after, I had heard a guy then scream, and as I turned on the living room lights, I saw that my dog had sunk her teeth into a man's arm by the Christmas tree. I instantly knew that it was the maintenance guy. He had a mask on, but I just knew it was him. Before I could react, he had pulled a knife out of his hoodie pocket, and he stabbed my dog right in the shoulder. She let go of him, and he then ran out of the apartment. I didn't try chasing after him because he had a knife, and I was just worried about my dog at this point. By this time, my girlfriend had gotten out of bed, and we had to rush my dog to the car on the way to the animal ER, and we were also on the phone with the police. There was a lot of blood from her stab wound, but they managed to do surgery, and she was able to make it out of this alive. There was actually enough proof to press charges on the guy, because the guy had put his mask on right outside of my door, and my camera saw his face. They also saw that he had entered the apartment with a key, which only the residents of each apartment and the maintenance man have that, which was him. He had also brought a really big garbage bag with him that night to take all the Christmas gifts. He ended up receiving a 5-year sentence in federal prison. I'm a firm believer that dogs can smell a person's intent, and I will be forever grateful to my dog, as well as the Australian Shepherd breed. Who the hell knows what would have happened if I didn't have that dog and I walked out to him stealing the gifts. He had a knife, so you never know. Remember to be safe around the holidays, and if you ever have a stranger coming over to your home for whatever reason, make sure they can't see the gifts under the tree. Be safe, everyone. For some context, I was born in Moscow, Russia, and I'd moved to the US when I was 9 years old. The apartment I lived in was really creepy and old, post-Soviet Union. The apartments aren't like they are in the US. They're about 5+ stories high and wide. The apartment complex can be accessed by a security code unique to each complex. This was a really bad part of town, and a lot of bad things happened. A great deal of traumatic things went down in my childhood. But this, well, it has to be one of the ones that scarred me the most. It was a true wake-up call for my parents to move. It was a normal day. I was 8 years old at the time, having a lot of fun with my childhood friends. Little did I know, my friends and I were playing tag when suddenly I heard someone scream "Help me" from one of the apartment buildings. I then stopped dead in my tracks. Did you hear that? Someone was screaming "Help me." While I said that to my friends, another scream cut me off, and we all just looked at each other. We weren't scared just yet. This was a bad part of Russia, and again, a lot of bad things happened here. I just thought it was another drunk woman going crazy. So I continued playing along with my friends. Not a minute later, I heard yet again another bloody scream. And again, all of my friends and I just look at each other. There's a blonde woman who ran out of my apartment building. She had a white dress on and it was stained with blood. The first thing I saw was her face, pure with terror and crying. I noticed that she was clenching her stomach. I looked down, and I really wish I hadn't. There was a kitchen knife stuck in her stomach. Her white dress was stained, with all of her blood dripping down on it. I was so focused on the knife that I didn't even notice a tall, dark-haired man running out of the building chasing the woman. By now, all of the kids were standing there in shock, watching the guy chase the bloody woman. She wasn't very fast, considering she had a knife in her stomach and was literally dying. The man caught up to her pretty quick. He punched her in the face, and she fell on the ground. The man then took the knife out of the stomach and stabbed her again and again as she just laid there unconscious from the punch. And as fast as he came, he left. He just got up and ran away as if he didn't just murder someone. At this point, me and my friends are all just stunned in silence. My eyes can't get off this dead woman. It felt like it was forever, and I was just staring at her dead empty eyes staring at the sky. I ran away crying to my mom. My mom made me stay inside for the rest of the day. I watched out of my 5th-story window as more and more cop cars and ambulances came to my block. This experience truly traumatized me. Obviously, I wasn't the one harmed in this, but mentally, it was death. I'm still holding on to the guilt that I didn't do anything about it. I later found out on the news that this was a domestic violence case. The perpetrator was her husband, and he was caught. He's now spending the rest of his life behind bars. Apparently, he was an alcoholic. On that day, he just lost it. The woman's first scream of "help me" was from him hitting her. And when she tried to fight back, that's when he grabbed the knife and stabbed her in the stomach. She got out of the apartment with the knife in her stomach just to still be killed. She was a true fighter. She really wanted to live. This case could have been so preventable. There were so many domestic violence calls to their apartment building, but the corrupt Russian police never did anything about it. So to that deranged alcoholic murderer who killed his wife right in front of me and my friends, let's never meet again. And I really hope there's a special place in hell for people like you. The story is true, and it happened on 2 different nights. I live in a decent-sized town in Virginia. I was hanging out with my 2 close friends. Keep in mind, we're all around 18 to 19, and we're not small, me being a 6'5", 220-pound man. It all starts with us not having anything to do, so we decided to go explore some abandoned houses. We made sure to have some knives and flashlights, and I wanted to lighten up the mood, and I got my splatter ball gun as well. The first few houses were fine. Nothing happened, and we were just goofing off. Then we get to this abandoned farm. We were having a really good time walking through the farm, but something about it just seemed really off to me. But I didn't say anything because it was around 4 a.m., so I thought it was just me being tired. We get to the main house and we notice the house's basement and front doors were wide open. I think this is when everybody stopped talking so much and was being careful. When we were walking into the house, one of my buddies, who we'll refer to as Trey, had stayed back with the girls that were invited, and me and my other buddy Brady went to go check out the house. He went to go check the basement door, and he then called to me, saying that he saw a bunch of cans, beers, and needles there. While I walked to this wooden structure before you get to the front steps, I then saw some pillows and a blanket. Me being a little freaked out, I called out to Brady to come back to me. And when we caught back up with each other, we then hear something in the woods right next to us. Brady and I then heard what sounded like something big take a few steps. Brady and I just stopped in our tracks, and we didn't move for like 15 seconds. I then had the courage to then squat down and shine my flashlight under the trees. When I looked, I didn't see anything. As I was about to stand up in the corner of my eye, I then saw something twitch. As soon as I stand up, whatever it was just starts running at us with its heavy steps. Now, Brady was already halfway back when I then squared down, and Trey was helping the girls get over the metal fence that we had to climb over. I was in the very back, and I made sure everyone got over before me. I look back, and I then see something coming out of the woods, so I just jump over the fence. We were all just sprinting in and out of the farm's buildings. We then started walking to catch our breath. We all took turns turning around, just to make sure we weren't being followed more. Trey turns around with his high-powered flashlight and just takes off, and we all take off after him. And when we eventually get to the car to leave, Trey then tells us what he saw. He said that he saw a very skinny man jumping over this wooden fence, and the worst part about it is that the guy was holding a giant kitchen knife. I have always thought, what if we were in the house when the man came in there? Thank God that's not what happened. So yeah, be safe out there when you go exploring abandoned buildings. I had just started dating my now fiance at the time of this story. Since we were fairly new into our relationship, we wanted to go out and explore for our date night. It had started with a dinner, followed by a movie. The movie got done around 10 p.m., and we decided to take a drive. I took her to the area I grew up in, and I started showing her around. We ended up hiking at a trail at one of the nearby mountains. The moon that night was somewhat covered up by clouds, and there wasn't any streetlights to guide us. I parked the car and we sat there for a minute looking at the mountain view against the backdrop of the city. I told her there would be a good view of the city from the top, so we decided to start hiking. The first part of the hike is a bunch of old railroad wood that was then repurposed to make stairs. We started the climb, and it was beautiful, as the air was really nice and cool, and we had nothing but the sounds of nature all around us. Halfway up the stairs, we stopped to take a break, as they're pretty steep, and there's over 150 steps. As we stood there taking in all of the scenery, we both felt a sense of dread come over us. I didn't say anything as to not freak her out, but then she said, "Do you hear that?" I listened closely, and I heard a faint sound of bushes and leaves being trampled. It sounded like someone or something was trying to sneak up on us. I looked around frantically to see if anyone was around, but being 10 o'clock at night, nobody was to be seen. I then told her, "Let's get out of here." And as we started our rather rapid descent down, we both heard a growl right behind us. We booked it down the stairs at record speed and back into the road. We ran to the car and got inside, locking all of the doors. I double-checked my back seat because I've heard way too many horror stories about someone being in the back seat. I started the car and I turned the headlights on to see if we could see it. I scanned the windshield, but I didn't see anything or anyone out there. I put the car in reverse, and as we backed up, we saw them. There were about 5 people in robes making their way down the side of the mountain. We were horrified. It was way too dark to see if they were holding anything, but we could definitely make out the outline of these people. I stepped on the gas and got us the hell out of that parking lot. We got into the main road and then booked it through the little town. We were both freaked out, as who knows what they were doing there. They looked like your typical devil worshippers that you see in movies, but the atmosphere they gave off is impossible to describe. It was like a cult. Needless to say, we never went back to that spot. A while back, I worked at a gas station near the edge of a wildlife preserve. The daily commute was an hour-long one way on a lonely highway surrounded by forest. It was fairly dark during the day and pitch black at night. For context, at the time, I was a 23-year-old guy living with my older brother Tom and his girlfriend Alice while I was finishing up community college. In the summers, I worked full-time, but only part-time during school. I didn't own a car, but Tom had an old Toyota pickup that he said I could use. It worked all right, except there was a problem with the radiator. It was leaking somewhere, and it would heat up when the fluid got very low. Tom told me I had to watch the fluid until he could get around to fixing it, which he never did. It was August on a Monday, and I'd been out all weekend, so I slept most of the day. My shift didn't begin until 10 p.m., so I wasn't worried. I let myself slip in and out of sleep until I heard Alice and then later Tom come home. That's when I realized that it must be almost 8 p.m. I woke up frantically and began to rush because I had to be on the road by exactly 8:45 p.m. Soon enough, I was headlong in the darkness with only my headlights leading the way. The road seemed especially dark that evening, and I didn't anticipate other cars, especially not at this hour. Unfortunately, in my haste to beat the clock, I had forgotten my phone. More importantly, I hadn't checked the radiator at all since last Friday. Premonitions are an odd thing. I was literally just thinking how it would be very bad if my car died, when sure enough, a warning light came on. It had never come to this, and almost immediately, the truck began to lose power. At this point, I was probably less than 20 minutes away from work, so I tried to floor it. I heard a loud pop from up front, and the truck then slowed to a crawl, until it settled on the side of the road. I was stranded, all by myself, surrounded by miles of forest with no phone. I sat there for what seemed like an eternity, just pondering my next move, although it was probably just a few minutes in reality. The glove compartment, I thought. I opened it, and I then felt around until I then grabbed something. It was a flashlight, a very tiny flashlight that barely pierced the night. There was but one option: walk to work. I figured it would take me about 3 hours tops. I began with a light jog, but quickly realized I was wasting my energy, so I opted to walk as fast as possible. Aside from millions of crickets chirping, my footfalls on the gravel was the only sound. This will become important in a minute. I was perhaps 30 minutes into my walk when I then heard what sounded like another set of footsteps, only these were coming from the opposite side. I quickly stopped, and they also stopped abruptly. My tiny flashlight was of no use. Shining it as I did, I couldn't make out anything. I thought perhaps it was an echo effect or something, so I continued walking once more. Sure enough, I heard the footsteps yet again, along with twigs snapping. Someone or something was on the other side. I stopped again, and I then knelt down to search for a weapon or rock. There was none. I was still searching on the ground with my flashlight when I heard branches moving, and I saw a dark figure step into the road and then walk towards me. I thought it was possibly a bear, but I soon realized that it was a person. "Stop!" I yelled under my breath. My heart was pounding through my chest. I had never been so scared to see another person. "What do you want?" I asked. There was a moment of silence, and then a voice spoke. "Why are you here?" It was a man's voice, deep and without much emotion. It was odd, as I didn't really sense any kind of distress in his tone, considering our situation. He was talking as though I had just walked onto his front lawn or something. I'm going to work," I replied. I almost revealed that my car had died, but I caught myself. I had quickly deduced should things go south, I could run back, get in the truck, and lock all of the doors. After all, he probably didn't know my car was nearby. "Where do you work?" he asked. "Just up ahead," I said. I started walking in the same direction again, and as I did so, he began to walk adjacent to me, but slowly edging towards me. "Hey man, why are you following me now?" My tone was a bit more defiant now. He continued inching towards me as I walked sideways, keeping him in view. There was no way I could take this guy in a fight. He was easily over 6 feet tall and maybe 220 pounds, so my 5'8", 160-pound frame would have been outmatched. Also, I didn't know if he had a weapon or not. "I was already going that way," he barked at me. I suddenly stopped and made a wide berth back the way I came. This caused him to stop and just stare at me. I think it caught him off guard. Regardless, I quickened my pace towards the truck. I wasn't going to risk walking another 3 hours with a stranger who had just come out of the forest. About 10 minutes later, I hear heavy footsteps from behind, and I turn around to see the same guy sprinting towards me. I can't see him very well, but I can hear very heavy footsteps, and I can see a shadow cast on the road. Also, I managed to catch a glimpse of something shiny in his hand, maybe a knife. I then book it with everything I've got. I run so hard that my heart feels like it's going to burst, but I don't stop. My adrenaline is pumping like crazy, but my legs feel like jello. Every second feels like he's gaining on me, even though I can't see him. For a moment, I then ponder running to the forest because he's got a knife, or so I believe. Even if I get to the truck, he can break the window and stab me. I can't decide, so I stay on the road. Over and over, my mind tells me to run into the forest and hide, only to realize in another moment he's too close and would probably find me. Not only am I running out of steam, The stress and anxiety is affecting my judgment. In my mind, I'm a dead man. Just then, I see lights through the trees. As I round the bend, my truck is visible and there's another car with its headlights on behind it. With every ounce of energy, I dash towards it, hoping whoever it is won't drive away before I get there. I want to yell out, but I don't have the energy. My throat is so dry and I'm out of breath, but I reach the truck. The door of the other car opens and someone steps out, and I can tell who it is. It's my brother, Tom. I run to him, almost falling over, and then struggle to say, "He's got a knife," while pointing behind me. Tom is a Marine, and he always keeps a Glock nearby. He quickly gets his gun, assumes a tactical position by my truck, and takes aim in the direction I came. "Drop the knife or I'll shoot." "I mean it," Tom warned sternly. We never saw anyone, but we heard what sounded like someone crashing through trees, and then the noises became more and more distant. On the way home, I explained to Tom everything that transpired. Luckily for me, he knew the truck had problems, and he didn't feel good about me leaving my phone behind, so he decided to bring it to me at work. When he came upon my truck on the side of the road, he figured I had wandered off to find help, but finding nothing, and I would return. We did end up calling the police to let them know what happened, but we never heard back. I have no idea who that guy was or why he was there in the middle of nowhere at 9 p.m. Also, why did he decide to run after me? It makes no sense. I'm just really glad my brother decided to check up on me. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be here. The story takes place years ago. I was an 11-year-old little girl when this happened. I'm 17 years old today. I've started telling this story to a few people around me just a few years ago prior to today. You need to know that I live near some kind of forest, a little park, which is typical in the country I live in. The neighborhood isn't quite the best. It's rather known for being filled with druggies, and some odd ones. There's also been some other strange things happen within this forest. However, I always took a liking to forests, as well as seemingly creepy things. Now, my best friend and I were hooked by the hip. We would always walk to middle school together, and most of the time we chose to cross the forest for fun. However, he was very prone to getting sick, thus it happened very often for me to walk on my own. Things were normal for a few months, that is until a certain point. It was the beginning of spring. I know this because I remember the blooming trees, which probably really helped me during that time. As a matter of fact, I had started to notice something peculiar. I would often come across this man. I really hated looking at people in the eyes, so I don't quite remember his face. But I do remember that he had glasses, and he walked really fast, as well as his curved back. He seemed a bit old, maybe 40s. Well, the days went by, and my best friend and I would sometimes see him in the forest. It was very irregular, plus we didn't always cross it. However, at some point, I had noticed him looking at us, and always being close by as we exited the forest. One day, however, I had really regretted ever going into the forest on my own. As I usually did, I had crossed the path. It's a path near a road, which is why we sometimes didn't go in it, if that makes sense. This is once again one of the times where my friend got sick. I thought it would just be normal like always. I mean, nothing had ever happened before, so why not, I thought. I was deadly wrong. A few minutes in, and I hear footsteps behind me. I didn't think much of it at first. I just figured maybe there was someone behind me also walking in the forest. Nevertheless, I felt something crawl in my spine. It was sickening. It felt wrong. The footsteps were fast. I'm a fast walker myself, thankfully, so it seemed normal to walk faster. However, I needed to be sure. I was fearing that maybe I was just being paranoid. So I started to slow my pace and listen to his steps, and he slowed too. I walked faster a few moments later, and again so did he. This confirmed it for me that I was being followed, all alone without anyone near me except for the ones who were on the road. I walked fast, a bit faster than usual. He also got faster and faster. The faster he got, the faster I tried to walk. Now, the path within the forest is rather short, so once exited, I had felt some confidence, even though he was still behind me. I used his shadow as a way to know how close he got. I decided to cross the road, not only to see if he was still following, but to also see his face and have an excuse to see how he looks. It was that same man as before. The man that I saw so many times before with my best friend. Without even thinking, I ran as fast as I could. The main road was close now, and many people were there. I'd made a run for it, and once I got there, I had crossed the main road, then turning back to see nothing. I didn't see him there anymore. He either turned back or he took a hidden path near the forest. I didn't go back into that forest again all alone for years, and I never did see him there again. Needless to say, I do go in and nowadays, however, I'm always on high alert. At some point, I realized this man, whoever he was, he probably came into the forest daily or irregularly, or whatever it was to check on our schedule and wait for the right time. I really don't know if he actually would have done something, or if he actually had some kind of crazy plan. I'm just really glad nothing else happened, besides me being terrified out of my mind. If you too happen to go into a creepy forest, please be careful. Hey everyone, welcome back to a new video. Before we get into the stories, I do have to give more trigger warnings. There's a mentioning of rape in story number 3, and also some pedophilia in story number 1. Like I said, I know a lot of you don't like these types of stories, so if you want to avoid it, now you know. And as always, if you have a story you want to share, there's a link down in the description of where you can send your story. And without further ado, let's begin. And remember to always stay hungry. This happened when I was 15. I was pretty heavy for my age, so I was never really lucky in the dating department, especially with guys from my own school. As I was lonely, I'd started my own profile on the dating app OkCupid. I know it was stupid, considering how young I was at the time, but I thought it wouldn't hurt to try. I ended up matching with a lot of people, especially with guys who were in their 20s. I thought it would be really nice to talk to someone older, considering how immature guys my own age were. Looking back at it now at 22, it really makes my stomach hurt. Anyways, I had talked to a few nice guys and a lot of creeps, but I had matched with this one guy who we'll call Mitchell, and he was one of the nice guys in his 20s. He was also one of the few guys that I really liked talking to, and he was really nice. He gave me countless compliments, and he even gave me my own nickname, Bubbles. I did find it kind of cringe, but also kind of sweet, because it reminded me of the Powerpuff Girls, which I love. As we continued talking, he wanted to meet up. I was living with my best friend and her family during this time for shitty reasons at my own home. So if we did meet, I didn't want her parents knowing about it. So I waited until my best friend's parents fell asleep for him to come and see me. I remember it was around after 10 p.m. and the whole house was asleep. I was waiting downstairs in the living room for his text when he had arrived. I told him to park at the laundromat because I didn't want him to know where I or my best friend were living at. Once I got his text, I snuck outside, nervous as fuck since it was my first time meeting a stranger online in person. As I was walking up to the laundromat, I saw him. He was walking towards me, and as it turns out, he was exactly the same guy he was in his pictures. I stood a distance as I was shy, and he instantly wanted a hug. I gave in slowly, and he was much taller and skinnier than me. I had felt something hard in his pants, and yeah, I thought it was his manhood. Once the hug was done, I asked him about it, and he had actually told me it was just his big pocket knife. I was already still uncomfortable, but I just got more after that. He wanted a kiss, but I told him I couldn't, because I had to go before my parents found out I wasn't home. So I told him we would next time, and we parted ways. I made sure that he left first before I went back to the house. Going back inside, I was just like, yeah, I should probably stop talking to this guy. But nope, I didn't. Let's give it a second try, I thought. The day after, he told me how cute I was in person and how much he really wanted to kiss me. And I just kept telling him sorry I was too shy, but next time we will, etc. And after that, he just wouldn't stop bringing it up. And eventually, about 2 days later, we met again. This time it was in a church parking lot, and I smoked some weed to make me less nervous and shy. I mean, it did help. But before I left the house, I made sure to bring a weapon with me just in case. A butter knife, hidden in my sleeve. He was waiting in his car, and once I got in, we had made some small talk, and he brought up the kiss. I kind of felt bad to say no, and I didn't really want to at all, but I gave in. We began kissing, and I'll never ever forget his mouth. It was so sour. Like not good Sour Patch Kid sour, but like he ate some baking soda or something nasty. He was enjoying himself while I was just waiting for it to be over. He then went for my chest, and I stopped him right there, telling him that was enough, that I was really tired and should go home. He was begging me to stay longer, but I was just so uncomfortable. Even though the house was less than 2 minutes away, he drove me home. I held the knife, making sure that his doors were unlocked in case of the worst. He then dropped me off, and he told me to text him. I went back in the house and instantly brushed my teeth. He texted me again saying he wanted to take me out and asked when he could see me again. But I had to let him down. I told him that I think it would just be better if we were friends, and that I didn't really feel that spark with him. I just really hate letting people down, even though I know sometimes they deserve it. Luckily, he never did stalk me or anything else afterwards, but once I let him down, he was really upset. He told me that he really wished he could have made love to me that night, especially if he knew he wasn't going to see me again. He was telling me all the things that he wanted to do to me and my body, and I was just in shock. I honestly couldn't believe it, since I was 15 and he knew that, and he was in his 20s. I'm really so lucky that it didn't turn out worse, or that those things he wanted to do to me never happened. After telling me all those things, he said goodbye, and I never did hear from him again. I know that people do stupid and silly stuff at a young age, and they often look back, wondering why the fuck did they do that. I've definitely done more stupid things than what other people did. But please be safe out there while meeting people online, because you never know what their real true intentions are, especially if you're a naive 15-year-old girl meeting a guy in his 20s that wanted to make love to you. So yeah, just be careful out there. About 2 years ago, when I was 24, I used to go to a grocery store near my work a lot for my lunch break. I would get food from the hot bar and go about my day. One day I was left a note in my food box. The note said something along the lines of, "Hey, I think you're really cute. Text me sometime." I wasn't sure who had left the note, but I figured no harm would come of texting the number and talking to the person. I texted them and they replied that they were one of the girls who work in the deli and they would like to go on a date and hang out sometime. She said that she was a 29-year-old mom and looking to have some fun. I had been going through quite a dry spell at the time, so I figured why not? Let's just see where it goes. That Saturday night I picked her up and we went to a bar for a bit to talk and get to know each other. There I learned that she had broken up with her child's father just months before because he had been a cheater or something. I can't really remember all the details. After being at the bar for a bit, she asked if I wanted to hang out with her and her friends in the city that night. I said sure, and we all went out, and I didn't go home until like 1 in the morning. The whole drive back to her house, I could really tell that she was into me. Not gonna go into detail here, but it was unmistakable, if you catch my drift. We finally get back to her house, which I might add is a rundown trailer down a lonely country road. We go inside and we start doing what you might expect on a one-night stand. Just when we were about to get started, headlights flooded the bedroom window. She looked at me terrified and asked, "Did they pull in or go by?" I said no, it looks like someone pulled in. She then says, "Oh shit, be cool." At this point I'm freaking out like, be cool? What the hell is that supposed to mean? So I just rolled up in the covers of the bed and pretended to be asleep. Right after I did that, I then heard someone angrily pounding on the front door. A man could be heard yelling, "Who the fuck's truck is this outside?" This continued for about half a minute, and eventually he got in, and I could hear him and another man arguing with the girl in the living room. He sounded drunk, and it almost sounded like the other man was trying to talk him down. It wasn't long before the man busted in the bedroom and then threw the covers off of me. He then turned to the woman, then screaming, "And who the fuck's this?" It was then that he drew his .45 pistol, then pointing it right in my face. I can still remember this man's face as I stared at it, wondering if I was about to die right there and then. I then put my hands up and pleaded with the man that I didn't know anything, and that she said she was single, and that I was sorry. After about 15 seconds of pointing the gun at me, he then angrily shouts, "Look, I don't care. You better get the fuck out of here right now." I wasted no time pulling up my pants and running out the door, all the while terrified he was going to shoot me in the back. I peeled out of that driveway, speeding down the country road, shaking and thanking my lucky stars that I made it out of that situation alive. I was about 5 minutes down the road when I then heard a phone ringing in my passenger seat. The woman had left her phone and wallet in my truck. I let the phone ring out 2 times before deciding I had to answer it. On the other line, it was just a man who simply said, "Hey man, he's gone. She just wants her phone back." Me not being so quick to believe, I asked him to put her on the line to confirm, and she said the same thing. Against every fiber of my being telling me to just go home, I turned around and cautiously made my way back to the trailer. As I drove up, I could see the silhouette of a man in the front yard waving at me, and as I pulled up in front of the house, the woman approached my truck to collect her belongings. She had clearly been crying the whole time and apologized profusely, saying it wouldn't happen again. In my mind, I was just thinking, yeah, you're damn right it won't, because I don't plan on ever getting involved with you again. I didn't sleep much that night, and I had to be at work early the next morning. She continued texting me for weeks trying to get me to hang out with her before I finally blocked her. I've really tried to forget all about this incident as much as possible. I am now way more careful with who I decide to hook up with, and I look at every situation with open eyes that I'm not invincible and that even a simple misunderstanding could lead to me losing my life. Take my advice, and please be careful. Hey everyone, apologies for the interruption from the stories, but I need to take a quick moment to thank today's sponsor HelloFresh for sponsoring today's episode. Are you looking for an easy way to eat well and save money? Cut back on expensive takeout and delivery, and get started with HelloFresh. You'll love how fast and easy and affordable it is to whip up a restaurant quality meal right in your own kitchen. No matter your lifestyle or meal preferences, HelloFresh has recipes sure to please everyone at your table. I like HelloFresh personally because it makes everything can plus the thing. To apologize in advance for this story. It's quite long, but it's 100% true. My thoughts may be scattered since it's been a few years since these events happened, so I do apologize for the recollection and retelling of my story. I do want to state that the story does include the topic of rape, and I do want to make both readers and listeners aware of that. To start off, I have to describe the situation I was in. It was the start of the pandemic, and I had just turned 18 but was still in high school due to a late birthday. It was towards the end of my school year in May 2020, and the pandemic had become widespread, and my high school classes were all online. Slightly relevant information: I had been kicked out of my parents' house due to an altercation between my mother and I. I had recently exited a long 3-year miserable relationship with my ex-boyfriend, and I ended up couch surfing a few friends' places since I was homeless with no money. Depressed and trying to get my mind off a recent ex-lover, I decided to finally try the dating scheme of Tinder. I had never had the real confidence to enter the online dating scene, but I had to do something. I ended up receiving a bunch of matches, and I was so flattered and in shock, since I truly didn't believe I would ever get any matches or have any luck with anyone. My first mistake was putting my Snapchat in my bio, thinking nothing of it. I had over 500 people add me on Tinder, which was a lot for me. I'm the girl who had 50 Snapchat friends, no Instagram followers, and no other real form of social media. I had been heavily bullied for years, and I only had one significant lover at the time. So that amount of spam I received was horrifying. Now, because I was desperate for a place to live, I ended up talking to this guy in the Navy, who was living in another state over who I barely knew, and I ended up moving in with him the first day we met. While my ex-boyfriend Joel was sexually and mentally abusive towards me, he is not the focal point of this story. He's just a defining detail who was also stalked by the same person who was stalking me. Since I had allowed the world to have access to my personal social media, this falls entirely on me. And with that, Ian became a character of my life for months on end. Ian's Snapchat account was brand new, and I had deleted Tinder since I had started a relationship with Joel. I had not yet moved in with Joel since he was still living on his ship on base and was securing an apartment for us. I was originally suspicious of Ian's account since it was such a low snap score of 0. I'm positive it was a throwaway account that he had quickly made, or something of that nature. I originally informed Ian that I'd secured a relationship, and I rejected any intentions he may have possibly had. Ian didn't exactly accept that answer though. He truly did not believe I was indeed in a relationship with Joel, and he harassed me day and night. I would receive hundreds of texts painting me as a whore for the streets, and claiming that I was lying about the shitty relationship I was in with Joel. Initially, I thought it was amusing, more like a cruel prank being played on me. That is, until the harassment lasted for weeks. I got tired of the hundreds of messages I received from this stupid account, and I ended up blocking it. I thought that was the end of it, but if that were the case, I wouldn't have needed to write this story. After blocking the obvious fake profile, I received new fake profiles trying to contact and talk to me. And being the person who was open to anything, I would chat with them, finding out that it was indeed still Ian harassing me. After I blocked him, he found Joel's social media, and he started spamming him on both Instagram and Snapchat. Ian would only speak about me to Joel, and it freaked both me and Joel out. Both of us had made the decision to continue blocking this person and letting whatever infatuation he had with me fade away. After a few weeks of fake profiles, I can only estimate maybe 20 profiles that were made to speak to me. I had broken down, and I ended up asking what the hell he wanted. He stated that he was really just a lonely guy, and he just wanted someone to talk to, and I complied. He had expressed that the crippling anxiety of the whole ordeal had kept him up for 3 whole nights, and I had felt kind of guilty for that. I had thought this streak of craziness had ended, and I was honestly open to a real genuine friendship. I had really sympathized with his mental health struggles, because I too had been battling through the dark parts of my thoughts for a while, and I completely understood. He had apologized for his actions, having me break down alongside him while explaining how shaky my situation with Joel was. Joel had ex-girlfriend issues, especially with letting someone go, which had severely strained our relationship. And with him being maintenance in the Navy, he was stuck on 12-hour shifts all week. Ian had spilled to me how he was in college, how his home life with his parents and siblings was, and how he also had issues with females in the past. He thought I was like the others, and he was really glad I messaged him first, which took me back by surprise, since I hadn't messaged anyone on Tinder, since I didn't really have the confidence to start a conversation with someone first. Thinking about previous conversations I had with Ian, it finally clicked in my pea-brain that his story was not adding up to anything. He told me that he was living in a state above my home state, and that he was a data science major. However, I never called him out for this inconsistency, since I now had a burning curiosity about who this person was. It had also occurred to me that this person knew my name, the general area I was from, and what I looked like, whereas I had no idea what he looked like or even if his name was really Ian. I didn't blow off my cool, and I ended up pretending to be his friend. At the friend stage, he would tell me how Joel was cheating on me, and I had asked for screenshots of him admitting that he was cheating on me, and oh boy did I get them. Upon receiving these messages, Ian expressed how I deserved a real man who wouldn't be such a jerk, and how he'd kill to have a girl like me. I then received the much anticipated snapshots of a conversation, presumably between him and my ex-boyfriend on Snapchat. But Joel's Bitmoji didn't exactly match his actual Bitmoji, and his texting style in real life and the obviously fake text messages I had received were completely different. I had confronted Joel about the accusations, and I had Joel immediately point out that these messages were obviously fake, and that his texting style was totally different, along with his emoji being slightly different. I didn't believe Ian, but simultaneously, while he was acting this way towards me, he ended up messaging a friend that I had shouted out on my story. Violet's not her real name, but for her protection, I'm just gonna use the name Violet. I hadn't told Violet much about Ian until she brought him up, and then expressed that he had added her on Snap. His demeanor towards me was very different than his demeanor towards Violet. He ended up telling Violet that he lived in my county. He told her what school he went to, and they actually became friends, until he started becoming very aggressive towards her. Violet had her location on Snapchat, allowing her friends to be able to view her location, and that's when he then sent her exact address to her, and he threatened to show up uninvited and rape her. Freaked out, she ended up blocking me, and then expressing how Ian had threatened to rape her, as well as sent unsolicited dick pics to her. Unfortunately, she didn't have any evidence, but I did believe her entirely, and he denied the accusations I threw at him. He freaked out on me for not believing him and for being terrified, since I was his infatuation for a bit, and that he was even capable of even having thoughts like that towards Violet. I really began to fear what he had in store for me. I ended up cutting Ian off since this is where I was going to draw the line. You can find my other social media accounts on fake accounts if you want to harass me. You can bother my shitty abusive ex-boyfriend with fantasies about us being together, but the moment you threaten to rape my friend, you've crossed the line. I had blocked him, and I took my friend's side on that. That's when I then received a random message, not on Snap, but iMessage. The message stated something around the nature of, "Hey, you're one of the last people to have messaged Ian before he went missing. A police report has been filed. Please keep us updated if you have any further information." I was perplexed by the message because I had never even given Ian my phone number. So I angrily wrote something back about how the fuck they got my number and how I wanted a police report or whatever. I searched high and low for Ian's missing police reports in the state that he said he lived in. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It had been about a full year of this nonsense going on with the constant harassment, and I'd really gotten used to it. He hadn't made any real attempts to meet me in real life, and I had honestly forgotten all about him saying he was missing. That is, until I got his final message, in which he then apologized for being himself. He admitted to me that he had lied about his name, and that he ended up using the name of someone who had previously died near him and running with it. He explained that he had made some friends on his fake Snapchat that he created to talk to me, particularly those who knew him as the fake persona he created, and that now he's going back to school seriously, that he's gonna stop talking to me, and he apologized for the year-long nightmare in which I dealt with him harassing me. He apologized for finding all of my other social media accounts, and he swore up and down that he never did threaten to rape Violet. And just like that, Ian was gone. I ended up looking up the name he used, and he apparently didn't lie about using the name of someone who recently died in the area. I don't really know if he got a girlfriend or if maybe he just realized an us was never going to happen. It's been about 2 years since this happened, and I really doubt Ian remembers me, because I was just a stranger on the internet who he became attached to but never met. I lived in paranoia for a while, since he knew my face and name, and I had no idea who he was or what he looked like. And I really feared that if I ran into him in public, I'd be an easy target, since I wouldn't be expecting it. I know this story isn't as terrifying as some of the other stories you've heard here, but it really did shake me up for a while. The fear has significantly gone down as time has passed, but all of the thoughts of him haunt my mind, and the possibility of him still being out there, waiting for me or watching me, freaks me out. So yeah, Ian, if you happen to hear this, I really hope you get the professional help you rightfully need and deserve. Anyway, that's it. I haven't heard from Ian since, and I don't expect to ever hear from him again. Hey everyone, welcome back to a new video. Before we get into the stories, I need to give a warning for story number 2 for sexual abuse. And there's also some mentioning of pedophilia in story number 3, so you've now been warned in case you want to avoid stories like that. If any of you ever want to share your own story, you can send it to southerncannibal.com, link down in the description. And remember to always stay hungry. My name is Franziska. I've lived in the southern United States for just over a year now with my mom and brother, who's 6 years younger than me. It's been a so far blissful life here, compared to the freezing cold temperatures of the upper Midwest. But recently, I remembered something that really sent chills down my spine. Brace yourselves, because it's gonna be one heck of a ride. I stay up late some nights due to not being able to go to bed at what some would call reasonable times, such as 9 or 10 p.m. I usually go to bed at around 1 a.m. at the latest, but sometimes if I have a day off the next day, it's usually 2 or 3 a.m. So this one night last April, I remember it was April because it was only 2 weeks until my birthday. It was around 12:30 a.m. and I was in my little office space playing on my HP laptop, and I was listening to some scary stories on YouTube. Those videos were awesome, and I really loved them. They never fail to get my heart pounding with a fearful excitement. I was just starting, I think, on my 10th video, when I then hear a sound at our front door, almost like someone was knocking on our door and trying not to get caught. Our dog Oreo, who was an older black lab, had raised his head from his bed and he had looked at the door, his ears alert, and he then gave a soft growl that emitted from his throat. I went to him, crouching down to his level, and whispered softly, "What is it, boy? What's out there?" Oreo growled again and sort of placed his big left front paw on my lap, as if to tell me not to go near the door no matter what. Another knock sounded, and this one was a bit harder. I was surprised that my mom or my brother Dominic hadn't woken up from this one, but they are heavy sleepers, so I guess that was the reason. Feeling a little freaked out, I went to the office and grabbed my phone, and I turned on the flashlight. I pointed at one of the glass side windows at the door. What I saw nearly scared the life out of me. There was a woman staring right back at me. She was in her 20s if I had to guess, and she was very slim. Her hair was light blonde, lighter than mine though, like bleach blonde, and it was pulled back into a long high ponytail. She was dressed in a tank top or a sports bra that was hard to make out due to the darkness and my limited lighting, and she also had sweatpants on. But her eyes were something I'll never forget to this day. They were wide open, like if you open your eyes as wide as you possibly can and just hold them like that. Yeah, those were the types of eyes I was staring into. They were blue, but very bloodshot and wild. I wanted to scream, but I was frozen. The woman then tapped on the glass, and I was so startled from the soft but rapid taps that I fell over onto my ass and scooted away in fright. She then saw that I wasn't coming to open the door and began to pound harder on the door. I noped into my bedroom, taking Oreo with me, and locked the door. There's my sweet dog lay at my feet watching the door as the banging to the front door continued. I buried myself in my covers, praying that crazy woman would just go away. I had finally passed out and woke up at around 10 a.m. I had to work that day at 3 p.m. So I then got up and I left my room with Oreo behind me. When I entered the kitchen, Dominic was looking at the feed from our security camera that is posted on the right side wall above the door. There in the footage, I saw the lady and I then totally freaked out, saying, "Oh my God, I saw her." My mom calmed me down and Dominic replayed the footage. The camera could record sound, so we were able to hear her saying something loud. Dominic then furrowed his brows at the video and looked at me. "Franziska, can you hear what she's saying?" "I can't make it out at all. I'm gonna give this to the officer that lives near us, and I need to know exactly what she said if he needs to write a report." I told him to replay it, and I listened. The first phrase she spoke was right after she knocked the first time, when Oreo had lifted his head up to alert me of something not being right. She said in a calm, soft voice, "John, I can't. I just can't." I looked at the woman on the screen and repeated what she had said to Dominic. He nodded, but I think he had the same question as me. Who is or who was John? The next and last phrase she spoke was a mere 2 minutes after I noped into my room, and this one, it still sends chills to my blood to this day. "I turned my phone off so they can't trace me, John. I don't know." "Well, open the door and let me run in real quick to get it." "Get it? Get what?" Dominic and I asked the same thing at the same time. It was like we had dodged a bullet. We gave the video to our cop neighbor, and he then looked at us and asked if we knew. Apparently the woman had been high out of her mind on crystal meth and drunk on vodka. Not a good combo. And she had also broken into someone's house along with her druggy boyfriend, but they had apparently been caught and arrested. He then asked if we had seen their vehicle. We hadn't. It was a white van with a sliding door on the passenger back side, and it had no windows to see into the back. Dominic made a joke calling it the creeper van, and our cop neighbor said that's what they were planning. The girl had admitted that they were going to rob people, and if they had someone or a few people they liked, they'd take them too. We thanked our cop neighbor and headed home. Those two have never returned, and I feel only slightly spooked when I hear a knock on the door. Sadly, Oreo passed away in August of 2022 from old age, but I thank him every day for alerting to the sound and keeping us safe when he was getting to be an old dog. I want to say thank you to Oreo for protecting our family when it was just us alone at night with some crackdown lady and her creepy ass boyfriend in the creeper van. Be safe out there, folks. Always lock your doors at night, and if you can, install some cameras that take audio and visual surveillance. Ours were from Amazon, and they were definitely worth the money we spent on them. Also, if something doesn't feel right, get someone or call a neighbor or the police if it doesn't feel safe. Take care. My boyfriend and I moved into our house in late 2020. And because of the pandemic and us not really being the types of people to go around talking to our neighbors, we didn't really know them that well. For some perspective, I didn't learn the names of our next door neighbors for 2 years, and by that point, they had already done some neighborly favors for us, like loaning us tools and such. I also feel it's important to know that we live in a pretty conservative area, where most of the people are old enough to be our parents or grandparents, and people that look like they could be rednecks are common. Also, our house is on a corner with a steep hill in our yard, so part of our first floor is level with the ground, some is several feet above ground. One day after work, my boyfriend and I were burning some leaves and general stuff that we save for burning for whatever reason. My boyfriend's doing the hard work of trying to make the wet leaves and the old stuff burn, while I collect little twigs and whatnot to use as kindling. A man walked along the one side of the yard, and upon turning the corner, saw us collecting sticks on the edge of the property line. He said hi, and I called a hello in response. That was apparently his invitation to enter our yard and chat with us. He had talked to my boyfriend about my boyfriend's fancy fast car, an Audi TT, and he said he was on his way to the convenience store for some beer. Boyfriend offered to drive him and let him ride in the Audi. The neighbor then said,
Only if it's okay with your wife.
And then looked at me. They got back, and the neighbor stayed and continued to talk for way too long. Boyfriend and I generally try to be super nice, but we had both experienced something kind of shitty recently, and our neighbor had apparently had something similar happen recently as well. He mentioned looking for a job with benefits. I mentioned where we both worked at the time that required a drug test. The neighbor then said something along the lines of,
I can never pass a drug test,
while making a face, then talked about popping pills. My boyfriend then gave me the, "Is this guy serious?" look, and I returned it. They continued talking while I listened in and just kept the fire going. Eventually, I noticed the neighbor started to get really shifty and uncomfortable. He'd jump and dart his head if he noticed any kind of movement, and he looked terrified when I moved to stoke the fire to give us some more light. He kept making hand motions and explained that he was trying to remember how to get home. The neighbor explained that he had to go through the swamp to get home, which we hit as odd because there is no swamp. There's a lake, but no housing that close to the lake, as there's a camp on the other side. Boyfriend offered to drive him home, which the neighbor then started wigging out and saying he didn't want anyone to know where he lived. And he then started talking about his kids, 2 of which I went to school with, and the oldest one was one of my best friends in high school. He talked so much shit about the one I was friends with, and I was honestly considering whether it would be worth it to fight this tweaker. Around 9:30 p.m., several hours since the neighbor arrived, I said I was going to head inside, saying I was heading to bed. In reality, I was just going to plug my phone in and then contact his kid that I was friends with. Neighbor hits the Midwestern knee slap.
Well, I best be going.
And then stood, only to nearly topple and stagger around the yard until my boyfriend caught him, once again offering him a ride home, which again he denied. I watched him from inside, knife in hand, as boyfriend then realized the neighbor couldn't make it up our hill, and he then helped him before finally joining me inside. What made me ever more nervous was that my boyfriend locked the door when he came in. Our area has always been super safe. We've never even locked our door until that point. And once he was sure the door was locked, he then grabbed the gun from the top of the fridge and held it low. It didn't take long for me to get a reply from my friend in all caps saying, "Call the cops," with an explanation that he was a heavy drug user and that he had also molested her and her younger sisters. Then she told me to Google his name. Well, I found a statutory rape case that was dropped against him because the victim didn't want to relive the situation for the court trials. While I was finding all that out, I had heard him cock the gun and move towards the door to get a better look. The neighbor was staggering around a tree at the top of our hill, and my boyfriend then asked me to make sure the sliding door was locked. I submitted a tip to the police that an inebriated man was wandering our street carrying a large object. We still had our former roommate's drug paraphernalia, and my boyfriend was scared that they'd search our house if we gave our names and address, and we'd get in trouble for that stuff, as none of it's legal in our state. My boyfriend slept with his gun next to him, and I slept with my knife next to me. We left all of our lights on downstairs in hopes that the neighbor would think we're still up. The next morning when I came down, boyfriend then told me that the man came back asking for his case of beer. Boyfriend also explained that he took it with him, and the neighbor found it in another neighbor's driveway. With the neighbor's criminal reports, I was able to find his address, and he's not even super close, but he's also not as far away as he was making it seem. Neighbor came back once or twice to see if we wanted to hang out, but my boyfriend always answered the door with his gun tucked into his pants, saying we're busy. Now, all of this happened very close to one of my boyfriend's camping trips, and he even offered to cancel his trip so I wouldn't be home alone. After assuring him I'd be fine though, and he could still go, I was given another course on the "this is how you do this with the gun, aim for here. Cosmetic damage to the house is nothing compared to damage to you. This is how to take someone down in hand to hand." All advice from my boyfriend. My boyfriend went ahead on the trip, but he called me every night to check up on me. We still see the neighbor occasionally, and if we're outside when we see him, we get inside as fast as possible. There was even some time where boyfriend would be nervous for me to go out and pick mulberries from our trees, just in case the neighbor saw me at the one near the road. We haven't heard from him since other than those occasional sightings, but if he tries to run another shitty leaf bonfire again, I'm calling the cops. I started dating my ex when I was 14, although as I matured, I came to realize then he wasn't my boyfriend. He was a pedophile. You see, when I was 14, he was 24. It should go without saying that he completely brainwashed me and controlled me. I finally left him when I found out he was having a relationship with my sister's 15-year-old babysitter. Of course, I never blamed her. She was just as much of a victim as I was. I did, however, reach out to her parents just to let them know what was going on, and I begged them to protect their daughter. Needless to say, he didn't take my leaving him very well. After the breakup, he stalked me for 3 years. This all happened in the early to mid-90s, so unfortunately, stalking laws were practically non-existent then. My ex would send me gifts. I knew it was him, but the New York City police would just always say, "He sent you a gift. What kind of crime is that?" And I even had another officer say, "He just misses you and wants another chance. Go to dinner with him and see how it goes." No matter where I moved to within the 5 boroughs or how many times I changed my job, he would find me. He would cry for me to take him back, and then 5 minutes later he threatened to cut my face up. This went on for 2 years. I came home one day and I had found a doll hanging from my ceiling fan with its face cut to pieces, along with a note taped to the doll that said, "See how easy it could be." I filed a police report and went to petition the court for a PO. Even with all of my evidence, the judge said that I had no proof he was the one that broke in and left the note. I knew why my reports and fears were not being taken seriously. Well, it was because my ex himself was a New York City cop. Each time I said as much to one of the officers, they would immediately shut me down, saying, "It doesn't work like that." That time was scary, but sadly, it got even scarier. I had started dating my now husband. I know it sounds crazy, but by the end of our first date, and unbeknownst to each other, we were both envisioning our future wedding in life, and we've been married 27 years now, together 29. Anyway, he came to me one day, a bit upset. His company was expanding, and they were opening up an operations center in Boston, and they wanted him to move up there and head it up. We decided within 30 minutes that I would also move up there, and we would get a place together. I was excited, because this could really give me a new and safe life. I was very careful with whom I told we were moving, and outside of my immediate family, no one knew where I was moving to. I had my mail forwarded to my mom's, then she would put all of it in one big envelope and mail it to my P.O. box in Massachusetts. It felt like I could finally live again, because 6 months into our move, we were engaged, buying our first house, and I could go outside and not be on edge, looking all around me as I walked. Then, the safety and freedom I felt were all gone in an instant. We walked into our newly purchased house with the intention to start painting. When I went into the kitchen though, it was like deja vu. Hanging from the kitchen ceiling fan was a Darwin note that read, "Did you really think you could hide from me forever?" I broke down. I didn't even bother reporting this to the police because I knew how it worked. A week later, as I was getting into my car for work, I was grabbed by the hair from behind. I could actually hear my hair ripping from my scalp, and I was then punched in the face and then my stomach. My fiance happened to look out the window at the very same time because he had heard a man cussing and yelling. He called 911 on our cordless phone while he ran outside with his hunting rifle. My crazy ex let go of me and then started laughing, as well as threatening the both of us. He just kept saying how I'm not going to live to walk down the aisle, also saying he's untouchable because the blue line is never crossed, no matter the state. The police pulled up and they drew their guns on my fiance. I told them that he was protecting me from my ex who had just assaulted me. Once they got a clear picture of what was going on here, my ex showed his badge and asked the officer,
We're cool here, right?"
The Boston police saw the bruise forming on my face and saw the clumps of my hair on the ground. Then the officer said to my ex, "Yeah, we understand." The officer's partner then picked up my husband's rifle from the ground and started reading him his rights. I was dumbfounded and horrified when the other officer then put his hand out to shake my ex's hand. My ex smiled, looking back at me, and then shook the officer's hand, and I broke down crying. However, within seconds, the officer and his partner had my ex on the ground and in handcuffs. They finally understood the situation, but they weren't sure if my ex was armed, so they pretended to be on my ex's side until they could safely detain him. He was then arrested and held without bail. We went to court, and they immediately issued a PO for myself and my husband. I later found out that he had duct tape, ropes, a handheld stun gun, zip ties, and a ball gag all in his trunk. He claimed his plan wasn't to kill me though. His plan was to take me away from distractions until I fell in love with him again. But I know in my heart that he would have hurt me or possibly even killed me. After several months, he was finally convicted of felony assault, attempted kidnapping, and unauthorized possession of a firearm over state lines while not having a permit in said state. He was sentenced to 20 years, with a mandatory 15 years before the possibility of parole. He was then released in 2013. However, because I had moved to 3 different states within that time, they were unable to contact me so that I could give a witness statement to the parole board. I have not seen nor heard from him since his release, but I don't know if that's because he finally gave up, or if he was still looking for me or stalking me without me knowing. So to my ex, you don't want to meet me again because I'm a completely different woman now. I have my concealed carry, and I'm well trained with firearms, and I'm always armed. I also took self-defense classes, which led me to getting my black belt in karate. I promise, you will regret it if you ever try to get back into my life. Hey everyone, welcome back to a new video. I know it's been a while, but I've had some health issues that have been keeping me from making videos. I'm really gonna try my best to get back to posting every day, but honestly, I'm still not quite sure. So for now, I'm just gonna try and upload when I can, and when I feel like I'm able to. I hope you all enjoy this one. And if you have your own story, send it to southerncannibal.com. All that being said, let's get into the stories. And remember everyone, to always stay hungry. A little bit about me. I was 17 at the time and I'm a female. And this happened to me in April of last year. So I was about to leave to go get pizza. And as I was about to back out of the driveway, this man then appeared out of nowhere. This man had a green shirt on and had an exterminator outfit on as well. He startled me, so I had turned off my car and I tried to be as polite and as nice as possible to him to really avoid anything to happen because I was out there alone with him in my garage with no one else around me. He then starts to tell me that he was an exterminator and that his car was parked somewhere in my neighborhood, which really had alarm bells going off in my head, especially when he startled me by being all the way up in our driveway. He had asked me if I was the owner of the residence, and I politely said no, but I told him, "Why don't I go get my mom so you can talk to her?" My mom comes outside, and in our garage we have a handicap ramp, and he's literally almost at the lower part of the ramp, and me and my mom were at the top part of the ramp. The man starts talking about how he's an exterminator, the same stuff he was saying to me, and my mom just said thank you, but we already have an exterminator, and to have a great day. Well, the weird man proceeded to start harassing my mom, and my instincts then told me to go inside of the house. I went inside my house, and I opened up the knife drawer, and I pulled out the biggest knife out of the drawer. I opened the garage door, and at this point my mom had told him to get off our property for like the third time, but he just wouldn't leave. So I'm just standing there tapping the knife on my leg with my head tilted to the side, and the strange man didn't even realize that I went and got a weapon for me and my mother's protection. Things then began to get really heated, and my mom told me to go get her gun. Well, there's a lot of stuff that could have gone wrong with this approach. First off, I had no clue where her gun was at, and I was definitely not about to leave my mom out there with that strange man all alone. Who knows what kind of weapons that he could have had on him at that time. I hold the knife up, and I then tell him, "Get the fuck off our property." And I say this several times to him. I then also proceed to say, "Dude, back the fuck up." He's still standing at the end of the handicap ramp, and he gives me this creepy, sinister smile while doing so. And only then does he finally proceed to leave our property. Well, come to find out, he was walking around our neighborhood for 5 hours straight. I even have a video from our security system cameras of him walking through our lawn, as well as a photo of him walking around our neighborhood. Please everyone, always stay alert and aware, and never let your guard down. Especially if someone you don't know shows up randomly asking you if you want some services to be done on your house. That situation could have really been a lot more severe, but luckily I got a weapon at the right moment without dragging any attention to myself. Who knows what could have happened if I hadn't gone into the house and get that weapon. please be safe out there. I would like to be kept anonymous for this story. The story happened 3 years ago when I was 14. Me, my sister, and my grandma went to go visit my unstable aunt at her home. All I really remember is going grocery shopping with her. After we left the store and took my aunt home, me and my sister, who I'm going to be referring to as Sarah for privacy reasons, had helped my aunt unload her groceries and then took them in the house. My aunt was renting a room at the time, so she lived with a lot of people. After I left the groceries at her doorstep, me and Sarah began walking to her car, where out of nowhere, the landlord's dog then bit me. I'd yelled at the dog, which the landlord's idiotic kids snickered at. Now, this isn't the scariest part of the story, and I hope I'm not dragging this story out, but I just felt like I should add that part. After we said goodbye to our aunt, we left back home. We got the subway on our way, and my grandma then told us that she needed to go somewhere important. So she dropped me and Sarah off at the next corner next to a stoplight so that we could walk home. Me and Sarah just talked along the way until a car passed us. Now, at the time, my sister really liked to mess with people. I guess you could say that she was kind of a bad girl. At least that's what she would say. Anyway, Sarah had flipped off someone driving a car, the car that passed us. She did this as a joke, but oh boy did this turn ugly. The guy had made a U-turn and then sped in our direction, almost running me over. He began cussing at Sarah, asking why she flipped him off and that he's gonna kill her. Sarah just kept denying that she did anything wrong. But I don't know if she denied what she said because she was entitled or just petrified. But I know I was. My whole body started aching and my anxiety tensed up. I seriously thought we were gonna die for the mistake that my sister did. The guy kept rambling how he has a gun and that he's gonna kill Sarah for what she did. I then started walking away slowly. And I know this was a dick move, but I was very scared and anxious that I honestly just didn't even know what I was doing. Luckily, the guy gave Sarah a warning and drove off. After that whole ordeal, me and Sarah continued walking back home, still in shock on what happened. My sister didn't show any kind of emotion of being scared due to her being prideful, but I know deep down that she was also terrified. I know this isn't your typical scary story, but to me and Sarah, it was one of the most scariest encounters we've ever had. The guy never showed any proof of actually having a gun, but the situation could have been a hell of a lot worse if the guy didn't just give us a warning. Others would have shot both of us right there on the spot. I probably wouldn't be here today if the situation escalated, or if Sarah did something worse to piss the guy off even more than he already was. I'm really grateful that nothing else serious happened, but this has really taught me that we should always be careful on who we mess with, and especially with hand gestures. Truth be told, Sarah stopped flipping random people off ever since that night. I'm 18 years old now, and I'm finishing my senior year, and I decided to share this story to one of my favorite scary storytellers. With the almost getting killed and getting bitten by a dog, I'd say that day wasn't a good day for me. Be careful, everyone. You really don't know what anyone is capable of. Thanks for listening. This all happened in 1995. My dog Poochie had disappeared, and after about 3 days of searching, my mother found his body 2 miles away from our home in a ditch. We were absolutely heartbroken, having had Poochie for 11 years, and we missed him terribly. And so it was after a time of grieving that we decided to get another dog. My mother and I drove to an animal rescue shelter about 30 minutes away from our home. When we arrived, we began walking along the fenced-in structures, searching for a new friend to become part of our family. One of the employees had joined us, guiding our tour, assuring us how the dogs had all of their shots and were healthy, ready to come to our new home. The man looked to be a little over 6 foot tall, probably in his early 40s with long wavy brown hair and a thick brown mustache. He wore a cowboy hat, blue jeans, and cowboy boots. And there was something about him that just gave me the absolute willies. He began to instantly put on a high-pressure, aggressive salesman pitch, which was completely off-putting. I really wanted a new dog, but I found myself having an immediate visceral reaction to the man. I didn't trust him as far as I could throw him. We were looking for a small dog, and there weren't too many of them. Most of the dogs there were large retrievers, hounds, and pit bulls. However, there was one little guy that caught my eye, and I stopped to study him. The man had just given the spiel on how all the dogs were in good health and vaccinated. What I then watched as this small dog squatted and proceeded to have greenish-brownish diarrhea right in front of me. "This is what you call good health?" the man promised. I was honestly amazed at how quickly and smoothly he switched his tune. It didn't even seem to phrase him that I had just caught him in a bold-faced lie. If he lied to me about that without even batting an eye, what else would he lie about? I was done. I wanted nothing more than to get out of there. A couple of years went by, and I was in college 90 miles away from home. One afternoon, I had had the television on in my dorm room when a breaking news alert came on that interrupted the regularly scheduled program. A man had used a gun to hijack a car, kidnapping the woman inside, and was leading police on a high-speed chase. They wanted the public to get out of the way because he was armed and dangerous. As the news reporter put his picture on the screen and mentioned where the man worked, I then felt all of the hair stand up on the back of my neck as I then gasped in utter horror. It was 2 years later, and I was 90 miles away from where I'd last seen him, but I instantly recognized the same guy who had given my mother and I the tour at the animal shelter. It turns out the guy had been a convicted felon on parole. The police chase went on for about an hour and a half, finally ending with the man driving into a dead-end field with a slew of cop cars right behind him. Rather than go back to prison, the man shot himself in the head, killing himself instantly. The woman he kidnapped was not physically harmed, but I have no doubt she was forever scarred emotionally. I can still picture the man to this day, and it still really makes me shudder to think about my encounter with a convicted felon turned kidnapper. That's still so crazy to me. In November 2021, my roommate RM and two friends went to our first concert since lockdown in downtown Seattle. We had quit smoking during that time, but it was a special occasion and an old tradition that we decided to split a pack to share. It was post-punk concert, The Idols, and it was more frugal to indulge in tobacco rather than the criminally overpriced drinks at the bar. The show had a late start, as the lead singer was suffering from a case of food poisoning, but he later pulled it off like a champ. A real pro. By the time the show was about to start, it was getting late, and RM and I were about halfway through the pack of cigarettes. We would go off around the block of the venue to a quiet corner on the sidewalk of an intersection, with a four-way stoplight and crosswalks, where a few surviving bars were still open across the street. Now, this was the tail end of the lockdown, so there were far less people wandering around. Now, neither I nor RM normally smoke cloves as our nicotine of choice. At the gas station, I had asked for a pack of menthols, then I impulsively switched to clove cigarettes, which had less in a pack and were slightly more expensive, to savor the flavor. My roommate wasn't as thrilled about my selection, but hey, we could give the extras away rather than take the rest home and restart a bad habit. The show was finally about to start after a 45-minute delay. It was just the two of us alone without any fellow smokers on the sidewalk of the intersection, as we then indulged in destroying our lungs and throats. We were both reminiscing about the past shows when a man in his early 40s walked past us to cross the street with the green crosswalk glowing bright in the chilly November night. The man took one step into the street and paused. one foot on the sidewalk and the other in the road. Long enough for both myself and RM to take notice and wait for a reaction to this odd behavior. Then the man abruptly turned around and approached us with a sheepish grin to ask if he could bum a cigarette. I and RM relaxed, as the man's behavior was of him losing the battle with temptation, as we admittedly ourselves did. As I held out my smokes, a sports car blew through the red light. It was right at that moment that the man would have been halfway across the street. I have no doubt in my mind that he would have been killed instantly, or both me and RM would be dead or horribly injured if the driver had tried to swerve and lost control of the car. In 2 blinks, the sports car was gone, peeling down the street like a complete jackass going around 60 miles per hour in a 20 miles per hour zone. It was one of those real, did that really happen type of moments, and both RM and I both exchanged a stunned, what the fuck look as the man then rambled how he hadn't smoked clove cigarettes in 15 years and the sin was just way too much to resist. That poor bastard never even heard the speeding car, nor realized how close he was to becoming a bloody smear on the pavement. He thanked us for the clove and finished crossing the street, still with a solid green crosswalk light, happily smoking away as he then made his way into one of the bars. If I hadn't given in to my last-minute impulse to buy cloves over menthols, that man would have been dead, with myself and RM caught in the crossfire. That car was driving so fast that nobody had heard it coming. RM and I have quit smoking since, and we still occasionally talk about it, how vivid that moment has ingrained into our minds of that man standing with one foot in the road and the other on the sidewalk. A moment when an invisible coin was tossed with the three of us and that jackass driver's fate all in the air. I still get chills thinking about it. Thankfully, the man couldn't resist scratching that old itch, courtesy of his guardian angel, or whatever else you want to call it. But yeah, that's the end of my story. And please everyone, don't drive like a jackass. This all began about 2 weeks ago. I'm a 23-year-old female living in Georgia. My husband and I have an apartment in a busy part of town, so there's lots of cars and people, which isn't unusual for our apartment complex. So one night, my husband went out to take our dog to the dog park, which is about a 2-minute walk from our apartment. On his way there, he had passed a black car parked in front of our building. Not thinking anything of it though, he kept walking to the park. When he was coming back 10 minutes later, the car was still there. He thought it was strange, but just figured the person was on the phone or something. He walked up to our floor where our apartment is, and he came inside, locking the door behind him. Not even a minute later, we hear a loud knock on our door, followed by pounding. My husband gets up from the couch and goes to see who it is through the peephole. There was a guy in a red hoodie standing in front of our door with his hood up, hiding his face. He then stopped knocking after 30 seconds, but still stood there for a good 3 to 4 minutes. Finally, he leaves, and he walks down the 3 flights of stairs, only to go sit in the passenger seat of the same black car my husband saw on the way to the dog park. He's there for 10 minutes before eventually leaving. We don't think too much of this, as we just assumed then he probably had the wrong address or something. About a week later, I'm home from work sick. I'm playing some video games with headphones on, so I can't hear too much noise outside of my game. But I began to hear a knocking on my door around 10 a.m. But I just assumed that the noise is from my game, and I go back to playing. I hear quiet, slow knocking off and on all morning and into the afternoon. Each time I would pause my game and quietly walk to our door with my phone in hand, ready to call my husband and the police should anything happen. Every time I would look through the peephole to see who was knocking, no one would be there. The last time I heard knocking was around 4 p.m. I heard it louder this time, and I walked to the door with my phone. And as I look through the peephole, I then realize it's the same guy from a week ago in his red hoodie. I leave to grab my gun, and when I come back not even 10 seconds later, he's gone again. I call my husband, who's now leaving work early, and he then encourages me to call the non-emergency police line, which I do. They send an officer out to our apartment, and we tell them the whole story. He thinks it's really strange, and he doesn't even blame us for feeling on edge. He then reminds us that Georgia is a stand-your-ground state, meaning that if someone threatens you in your home, you have the right to use deadly force to defend both yourself and your property. He also tells us that they'll start sending patrols to drive through our complex more often, and to definitely call them again if we see the car or suspect again. It's been about a week, and he hasn't come back yet, but every little sound that I hear, I jump thinking it's that guy again. I don't know what he wants or what he plans to do, but just know that my husband and I own several firearms, and we're absolutely ready to defend our property and each other should this man come back again. Thanks for listening, and y'all stay safe. So I'm in 8th grade, and when I was in the 6th grade, we decided to book an Airbnb in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. It was right at the beach to where we had a large back deck facing the ocean. Now, when we first got there, we unloaded all of our luggage and chose the bedrooms. It was me, who was 11, my younger brother, who was 7, my older brother, who was 18, and my mom and dad. Both me and my younger brother chose the first bedroom to the left of the stairs when you walk up to the 2nd story, as it had bunk beds, so it was perfect for us. My older brother chose the room in the middle right of the hallway because it was a queen bed and a TV. My parents chose the master bedroom, which had a king-size bed, their own bathroom, and a huge closet and balcony. Once we finished that, we went outside on the deck watching the sunset in the hot tub. We had heard some noises coming from upstairs, so my dad grabbed his gun that he had in his bag, and I grabbed the biggest kitchen knife. We then went to go upstairs and investigate. Now, let me explain the layout so that the story will make a bit more sense. There were 4 rooms up there, and a large closet. There were 2 rooms as soon as you walked up the stairs. There was a bedroom on the left, and a bathroom on the right. Both me and my dad went to go investigate the bedroom. We went to check the closet, and there was just coat hangers and an extra blanket. We checked under the bed. My dad had shined his flashlight under the bed, but all we saw was just a couple of wrappers from food. While we were getting up, we heard a quiet little clicking sound coming from the master bedroom. When my dad and I went to go check the master bedroom, we noticed that the closet was cracked open a little. It wasn't anything like that when we got there and put our luggage up. So when my dad opened the door, it was the Airbnb host, and he was then standing in the closet holding a knife. When he saw my dad with a gun, he then stabbed my dad right in the arm. When he got out of the closet though, he hadn't seen me. So remember when I said I got the kitchen knife? Yeah, I then cut him pretty bad on his back. The man then fell to the ground, screaming in pain. My dad was about 6'2" and 220 pounds, so he was able to pin the man to the ground pretty easily. My dad then said he'll pin him down, and he told me to call the cops while he did so. So I called the cops, and they were then there in under 10 minutes. My dad had to get 13 stitches in his arm from the damage. There ended up being a whole case for this, and it's still ongoing, but basically the Airbnb host is being charged for attempted murder. I really have no idea why this guy would use his house as an Airbnb just to try and kill the people he rents it out to. To the Airbnb host, I really hope you rot in hell. We haven't done Airbnb since this happened, and we've just decided to book hotels instead. Hi, my name is Lissa. I'm 22 years old and this story happened last summer. For the privacy of my friends, I've changed their names. For a little backstory, in April, my roommate Chloe and our friend Anna got pit tickets to see Kane Brown. He was playing at a state fair, and we were so excited. We had it all planned out. It was only a couple of hours away, but by the time the concert got out, we all knew we would be tired. So we booked an Airbnb. It was only 10 minutes away from the concert. So the night before, Anna had spent the night at our apartment, and we all got ready in the morning. After we packed the car, we headed downstate for the 3-hour drive. Once we got to the Airbnb, everything was normal. We unpacked the car and we looked around. It was a cute little tiny house with rooms upstairs and downstairs. Once we set our stuff up in our rooms, we had some time to kill before the concert, so we had got on TikTok Live. Everything was pretty normal. Shortly after, we quickly headed to the concert and had a really great time. We were right in the front. After the concert, though, is when things got weird. We got back to our Airbnb and we then changed into more comfortable clothes. We were all getting bored and we decided to get on TikTok Live yet again. Once we got on, at first things were pretty normal. People were just asking us how the concert was, as well as other things. We were on Chloe's account this time instead of mine, and this one weird dude just kept commenting stuff. He just kept saying how he saw Chloe at the concert, and how he could smell her, and he was right behind her. Now, there was at least 10,000 people at the concert, and easily 1,000 people in the pit with us. We asked him if he knew what she was wearing since he just kept claiming he was there. He kept saying all these weird things about how Chloe smelled and how he wanted to grab her up, etc. We all just kind of looked at each other really creeped out. The guy had a strange username, and his profile picture was the same picture as the one on Chloe's TikTok profile of her. At first, we all just thought it was some troll messing with us, so we just kept ignoring his comments and were answering other people's questions. Mind you, there was almost 200 people on our live. Chloe and Anna were in the middle of answering a question when I then saw a comment from the creepy guy that then made my heart drop into my stomach. He then dropped the exact address of the Airbnb that we were staying at. Chloe and Anna didn't see it, and so I hit Chloe's shoulder and pointed to his comment. Anna saw where I was pointing to, and we all just looked at each other in a panic. After that, the guy then commented, "I'm right outside. I can see you. You better run." And he just kept repeatedly dropping our address. I went out of the camera's view and immediately called 911. Anna was in the corner having a panic attack, all while Chloe was just staring at the screen. The guy heard me on the phone, but he just kept commenting,
"The cops will save you. Oh, don't be scared. Chloe, I'm coming for you and your little friends."
Chloe turned off the live, and not too long after, a cop showed up and checked out the perimeter. The cop came and said that he didn't see anything. We then quickly packed up our things and got the fuck out of there. Now, the story may not seem that scary to some people, but we were all absolutely terrified, and Chloe and I were still pestered for months after that. We even ended up moving apartments and switching jobs and numbers, but the guy was never found. None of us have heard anything else since October, but thank God nothing else happened to us. Please stay safe out there and be aware of your surroundings and what information you have online. Thanks for listening. At the time of this story, I was an 18-year-old college freshman. It was the spring of 2016, and in order to be able to afford my university, I was studying abroad in Italy. Basically, by maintaining a certain GPA over the course of a year abroad, I would then qualify for in-state tuition, because, The USA can be difficult. So I found my starry-eyed, ignorant and naive self in Florence, Italy. And while I know about some horrible things that happen to students there, my story takes place over my spring break during a trip to France that I was taking with my roommate, who we'll call Jamie. She was a female. So Jamie and I planned a trip to France and Switzerland. We had already hit Paris and were now going to a little town in northern France. Now, neither Jamie nor I had done a lot of heavy research into this town, but it appeared cute and quaint. Plus, our accommodation was an old soccer stadium that had been converted into a hostel. Jamie and I are on the tram, which we caught from the train station to get to the outskirts of the town. The weirdness all started on this tram. As this was 4 years ago, I'll try and recall the details as best as I can, but conversations get a little fuzzy. I remember a man standing near us, and as Jamie and I were chatting, he slipped into our conversation, asking where we were going. Naturally, being a dumb university freshman, we told him the name of the town, and he shook his head. He told us to be very careful in that town, as the people could be. I don't remember the exact word he used to describe the people, or if he even finished a sentence, but I remember him looking rather severe, and he never smiled through the whole conversation. Plus, he was clearly insinuating that the people of the town were not friendly. Now, having a bit of apprehension about this town, Jamie and I became a little wary. It also didn't help that the tram got in at around midnight. So at the station, Jamie and I are hungry and chilly as the night was a bit brisk. We also find that we can't locate our hostel easily. Since we're Americans abroad, our cell phone bills got quite expensive if we use data roaming for things like maps on our phones. So we were using a map and email directions. Anyway, we stop in a pizza place on a street corner. It was the only place that was open at midnight, or so that's how it appeared. There were about 4 men inside. All were incredibly kind and gave us directions to our hostel, and had even joked around with us for a bit. Luckily, Jamie and I both spoke French relatively well, and we were able to fill in the gaps of the conversation enough to get our questions across with ease. When we left, one man rushed out after us and reiterated the directions one more time, and we thanked him profusely. Then we headed out. So far, all of our interactions were all positive. However, it's getting quite cold outside. Jamie and I have backpacks on, and we're now walking down a very rural, poorly lit street with no sign of our hostel anywhere. It's dead quiet, the streets are completely empty, and the moonlight is the only thing guiding us. There's no houses in sight, just fields and forest on either side of us. Here's where things got real weird real fast. Now, so far, there hasn't been any sign of cars on the road. Jamie and I are talking about how odd it felt and wondering if we were near our hostel, when all of a sudden, Jamie then trips on literally nothing and falls face first onto the ground. I could actually hear the sound of her head connecting with the concrete. Her backpack had shoved it into the ground because of its weight when she fell over. Great. So now I'm obviously getting panicked. We're alone in a foreign country, and my friend may have just given herself a concussion. Of course, at this precise moment, 2 cars round the corner, each going in different directions. I remember one was a Jeep, and the other, I couldn't even guess. Maybe just a 4-door? Both vehicles had just seen my friend trip, and both stopped, with the Jeep right in front of us, and the other car pulled off on the road a little bit ahead of us, and then a woman got out. The Jeep was filled with 2 guys who appeared to be college-aged, and they were yelling at us, asking if my friend was okay. The other individuals in the 4-door were also calling out, asking if we needed to go to the hospital. Now, at this point, I recognize this is a pretty bad situation. I haven't even assessed the damage to my friend's head yet, but I know it's a bad idea to try and keep walking, as we truly don't know where we're going. The next logical thing that my panic brain is telling me to do is ask for some help from one of the vehicles. I gauged the contents of both of them, and I decided the 4 doors are best option, as I felt a bit uncomfortable getting into a Jeep with large guys with my injured friend. The people in the 4-door were an old man and an older Asian woman. I remember thinking, old people I could probably take in a fight. I mean, I do gymnastics and I'm pretty fit, so I figured my chances of escape were higher with these innocent old folks than younger university dudes. And as a plus, the old couple both spoke English. So I thanked the Jeep, and I started hauling Jamie with me towards the 4-door. And as we approached, the couple then asked where we're staying, after I explained that we didn't need a hospital. For some clarification, my friend had insisted that she was fine, and that she didn't think she had a concussion, nor was she bleeding. I promise I'm not a bad friend. Thank goodness, the lady then says, "Oh, I know where that is." So Jamie and I then pile into the back seat of the 4-door. My adrenaline is already pumping, but it's now increasing now that I realize that I may have just screwed us. I'm now trapped in 2 random people's car with a roommate who may or may not be concussed, and all in a country that I'm neither living nor studying in. If we happen to be murdered here, no one would know for a long time. Naturally, I'm freaking out, and I give the directions to the couple, who seem completely unconcerned about the situation. They reassure me that they know where they're going, and then assure me that the hostel is just over there, and then gesture vaguely out the window. I'm now perched on the edge of my seat, not bothering with the seatbelt, while Jamie chats with the couple. I noticed that it's been a while since we got in the car, and they give no directions or any indications about where we're going. And every time I ask, they just keep saying, we're almost there, and nothing else. Each minute that goes by, I'm becoming more and more freaked out about being in this car with this weird couple past midnight. So I panic internally for what seems like an eternity, listening to my heartbeat pounding throughout my entire body. Finally, I ask again if we're going to the hostel. This time, however, the old man says, "Oh yes, but first we want to show you the library." My mouth went dry. Why? What the fuck? Why would we want to see the library? It's past midnight. We're 2 panicky girls in France, clearly running on pure adrenaline. There's no way the library is open at this hour. Now I'm seriously beginning to panic. I reach my hand over the door handle, and I plan my next moves very carefully. My brain begins to formulate a plan. I would then whisper to Jamie to get the fuck out of the car, and then whip open the door and just duck and roll and hope for the best. That sounds awful, but in the moment, my brain just said, "You've done all you can for Jamie at this point. There's really no point in working any harder to develop a contingency plan for if she doesn't actually duck and roll out of the car." Before I can lean over to her, the car slows a bit, and the woman then gestures to the building in front of us, then saying, "This is the library. I work here." I honestly have trouble remembering what I said in response, and it was probably just something slightly rude like, "That's great. Now can we go to the hostel?" It was so odd. I'm not really sure if they thought by showing us around in the dead of the night would calm us down or something or what, but my brain just couldn't imagine why on earth this couple would think we wanted to take a tour at 1 a.m. after my friend had just slammed her head into the pavement. By the grace of God, the car starts moving again, and soon we're pulling up to the entrance of a building that I can only assume to be the hostel. This isn't where the story ends though. Of course, Jamie and I both thank the couple profusely, but also quite quickly as I'm itching to get out of that car as fast as possible. But the old man then says, "Oh, but we'll walk you in." This was weird, because first of all, we were literally at the front door of the building, and they could easily just watch us go in and then wave and then leave. And 2, the door required a passcode, which I had written on a piece of paper that I was clutching at the time, meaning they couldn't technically walk in with us anyway. Thus, when leaving the car, I literally walked backwards toward the door, keeping my eyes on the man and woman the whole time, fully expecting at any second for the man to whip out a pickaxe to drive into my skull. I'm not really sure if they sensed the building tension in my demeanor or something else, but they walked unnervingly close to us as we went up the stairs. My eyes were darting back and forth between the two the whole time that I entered the code. The door clicks open, and Jamie and I thank them one more time, and then we dart into the hostile hallway, with me quickly shutting the door behind me. We then turn on our heels and then book it to the front desk. I know that nothing actually happened, but it's really impossible to describe that amount of fear and panic that had been caused by this encounter. I've honestly never been so unnerved by anyone or anything in my life. As a side note, Jamie and I ended up having a really lovely time in the town with no further issues. Although we did binge on rice cakes and peanut butter once we made it to our room to instill some semblance of comfort. I've told this story to a couple of people, including my ex, who asked why I didn't just call the police. The reason was, A, I didn't know the French police number, and B, if I did, I would be spending a small fortune for every second I was on the phone. And C, I wasn't even sure if our situation warranted the French police to be there. I certainly didn't want to be that classic American dumbass that called the police just because she was lost. I know I made some stupid decisions, and I learned a lot from them, but at least in the end, no one got hurt. And for anyone wondering, Jamie was fine. Our fright with the old couple was way more damaging than the faceplant. Hi everyone. If you made it this far, thank you for your support, and I hope you enjoyed the video. And remember, if you have a story of your own that you might want to share sometime, send it in at southerncannibal.com. Have a good night everyone, or a day if you're in another country. And remember to always stay hungry. Hey everyone, welcome back to a new video. I'm sorry I didn't have a video out yesterday, but I wasn't feeling too good. But I'm back now, and I'm gonna do my best to get back to posting the videos. But before we begin, the scammers are back. If you happen to see a comment like the one I'm showing on screen right now, just know that it's not me. Do not fall for it. Whoever these accounts are, they're using my name to try and scam my audience. And unless their name looks like the one I'm showing you right now, and it has a check mark on it, it's not me. So yeah, please don't let these idiots scam you. I try to block them and report them, but they just keep making more accounts. So just watch out for that. Oh, and one more thing. Send your stories to southerncannibal.com. Alright, let's get into the stories. Oh, and of course remember to always stay hungry. I come from a small town in Pennsylvania, and I've lived here all of my life. I'm 18 years old, and the time this story took place, I was around 15 years old. My memory around this is a little hazy because I don't like to talk about it, but I figured I'd let out any dark feelings I still get by it. It may not be considered a scary story, but to me, this was probably one of the most scariest things that I've ever been through. I'll be using different names for the people in this story to not let out their real identities. At the time this happened, I was an 8th grader in middle school. During the time, my mom worked at Panera Bread, and she had to work very early in the morning. So me and my sister would usually take the bus to school, while my dad and my little brother, who was around 4 years old at the time, would stay home. This will be important later. It was like any other ordinary day. Me and my sister would get ready and leave at around 7:20 a.m. to walk to our bus stop. We lived in an apartment complex, and we would have to walk the 3 minutes to the front of the apartment because that's where the bus would pick us up. A little background information. Me and my sister would meet up with our friends at the bus stop since we lived in the same apartment complex. And we would wait until the bus showed up, and I would stay at the back with my friend, while my younger sister and her friend would be towards the front, 5 feet from the stop. So, like our usual routine, I had met up with my friend. I'll call her P, and my sister would meet up with her friend, who we'll call I, and we waited for the bus to show up. Me and P would always see this boy who I'll refer to as Jake. He was a year younger than us, and he would always run across the street to our bus stop to get a seat, since we would be the first to be picked up. This was because by the time the bus driver would pick him up, he'd be the last person, and there would be no seats left for him to sit at. So he began to run across the street, and we were used to seeing him run across like that. So P and I would always laugh at the way he ran, but wouldn't pay any more attention after he made it across. This will also be important. So, as we're waiting for the bus to arrive, me and my friend were talking, and there would be 5 other kids waiting for the bus at the front of the apartments as well. And like always, we see Jake across the street waiting for the bus to arrive. A few minutes go by, and we see the yellow bus coming towards our stop. So everyone on our side begins to gather their belongings, and we begin to form a line. As the bus gets closer, it begins to blink its lights, and the stop sign starts to come out at the side. You know, as a sign for the other cars to stop. And for just a second, I begin to see Jake running across. And I don't give it 2 thoughts since this was normal, and I began to hear the screeching noise coming from the opposite side of the road. It was like everything was going in slow motion during those couple of seconds. And I remember hearing the screeching noise become louder and louder, and as I'm picking up my head to see what the noise was, I heard a big thump noise, and what I saw next will forever remain in my mind until this day. I hear a big thump noise, and I then see Jake flying in the air. I then see Jake hitting the ground so hard, and the noise was so loud, as he then made an impact to the street. I remember hearing my friend P then scream at the top of her lungs, and I then quickly looked at the car and I saw the driver inside, and I remember seeing the bus driver quickly taking out his walkie-talkie attached to his radio as he was then saying all these codes into it. I then see Jake running around the bus and towards where our bus stop was, and he then had his arms wrapped around his stomach and he was bleeding all around his head. He also had these cuts on his face and he was crying loudly. During that moment, I was so horrified that I froze, and I was so scared to say anything. The driver then came out of the car and began to panic, then saying to Jake, "Oh my God, man, I'm so sorry. I never even saw you. I was looking down for 1 second, and then it just happened." But Jake was in so much pain then he didn't even pay attention to him. Then this kid in my sister's grade ran up to him, then saying, "Hey man, do you need an ambulance?" Jake was just crying, then shaking his head yes. The boy then took out his phone and called 911, telling the operator everything that happened. The driver then fell to the ground, took his cell phone out, and began to call someone. He then put it on speaker, and once the person picked up and said hello, he then said, "Mom, I just hit a kid. I'm so sorry." And he then began to break down in tears, and he just kept repeating that same line over and over again. The driver's mother had tried to calm him down, and then the driver just said, "Mom, please forgive me, please. And this isn't even my car. It's my friend's car." Jake just stayed on the ground lying there as everyone watched him. The next thing I remember was that Jake always had his mother and brother take him to the bus stop, and they would always make sure he got on. But on this day in question, they never went with him to the bus stop. I then began to check on my sister, making sure she was okay. Her and her friends seemed a little shaken up, but they were okay. P's mom and sister were running up to us, and I remember P hugging them. At that moment, I felt so alone and horrified that I began to cry hysterically, and my sister was just trying to comfort me. Something that I always regret was never telling my parents right away about what happened. I didn't want to wake and worry my dad, and I didn't want to get my mom in trouble for leaving early, and I knew that she suffered from anxiety, so I didn't want to give her a panic attack, which she would get every once in a while. So me and my sister just decided to wait there. And I remember calling my friend, who I'll call Cindy. I remember that her and her mom worked at the school next to ours, and I began to tell her everything that happened, and I began to break down. They quickly alerted to the front desk, and she calmed me down, telling me everything was going to be okay. I know some of you might be thinking, how was I able to call my friend but not my parents? But during that moment, I just felt the need to call Cindy because she was who I trusted at the time, and we're still friends to this day. Then about 20 minutes later, the ambulance arrived, and they began to check Jake and treated him while he was lying on the ground, still crying and in pain. 10 minutes passed, and I began to come at ease, and they started to place him on the stretcher. I remember seeing his mom and brother running with a paramedic towards him, and they had the most worried and horrified faces that I've ever seen, and I began to feel so sad for them. P, my sister, and I thought it would be okay if we went to school, just to try and take our minds off of everything that happened and all of the horror we witnessed 40 minutes ago. We were at our bus stop for almost an hour, and we still picked up at the next stop and then immediately went to school. I remember the staff were waiting there for us and had separated the apartment complex bus stop and escorted us to the library. I won't go into too much detail, but they pretty much stated that we could stop by the counselor's office anytime during the school day, and if we wanted to leave school, we were able to. After that event, I didn't take the bus for 4 months and was dropped off. I didn't want to cross the street, and whenever I would hear a tire screech, I would always jump and begin to get a cold sweat. After a few months later, I began to feel better and continued to live a normal life after that. Jake didn't go to school until months later, until he was finally okay until the end of the year. Like I said, I know this wasn't the typical stalker story, but this was one horrific event that I went through, and I never ever want to go through again. There's a bit of personal information that I didn't share due to confidential reasons, and I don't want to share any information that isn't confirmed with the victim and his family. But remember to stay safe out there. I really hope many people don't ever have to witness what I and the other kids had to see that day. It was truly awful. I live in a big city, New York City. To be honest, there's always creepy people in public transportation. When I was younger, about 18 to 21, I had a bad habit of walking home from my best friend's house since buses usually never ran at that time. I would walk along this big park because it was a shorter distance than walking all the way around. One night it was about 10 p.m. and I had walked from her house to the train as I've done a million times before. I got to the train station, paid, and I got on the train and sat down waiting for it to leave. I noticed this man entering the train, and he gave me a really bad gut feeling. So I moved to the next cart, and guess who moved with me? I then decided to test it one more time, and he followed me, but started picking up his pace. The train was empty since it was the first stop. The conductor made the announcement of closing the doors, so I then got off before he could. The conductor saw me and he pulled his window down to tell me to get back on the train since there will not be another train for a while. I told him that someone was following me and he let me back on, but in his cart, and he had the door open. And thank God he helped me. I don't know what that man's intentions were, but I really don't think they were good considering he was following me. Thankfully, I only had to go to one stop. New York City trains are pretty crazy. I've been groped and harassed, and I've seen things that I don't ever want to see again. Me and my best friends were neighbors living in Upper Manhattan. It was summertime, and it was pretty late. It was around 8:30ish, and we wanted to go to the west side to get some milkshakes, because we always like to go out late for little adventures. Of course, my parents didn't want us to go out late, but we kept pushing, and we ended up going. In order to get to where we wanted to go, we had to take the subway over there. As we were coming back, it was already 9:30ish, so we expected to get back home around 10. The train arrived and me and my best friend hopped in. The train car was empty, so me and my best friend sat on the chairs with 2 seats. As we arrived at the next stop, a man came in the same cart. We didn't think anything of it until the man sat right across from us. Keep in mind the train car was nearly empty, and he could have picked literally any other seat, but decided to sit across from us. Of course, me and my friend really thought that was weird, so we then texted each other saying we were going to move to the next car when we got to the next stop. As we were heading to the next stop, we quickly ran out of the train and ran to a different train cart. We just kind of laughed it off until our smiles slowly turned into worried faces when we saw the same man coming into the new car we just moved to. Obviously, me and my friend felt completely uncomfortable, and we moved all the way down to the opposite end of the cart, and the man did the same exact thing. Keep in mind, the man himself didn't look creepy. He looked pretty average, which honestly made me really surprised. But me and my best friend quickly moved to the next cart once we got into the next stop. We were pretty scared because we were only 15 years old and we were females, and we were on a subway train going back home alone around 10 o'clock. I don't really remember how we lost the man, but luckily we did, and we quickly ran back home after we got off our stop, but also making sure we weren't being followed back home. We didn't tell our parents due to knowing the fact that they weren't going to let us out again, so we just kept it to ourselves. Luckily, nothing crazy like this ever happened again to us. But now we know to be more careful taking the subway home. And for anyone that comes to New York and takes the subway, please be careful, because you really never know who's gonna follow you. This is narrated from the perspective of a female. This happened a few years ago in Rome, Italy. I was walking alone along the street that leads to the train station. It was around 3 p.m. on a working day, so almost practically no one was around. There were not many shops either on that street, and the few ones existing were closed. A man was walking in my same direction just a few meters away before me. Casually, he turned back, and he noticed me. It was one of those instinct reactions that you cannot conceal. His face said it all. He was roughly 6 foot tall and well built. Not exactly the body structure you would like to see such a face on. His eyes openly said that, "I've been to jail, and I'm highly likely to go back in again." He went along his way ahead of me, and he then turned again a couple of more times and slowed down his pace. In a few moments, the situation was reversed. I was walking in front of him now. I didn't turn around. It was useless. I knew he was following me. I didn't hurry up. I just pretended I didn't notice him. I was listening to the radio on my smartphone with the earbuds in and just simply kept on doing it. But you can imagine just how much I was panicking on the inside, all alone in the street with a 6 foot tall criminal walking after me. I kept walking, struggling to the very last bit of my soul, acting as if nothing was happening. In the meanwhile, searching desperately for an escape out of this situation. Then, after a few more minutes like this, I then saw 2 men talking vivaciously outside of their shop. I seized the occasion and stopped right after them, pretending to scroll up and down on my phone. With the tail of my eyes though, I kept glancing beyond the 2 men. And I was right, because after a few moments, I saw him stretching his neck trying to spot me. He saw I had stopped, and he was leaning against the wall near the 2 other men. He then turned back and went away. I'm pretty sure that I must have had a guardian angel that day who sent those 2 men and placed them at the right time and right place. Nothing else happened, but only because I was extremely lucky. To all the ladies out there, never take for granted you're safe because you're in broad daylight, and never give in to fear. I'm a student in Rome, and I live about 2 hours away from it. So whenever I have to go there, I have to go by train. I do have my driver's license, but I prefer the train because I can study on the way there. Plus, in Italy, it's quite common for students to move by train to reach the cities where we study at. So this one day in question, I was waiting at the train station Roma Tiburtina with my boyfriend for my train to come. This is one of those times where I would get on the train by myself because he had an extra lesson the following day, so he was just keeping me company. We both noticed a weird guy with a bike acting strange, like he was drunk or something. But we didn't pay much attention because the station is often full of drunk homeless people roaming around. Here's why he never lets me go alone to the station, especially at night. So we sat and waited for my train, and when it finally arrived, I got up and kissed my boyfriend goodbye and got on the train. I did notice the guy with the bike standing in line behind me to get on the train, but I honestly didn't give it that much thought. After all, lots of people took my same train, and there were often drunk people trying to board without a ticket. When I got on the train, it was packed. No matter how many carriages I passed, I couldn't find a seat. So I just sighed and decided to go sit by the train door. I don't know about other countries, but here in Italy, some trains have a little seat by the door that you can unfold. So I unfolded one of those and sat there, taking out my history book and starting my long study session. About 5 minutes into my studying, I had felt something on my cheek. It was a hand. I raised my gaze from my book, and there he was, the guy with the bike. I immediately jerked his hand away from my face and asked, who are you and what do you want? He simply just stood there smiling, so I asked again, who are you? He then looked me dead in the eyes, still with that creepy-ass grin, and said,
I'm no one. I'm just a dude. Want to have some fun?
I didn't even bother answering, and I just started picking up my stuff to leave. But then, he put his arm right in front of me, blocking my way into the carriage. So I grabbed his wrist, dug my nails into it, and then jerked it away, freeing my passage to the much crowded carriage where he couldn't do anything to me. I tried to look for the ticket inspector to get some help, but he just kept following me. One very kind man noticed that the creep was following me, so he offered me a seat and he told me to stay there and that he would go look for the inspector. So I sat down and waited. I honestly thought that I was safe, that he wouldn't try and do anything in front of so many people, but I was wrong. He started going back and forth along the corridor of the carriage, and every time he would pass me, he would try to touch me. He would caress my shoulder or face, or even try to go to my breasts, despite the fact that I kept jerking his hands away. Everybody just watched and said nothing, absolutely nothing to help me. After a while, the man came back with the ticket inspector, and the man ran away in the opposite direction. The inspector came up to me, and I'd showed him a picture of the dude that I'd managed to take, telling him that he was following me and touching me. So he went after the creep, and he eventually got to him a few carriages forward. He caught him, and he then proceeded to call the police. The police came to the next station, and while waiting, the creep was placed near his bike by the door, with the inspector constantly watching him. While at the train station, 2 officers had to literally lift him out of the train because he was resisting, saying that we were friends and that I obviously liked his attention, but he got arrested anyway. And the worst part of all this? No one even dared to help me on that train when he was trying to touch me in front of everyone, and there was even a woman that said I must have done something to turn him on. So even though I was just a student minding my own business, just sitting there looking at my books, in her mind, I must have done something to turn him on. Still to this day, I can't fucking believe I was the one being blamed for his creepy ass behavior. Seriously, what the fuck? Hi everyone. Welcome back to a new video. I know this video is a little shorter than usual, but I do hope you still enjoy it. This is also my last video of the week, but I'll be back on Monday, so don't worry. I hope you all enjoy your weekend, and as always, if you have a scary story of your own that you might want to share, you can send it at southerncannibal.com. I really love doing these cyber stalker stories, so if you have one, be sure to send it in. All that being said, let's get into the stories. And remember to always stay hungry. This started back in 2020 when the COVID-19 pandemic first began. My school had gone into quarantine because a ton of people were getting sick. This led to online schooling. I don't know how other school districts did online schooling, but mine just clumped everyone participating into one class. It's a small district, so it made sense. I didn't talk to anyone except my previous in-person classmates. So the fact that someone completely random reached out to me was odd. A very strange individual, a year younger than me, had sent me a message asking me to share a photo that he sent me with others. I always refer to him as just weird dude if someone brings him up. I definitely wasn't expecting it, and after declining, I thought that was the end of communicating with others. A couple of days later, I got another message from the same guy. He asked if we could talk. So we ended up sharing our common interests and we had a genuine conversation. But for some reason, something just felt off. We continued talking for about half of a semester and then lost contact once returning to in-person schooling. By then it was 2021 and I had completely forgotten all about his existence. About 3 weeks into the new school year, I'd got a message from him asking if we could regain contact with each other and stay friends. I wasn't overly excited about talking to him, because before he had made me uncomfortable. But I just brushed off the bad feeling that developed and agreed. We chatted for a couple of weeks and everything seemed normal, but for some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was either using me or something was very wrong. I should have trusted that feeling and gotten rid of him when I had the chance. He had been saying things that didn't make sense and going into self-pity episodes while telling me he has feelings for me that developed when we first started chatting. I laughed it off, thinking he was just joking around, but it began to escalate very quickly. The self-pity episodes became more frequent, and the intensity of his confessions was growing. It was getting to the point where weird dude was telling me what he wanted to do to my either dead or unconscious body, and I was more uncomfortable than ever, and I told him that he was bothering me. That seemed to anger him, and he signed off for the night, and he didn't contact me again for a week. I don't remember exactly what happened because it was a while ago, but I remember waking up at night and not being able to fall asleep. It was like my body just refused to relax, and my medications weren't helping like they should. So I decided to browse a bit on my computer when I saw a little notification from my messages. I then clicked on it to see the weird dude had messaged me. I was somewhat concerned, considering the fact that it was around 4 a.m. and I always knew him to not stay up late. I checked the message, and he had sent me this somewhat long text that really just consisted of, "I know who you are, I know who your friends are, and I know about your home life, and you should be worried." He had sent this message without any context, and then immediately signed off when I was yelling at him to tell me what the hell he meant and what was going on. So, feeling a little freaked out, I decided to text my other friend in a panic. You see, I was panicking because before he had playfully threatened me and my family, which when I told him to stop, he would yell and tell me that I was selfish. Not to mention he had also bragged about all of the mental disorders he had, and he told me that if we knew each other in person, he would do something to me. The message scared me, so I sought out advice and comfort from my friend. She replied back with soothing messages trying to calm my nerves, and also telling me that he was just a loser trying to give me a scare, and that I was safe. I decided to listen to her advice and just lay down and try and get some sleep for the night. Once again, he didn't text me again for a couple of days, and I had calmed down. That is, until I began receiving some odd messages from him that were mostly along the lines of, "I love you. I'm sorry. I just want you so bad. You mean the world to me. I've become attached and I want to be with you. I don't want you to be with others." And other messages that consisted of very detailed sexual desires. Not to mention, he had actually sent me a photo of my house with a threat. I played it off dumb like, "Dude, that's not my house," but he wasn't buying it. He then brushed it off as a joke and left me confused and scared, which understandably freaked me the fuck out. He kept sending me indirect threats and things he wanted to do to me, and then pouring out his love to me right after. I had decided to tell him to fuck off, and I blocked him, thinking that was the end of it. I couldn't have been more wrong. Weird Dude created new accounts, and I wasn't able to change accounts because it was my school one, so I needed it. And since he knew my email, he kept constantly reaching out to me. I was really freaking out, and I sought out help from teachers and fellow students because I was just too stupid to go and contact the police, and I was so worried. I pictured in my mind of them just telling him to watch it and letting him off with a warning, which he would then act faster and actually harm my family and I. So since in my mind I couldn't get any help, I was keeping it to myself, which was a very heavy burden and I could barely take it, along with all of my studies and events also going on at home. It was around a little after the start of 2022 that I finally had it, and I begged my few friends for help. I was desperate, and I'm pretty sure if my best friend hadn't stepped up, I would have broken out into tears. She had sent an email, a very angry email, and she was telling him off in many different ways, such as wishing he would get defenestrated, which for anyone who doesn't know, that means being thrown out a window, which seemed to scare Weird Dude off after he realized that other people knew what was going on. But once again, I truly thought it was the end, but he just had to return to playing as the victim. He contacted my friends, and he was begging them to get me to talk to him again. I don't even know how Weird Dude got their contacts, but somehow he did. Eventually I gave in like an idiot, and I talked to him. He wouldn't stop apologizing and was begging for another shot, and so I gave it to him out of pity and the fact that he knew my friends, which meant I wasn't able to get rid of him anytime soon. In fact, 3 days after meeting one of my friends, she began dating him, and she didn't even care about what he had done. I had tried to warn her that he was bad news, but she wouldn't listen. His whole facade of him being the victim faded away very quickly after he began threatening my closest friend, the one who helped me, and also stalking her online, finding her different social media accounts, and never leaving her alone like he had done to me. The one who started dating him didn't really care, and I was starting to get angry again. After a couple of weeks, my other friend broke up with him, and he was mad, taking it all out on my friend and I. The only reason neither of us didn't tell him off was that he would continuously tell us that he was going to commit suicide, and we were really worried as we didn't want anyone to do that or to be the cause of it. He wouldn't stop texting me, and at that point, my friend and I were just trying to ignore him. It was pretty hard considering I can't block him because he creates new accounts. The threatening and sexual threats had returned, and I was losing it. He was also threatening my friend, and I don't remember it all exactly, but a couple of months ago, he had insulted the only friends I had, and then he told me that he wanted my best friend to die. For some reason, the other things never made me snap, but that did. I lost it on him, and I said things that I never really thought I would have the confidence to say. It seemed after all of the anger I threw at him, he slowly shrank down, and he finally got mad at me for defending my friend against his threats. He told me I was useless and narcissistic, and that I deserved death and should die. Then he blocked me. So far, he hasn't contacted me again, but I do still get paranoid when someone mentions a meetup between schools because they're so close to each other. Weird Dude, If you happen to hear this, I know you know I'm talking about you. Don't ever talk to me or my friends again. I may not have the evidence of what happened anymore, but my friend does. If you come back, we'll go to the police, and you will not get away with your guilt tripping this time. A couple of years ago, I started to really grow my online presence. I was doing really well as an influencer on Twitter. It was around that time that OnlyFans started blowing up. I discovered that I was really good at it, and that there was a market for content there. Looking back, I wish I could take it all back, because it started a chaotic nightmare in my life. Of course, whenever you get involved with sex work, there's a lot of creeps. Most of them I'm able to pick out pretty easily, and I would just block them. But there was one guy in particular that I was talking to on Snapchat who was inquiring about buying some photos. I started to get a really weird vibe from him because of the questions that he was asking. I suddenly saw that I had a new subscriber online, and I'd clicked the profile, and it was completely blank. But I figured it was him since we had just been talking about it. He kept asking me intrusive questions, so I stood up to him and told him that I was going to block and report him to the platform. That really pissed him off, and somehow he got my photos and was able to figure out my real name, which was not published anywhere online. So when I then blocked him, I started to get all types of Instagram messages. They were burner accounts, so I could tell. He had sent me long ranting messages about how I was a whore, a slut, and he was going to tell everybody. He sent me a video of my content that he screen recorded, and he threatened to blackmail me with it and expose me to all of my family. I blocked a few accounts of his, and at my dismay, the messages continued on all of my platforms. He had a lot of crazy people messaging me on Snapchat, threatening me, saying that they're gonna assault me, kill me, etc. And then one day, I got a very chilling message. When I opened it, I realized it was a list of names. All of my social medias were public, so he could see all of my friends on Facebook. The list of names included my mom's name, my cousin, my husband's family, etc. He knew everything, even though I had not posted anything on my social media about my life offline. I looked him up angrily, and I sent him a message, but I was frightened, worrying it would get worse, so I erased it. He then continued to harass and stalk me throughout the week. I was so scared at what he was finding out. He told me there was no need to block him on OnlyFans, because he had multiple accounts, and he could do whatever he wanted. This made me truly paranoid, and I just wanted to delete everything. I wanted to delete my Instagram and Facebook, just to feel some sort of safety. It didn't scare me that he was trying to blackmail me, just that he was able to find out so much information with just my photos. I found out that he lived out of state and not too far away. Every time I would block one of his accounts, he found me on another platform, and he would just make multiple different accounts. It had really started to scare me just how obsessive he was getting. He was even trying to add some of my own friends on Snapchat, and then tell them a totally different story to persuade them to be on his side. At this point, I was so scared that I got the police involved. It was a stupid decision, but I had my sister add him on Snapchat to try and get some more information about him so we could do something. As soon as she added him, he had sent her a message and asked if she thought he was stupid. He said that he knew that she was my sister, even though her name was not on her Snapchat at all. There really wasn't a lot I could do. I felt scared even going in public. I was scared for my family, and if they would receive horrible messages about me. I didn't want to rope them into this, but I didn't feel safe online at all. And the platform where I was posting content refused to help me take down my content or my page for my own protection. The detective didn't pay attention to me, and he just told me to ignore him and that he would eventually go away. Finally, after a couple of weeks of being cyberstalked, he stopped. It definitely opened my eyes to just how dangerous it is to being online. We really don't realize how much of our information we put out there until it's too late. One thing I want to add is please be aware of what you post online. Make your account private, use nicknames, and protect yourself. Be safe out there. Hi everyone. Apologies for the interruption from the stories, but I want to take a moment to thank today's sponsor, ShipStation, for sponsoring and with the free ship on the surface. My name has been changed for safety reasons. Hi, my name is Stormy. My story may not sound as scary on the surface, but this experience traumatized me so much, and I'm still in therapy because of it. I've always been a shy kid, and when I was 14, I was trying to find a group of friends that I would really fit in with. I found an online community which was very friendly at first, but as time went on, I realized the true horror behind it. This community seemed more like a cult, being led by a woman almost in her 30s who took me under her wing. At first, she seemed really nice and concerned about me. I had no idea that she was grooming me. She welcomed me into the group, even inviting me to her Discord. I used to vent to her about school and how not being a popular kid was really affecting me, but soon enough, the conversations would always turn sexual in nature. She would ask me to call her Mama Ginger, and she would call me honey or sweetie or baby, something which always made me uncomfortable. She'd share stories of her once attempting to run over a homeless man because she wanted to scare him. She would also laugh while telling me that she once sent 2 of her roommates to the hospital after throwing a glass bong at their heads because they had told her to move out and they wouldn't let her out of their sight while she packed. She would tell me about her relapses and admitted to me that she drank every day and how she'd take any drug at hand's reach because she really needed it just to cope through the day. She would even tell me about stealing her boyfriend's benzos, which would result in them having really nasty fights. One day she reached out to me, and I could tell she was on very heavy drugs due to the nature of the conversation. She told me that she'd been having a really rough day because she had apparently been banned from all the strip clubs in her area due to all her violent outbursts or getting caught doing hard drugs in the bathroom. That's when she told me that working in the sex industry was the fastest way to make money and that she wanted to create her own fetish community. I later found out that she was also into wearing diapers, adult baby onesies, and would pretend to be a baby during sex with her boyfriend. When I told her this made me uncomfortable, she told everyone on her Discord, YouTube, and Instagram community to completely ignore me. She then threatened that if anyone spoke to me, it would result in an immediate blacklist. She called the police on me, and she even sent them to my house, telling the officers that I was stalking her. After this, I deleted all of my social media and I went into hiding. It's taken me nearly 3 years to speak about this publicly, but I wanted to share it as part of my healing process because she's still out there. She keeps getting run out of most platforms, but she has several accounts that she can use to evade the ban. Dear Mama Ginger, fuck you for all of the trauma and abuse that you've caused to me and others. For the rest of you listening, thank you for listening, and please stay safe. Hey everyone, welcome back to a new video. If you have a story of your own similar to this or maybe a different kind, you can send your own at southerncannibal.com. These are some pretty crazy stories, so I hope you enjoy this one. And I feel like I need to give a warning for domestic violence for the first story. It's pretty crazy. All that being said though, I hope you enjoy these stories. And without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it. And remember to always stay hungry. This took place in the late 1990s, not too long after I graduated high school. A little backstory first. I met this guy when I was about 14 or 15. He was older than me. I never really knew his age since he often lied to me about it, but he was at least a few years older than me. He became my off and on summer fling / romance for a few years. Nothing really serious. When I was a senior in high school, we connected during the winter one night, and he asked me to be his girlfriend. I did like him a lot, so we started dating full time. He was sweet. I missed most of the red flags, like him worrying about all the other guys in class noticing me if I wore a dress or something. Right after my 18th birthday, we moved in together. I was still in high school, and I had an after-school job, so I thought I could handle it. Plus, I thought it would be a helpful life partner and we could get a life together. I was wrong. I graduated high school and ended up getting 2 jobs, and he would keep quitting any job he had. I was also preparing to go to a local college. I was determined to do it all though. After about a year of this, and some really crazy fights that became physical, I ended up just becoming numb to the life I was living now. I say physical, but the truth is, he was physically abusive. Between the physical and mental abuse and torture, he wore me down. I knew I deserved better. I knew he was lying every single time he told me that he would never hurt me again. I also believed him when he told me he would kill me and think nothing of it. I won't tell every single time he beat me, but one of the times I truly thought he was going to murder me. I had been at home with our baby boy while he was out with friends or whatever he was doing. It was a pretty good night. I enjoyed being a new mom, and I'd liked the time away from the guy. It was relaxing. I'll refer to him as Asshole. Well, Asshole came home later this winter night, and he had brought a friend with him. I knew the friend, but not too well. They came in the house, and everything seemed to be going okay. But I noticed that Asshole was being a little sarcastic with his tone towards me. It was a fake nice and sarcasm that usually came before he wanted to start a fight. I then prepared for him to start arguing. I thought that his friend being there would be a safety net of some sort. Boy, was I wrong. I made sure not to do anything to make him mad. I stayed close to my little boy and let him and his friend just hang out, talk, and drink, and whatever they were doing. I couldn't pinpoint exactly what caused him to snap that night, but he did. It was the worst I'd ever seen him. He wanted to fight me. He screamed in my face that he was going to beat me like a man, all while I was holding our baby. His friend followed him, or at least not standing too far away from him. I tried to run, but he blocked me before I could get away. He told me he was going to kill me. I saw his friend just standing there, panicked. I handed him my baby and then said, "Please don't let anything happen to him." The moment my baby was in his friend's arms, I felt my hair being ripped out of my head. Asshole began kicking and hitting me. I got away long enough to make it to the living room where our landline phone was. I dialed 911, and right as I hit the third, he picked me up and then slammed me down on the ground. He slammed the phone down to hang it up and then cracked me on the face with it. I thought for sure that 911 call didn't go through. He began hitting me so hard and choking me that I was blacking out and seeing stars as my head spun like crazy. I looked at his friend and I begged him to go get help. He just stood there, scared to death. Asshole then told him if he did, he would kill him. I understood in that moment that his friend was truly just as scared and didn't know what to do. I wasn't mad at him for not helping. I was just really thankful that he was protecting my baby. I knew this was going to be it. Asshole was going to kill me like he often said he would. He would have no remorse, just as he promised. I wasn't about to make this easy on Asshole. I fought back, harder than I'd ever fought back before. He was on something, which I later found out, so his strength was definitely not something that I could match. Not to mention he was about 100 pounds bigger than me. But I was a mom who wanted to live to see my baby grow up. As he hovered over me, hitting me in the head and choking me, I grabbed his balls and twisted and pulled. It didn't faze him. He was so high. I was tasting blood and feeling so numb. He was beating me so bad that I wasn't even hurting anymore. Maybe it was the adrenaline in the moment. I don't know. But suddenly, the hit stopped. I no longer felt my head getting bashed in, but weirdly enough, I heard a pounding. He got off of me, and for a split second, I didn't know what was happening. I wasn't even sure if I was still alive at this point. Finally, I stood up as he told me to be quiet. The pounding was the police knocking on our door. The 911 call had been an open call, and the entire fight was heard. Asshole answered the door, and he told me to stay back. He started to tell the police some story about the baby just crying. I stepped in the view of the officer who looked at me, and he immediately threw Asshole against the outside of our home. The rest seemed to happen so fast. Asshole was being arrested, and an officer was talking to me and taking my statement. One of the cops told me then I had one of the worst injuries he had ever seen a person have and still be alive. Asshole had hurt me so badly that he had beat a hole into my lip where I couldn't even have a drink without the water going through. He called me from jail, and the exact words he said to me was,
"Why did you do this?"
He really wasn't even sorry at all. He didn't even lie to me this time and pretend that he was. I left him. He was eventually sentenced to 26 days in jail. He never served them because he moved to another state before he could be arrested. He managed to find me and stalk me, but I stayed strong and stayed away from him. Eventually, he had moved on to his next target. I have truly felt so much guilt over this, but the next woman was beaten and choked too. But she wasn't just beaten, she was also choked to her death. He took the life of someone, and I'm sure he thought nothing of it, just as he always said to me. I know deep in my heart that if I hadn't walked away, it would have been me he killed, but I'm so sorry to that woman's family. He's in prison now, probably feeling no remorse at all, but hopefully he's getting justice served to him in other ways. I'm just so glad that I actually got away from him. In October of 2019, I was reunited with my ex. I'll call him Derek for the sake of this story. For 6 years prior to that, a part of me had regretted breaking up with him, so I was really ecstatic and looking forward to picking up where we left off. Yes, I realized this was extremely naive and short-sighted of me. As a result, against the advice of every important person in my life, I jumped on the first chance to move to a new city with him in January of 2020. We rented a cute 2-bedroom duplex in an urban part of Southwest Washington and settled into the idea of fulfilling the 1-year lease that we signed. I was new to the area, and he had all the information on events in the area. Where to find the best food, where to hike, and so on. A part of me truly believed that no matter what the nature of our disagreements happened to be, we were both mature enough to keep the peace. Well, this mentality lasted about a month, and I can pinpoint exactly when it all fell apart. Derek had a knack for locating live music events, festivals, etc. And after 2 weeks of peacefully living in our duplex, he found an event in Portland, Oregon. It was a Middle Eastern dance party at a basement bar, and I'd spent a week looking forward to it. I was so distracted by putting our new home together and the fact that I'd landed an extremely attractive partner, then I'd forgot all about the fact that Derek was also extremely possessive, jealous, and paranoid. He didn't have a car, so instead of taking an Uber or Lyft, I drove us to the venue. We arrived at about 9 p.m., and he immediately began paying for round after round of drinks. We danced and generally had a really good time for about an hour or two. The venue was packed, and the acoustics made it difficult to communicate while the music played. At some point, I needed to find a restroom, and I told Derek that I would be back in a few minutes. I walked up the stairs of the basement bar and onto the main level, quickly locating the ladies' room. There was a line in front of the door, and it took me approximately 15 minutes to do my business and then head back to our event, very eager to continue dancing. Derek had left our booth in my jacket, but he hadn't sent me a text or call to let me know that he was going to do so. Having crossed the line from tipsy to drunk, I sat down in the booth and waited for Derek to come back. 10 minutes later, still no Derek. I felt my phone vibrate in my purse, and I discovered that Derek had left me a voicemail. A feeling of dread washed over me as the memories of his jealous temper came flooding back. I also remembered asking him to hold my car keys, as my purse was full and I wanted to dance. While I wouldn't have attempted to drive at that point, I had a feeling that he was no longer at the venue. 2.5 hours in, I was ready to leave the crowded basement bar and head home. Keen on listening to Derek's voicemail, I walked back upstairs and I stepped outside into the brisk night air and proceeded to play Derek's voicemail. It said something to the effect of,
"Hey, so I saw you eye-fucking that guy. Have a nice time dancing, and good luck with finding a way home. Not."
and then he hung up. I was dumbfounded by Derek's abrupt tone and the random nature of his accusation. I had no idea who he was talking about, and quite frankly, making moony eyes with strangers simply isn't something I do, intoxicated or otherwise. Furthermore, no one had ever just taken my car before that night. There I was, significantly intoxicated and standing around the outside of a venue that was located in a part of Portland that was less than safe. I must have been swaying at some point, because I can recall two strangers stopping to ask if I was alright. I had my phone in my purse, but no way to account for my car or unlock the door to our duplex. Either way, I knew that I didn't want to stay at the venue until last call, and I proceeded to request an Uber. I can recall telling my Uber driver about what had happened on my way home. Fortunately, the driver was genuinely concerned for my well-being and said, "You realize that you could report your car stolen, right? Did he specifically say that he was driving back to your place? That's totally unacceptable." "Yeah, you're right," I said. "I just hope he didn't lock me out of the house. And I hate to ask, but would you mind waiting a couple of minutes while I try to get back in?" "Sure, no problem at all," he said. We pulled into my poorly lit complex, and I quickly discovered that Derek had stolen my car and locked me out of the house. It was at that point that I was just starting to sober up, and knocking on the front door yielded no results. Out of sheer fury, I climbed over a bush, popped the screen off the living room window, and discovered that it was unlocked. I waved at the Uber driver to let him know that I'd been alright from there, and then I slithered into the living room, where Derek sat on the couch staring straight at me. My car keys were sitting on a shelf right next to the window. It was as though Derek had left them there just to taunt me. I picked them up and then threw them on the floor, yelling, "What the fuck, dude? What happened?" Didn't you get my voicemail?" Derek sneered. "I'm sure you hooked up with that guy in the bathroom, so I decided to go home." "What guy are you talking about?" I yelled. Derek was never able to describe the man in question. I even unlocked my phone and tried to hand it to him, telling him to scroll through as many texts and emails and messages as he wanted. He refused to take the phone, and I went straight to bed, sequestering Derek to the couch. He played many mind games similar to that after that night. Needless to say, we didn't make it as roommates for more than another 2 months. Mask mandates were established in March 2020 for our area, and he actively refused to comply with them, which left me feeling incredibly uneasy. Following several additional incidents, a call to the cops, and Derek intentionally taunting and leaving my indoor cat outside, I told him that I wanted him to leave and that I'd be fine with paying rent on my own. In April 2020, 3 months after signing our 12-month lease, Derek moved out, and I was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Hindsight is usually 20/20, and I certainly feel that way about the scenario. For several months, I kicked myself for moving in with Derek as quickly as I did. But the important thing is that I learned from my mistakes. I eventually met my fiance, and we dated for more than a year before moving in together. But I hope someone reads this and takes it into consideration before succumbing to the allure of moving to a new city with someone they're not compatible with. And on a final note, Derek, should you ever see me again, I really hope you've gotten your life together in some capacity. But please, don't ever approach me again. So to start this story out, I'd like to give some context. When I started my undergraduate degree, within a few weeks, I had received a DM from a beautiful out-of-my-league girl in my program asking me to dinner. Let's call her Abby. I had never really been hit on by girls in the past, so I was shocked and I quickly accepted. Abby and I got dinner and hit it off pretty well. And to make a long story short, we started dating after a few hangouts and such. I feel like most people go through a relationship in college where the partner is totally crazy and toxic. This was no exception. She would do really weird things while we hung out. For example, one time she told me she was gonna call a friend to talk to them, and I found out shortly after that it was an old ex-boyfriend of hers. She convinced the guy over the phone that she wanted to get back together with him, only to then say, "Nah, just kidding. I have my boyfriend right here beside me." She really enjoyed messing with her exes in this way. I guess to make herself feel wanted or whatever. Why I didn't end things here, I have no idea. I never really had luck with girls in high school, so I guess I was desperate. Anyways, after a short while, we broke up after I found out she was only dating me because apparently I looked very similar to and had the same hair as a boy from her town who she had a long-time crush on. We were 18 at the time, and this kid was 13, but that's a whole other story. Anyway, now to the main story. Every so often throughout the years following our breakup, I would get texts from unknown numbers that I could only imagine was her and her new boyfriend. Not the kid, by the way. I would try to do a reverse phone number to check, and it would always come up as either a landline or unknown. Since you can't text from landlines, I had her number blocked. She was probably using one of those programs that lets you bypass a blocked number by then changing the number the text or call comes from. Abby would mess with me a lot. One time she claimed to have a friend during freshman year who she would get notes from in class. The friend told me that they had been messing around when she was dating me, and he found out shortly after that he had contracted an STD. My dumbass fell for it, so just to be safe, I had to go to my pediatrician, who is also a member of my church and has known me since birth. I hadn't switched doctors yet, and I went to get an STD test. Talk about embarrassing. It came back negative, of course, so it was all just a con to get me to freak out. Mostly I would just brush it off, when who I thought was Abby would text me and not entertain it after a while. It became routine every few times a year, and I would immediately delete the text convo and block the number. However, in one instance, she took it too far. I had been dating a new girl for a few years, and things were really serious between us at this point in our relationship. Let's call her Clara. One day I got a text from a number saying they had matched with Clara on Tinder, and they saw me on her Instagram as her boyfriend, so he was doing me a favor by letting me know. Let's call him Bob. I already thought the story was off because how could this random guy get my number just by seeing me on her Instagram? It wasn't a DM, it was a text message that he sent me. Bob sent me screenshots of the profile with multiple pictures of my girlfriend, one of which I hadn't seen of her before with her in a bikini, and even a Tinder conversation that went on between them. It went something like this. The screenshots included details of her house, along with the same address that I knew belonged to her. They also were there for sure at some point. I know this because the number also sent me a picture of them waiting in a car outside the house. At first, I started getting really upset and freak out because I thought it was real. How could anyone fake a Tinder profile like this and know all of that information? I had never used Tinder before, so I wasn't really familiar at all with the app. It had to be real. However, when examining the screenshots further, I noticed something odd. In one of the screenshots, Bob had sent a text saying, "Okay, bet," but the text bubble was way too long for this short message. I asked a friend if I could test out this theory, so I made a fake Tinder and we matched. I then proceeded to send a short message, and sure enough, the text bubble didn't stretch out further than the message. I then started to look up templates for fake Tinder accounts online, and I then noticed one that had the exact same time, battery percentage, and carrier that the person's screenshot had. This basically confirmed it was fake, but here's where it gets even worse. I blocked the number, and I then sent the screenshots to Clara. She started freaking out and then called me right away. She started asking me who sent that to me, while also insisting that it was fake. She had no history of cheating or anything, so I knew to trust her, especially with all of the evidence that pointed toward it being fake. She told me that the first photo used in the profile had been something that she uploaded to her best friend's Instagram story over a year ago. This means that this sicko had been planning this for over a year, and how they got access to her best friend's Instagram, I'll never know. You have to manually add someone to that list in order for them to see it. What makes it even creepier is that she had only just moved into that house a few months before I got the texts. Somehow Bob had found out Clara's address and had actually drove there to see what kind of house she lived in. I researched online and found that most of the time, if you want to find someone's address based on their name, you have to pay a small fee to a service online. The fact that Abby went to these lengths just to try and sabotage my relationship still sends shivers down my spine. Clara was also super freaked out for a while, and rightfully so, and she was really scared to stay in that house. She ended up bunking with her dad in his house for a while after this. We haven't been together in over a year now, but I really hope she hasn't received any more contact from Abby. As for me, I still get the odd text every now and then, usually insisting that it's a former lover of my old girlfriend from when we were dating. Yeah, pretty damn creepy.
Hey everyone, welcome back to a new video. Before I begin on the stories, I just wanted to mention, if you have your own personal scary story that you would like to send me for me to possibly narrate here on the channel, you can do so by sending it to southerncannibal.com. So if you have a personal true scary story that you'd like to share, please consider sending it my way. Now that all that's out of the way, let's begin. My brother is a 16-year-old boy who's thin, weak, and short. On the other hand, I'm an 18-year-old male. I'm athletically built and tall. My parents had recently been hired for new jobs at our local clinic, and they were really struggling with time management. This left me and my brother most of the time home alone, which we understood, and we had no problem with it. However, one night in particular, I was obligated by my school to attend a camp that one of my extracurricular clubs was hosting in a different city not too far away. Ultimately, I decided I really wanted to go, as most of my friends had already confirmed they would be going as well. I decided not to tell my parents about the club. I mean, I'm already 18, and I believed it was unnecessary to ask for permission. Now that I think about it though, not asking for permission is yet to this day my worst decision ever. As night fell and my parents departed to their workplace, I began telling my brother everything he needed to know before I left that afternoon. He seemed hesitant at first, but soon realized I was extremely excited to finally leave our small town and explore something new. He promised everything would be all right and that he wouldn't tell our parents he'd be alone until the next morning. Before leaving, I acknowledged how selfish I was being and the potential harm that my brother could possibly face. I texted one of my friends who had previously told me she was willing to babysit as a side hustle. I explained the situation, and immediately she agreed to stay over and watch for my younger sibling. I told my brother about the girl that he'd let in and the reasoning behind her presence. I felt relieved, but still felt guilty. My ride showed up, and I eventually left before the babysitter even arrived. Later that night, I received various text messages from my brother. However, I decided to ignore them, as I was busy unpacking most of my stuff, and those messages were probably weird and funny TikToks that he usually sends me. Well, around 12 a.m., I got a phone call from him. I silently picked up the phone, trying to avoid waking up everyone who was already asleep, and instantly felt the world turn upside down when I heard loud crying and breathing. That was all I heard for the first 20 seconds until I finally called out again. "Hello? Who is this? Are you okay?" Finally, my brother replied, "JJ, there's people in the house looking for the girl. She's hiding somewhere, and they know I'm here. I'm scared." I initially thought it could be a prank, as it sounded so weird and almost pulled out of a horror movie. Nevertheless, the crying and breathing said otherwise. I told my brother to stay hidden and to call the cops. As I was talking to him, though, I had heard a gunshot in the background, followed by a sound of screaming and yelling. At this point, my brother had begged me to return and to call my parents. So I did, and I then explained as fast as I could. They immediately questioned me, but I told them there wasn't much time left, and they had to go back home. Meanwhile, I was trying to get one of the teachers to drive me back home. Luckily, he agreed after hearing my very detailed story amidst my panic attack. Once I arrived home, there were infinite cop cars and many ambulances near the premises of our house. My brother was unharmed, but in a shocked state. I apologized profusely and I tried to comfort him while being scolded by my parents. To this day, I'm unaware of the reasoning behind the events that unfolded in my house that particular day. No casualties were found, only several bullet holes around the house. I learned to not ever trust anyone, or at least have a background check for the people I let in my house, especially when my little brother is alone. I'll be sure to provide an update if something else comes up. I genuinely doubt there will ever be one, as I reside in a small town and the police are sometimes not as helpful as we assume they are. Stay safe, and remember that sometimes not everything goes as planned. The moral of the story is to not be selfish. Well, for me anyways. This event lasted less than 5 minutes, but was still one of the scariest moments of my life. My aunt and uncle, who were both major junkies, moved into our house when I was around 9 years old. Though I really looked up to my aunt, I was always very uncomfortable around my uncle, who was, to put it nicely, the epitome of abusive white trash that one may imagine. He was skeleton thin from drugs, had a shaved head, covered in poorly done vulgar and racist tattoos, and to top it off, he had missing and rotting teeth. He was always drunk or high, and definitely wasn't good around kids. Well, one evening, my mother went out with my aunt, so my uncle was there, though he wasn't our usual assigned babysitter. Cass, my twin, and I had been taking care of ourselves and my little brother for years at that point, and we were certainly more mature than my uncle could ever be with all of his missing brain cells. Cass and I were hanging out in the living room while my brother slept upstairs in his room. My uncle suddenly came staggering out of his room, which was directly next to the living room. He squinted his eyes like he didn't recognize us. Now, we weren't afraid at all of our uncle, but we definitely weren't about to listen to him. Our uncle had then tried to kick us out of the living room, but we didn't have a TV in our room, so I'm sure that I said something that made him angry. More than likely telling him we didn't have to listen to him and that he had his own TV in his room. He marched back into his room, and I thought that was that. But then, he came back in holding a pillow from his bed. Before I could even begin to comprehend his intentions, he had stomped across the room and then pinned me to the couch, fully holding the pillow over my head. Even writing this, I can feel my heart pounding, and I'm having trouble completely catching my breath. I couldn't breathe, and I just remember throwing my hands about frantically trying to pull his hands off. I had bit my nails as a kid, so I couldn't even dig my nails into him. I was gasping for air and quickly losing consciousness when I then heard my sister screaming. I was about to fully black out when the weight lightened and I was able to throw it off, gasping like a fish out of water. Cass had jumped onto his back and he had flung her off, panting hard with such a cold look in his eyes as he staggered back. My uncle stormed out of the house, cursing at us, and we immediately locked the glass bag door behind him. We sobbed and held each other, sitting in the middle of the living room. We fell asleep wrapped in each other's arms, and we only woke up when the front door unlocked and then opened a few hours later. We ran to meet my mother and aunt at the front door, but they were both drunk off their asses and were giggling and shushing each other as they staggered in. I knew that they'd be no real help now, but Cass explained, and my mom was actually overly nice when she was drunk. So she then hugged us and began crying, telling us how much she loved us, which was a rarity. She and my aunt stayed up with us, them still drinking, and they turned on a horror movie and gave us each a shot. I know what you're thinking, but even at 9 years old, we weren't about to turn that down. When my uncle began banging on the glass bag door at 4 a.m., my aunt staggered over and told him to go fuck himself and to sleep outside for the night. He didn't come back for 3 days, but when he did, he acted like nothing had ever happened, and he avoided us like the plague. So dear readers, don't trust someone with your kid just because they're family, especially if they're family like mine. You never know what someone is truly capable of, especially in a moment of rage. This probably won't seem very scary to most, but it's one of the scariest moments of my life. If my sister hadn't have intervened, I truly believe he would have possibly killed me. Even more than 10 years later, I still wake up sometimes gasping for air, like it may be my last. My name is Thomas. One night, my friend for privacy reasons who we'll call Aaron was home alone for the weekend because his parents had left for a business trip. So he called me over and he asked if I wanted to have a sleepover. I had rode my bike around 7:30, entering from the back gate, and from his back door, I had then greeted him, and we ordered a pizza and played quite a few video games. We eventually got bored, so we watched a movie. Halfway throughout the movie, we decided to ding-dong ditch a few houses. After many laughs, we head back to Aaron's house. After a few minutes, we had heard a banging coming from the front door. We were shocked, but when we opened the door and there was no one there, we had saw a note that then read, "I'm coming for you." So we shut the door so fast, locking it from the top lock and the bottom one. Now, Aaron lives in a 2-story house, so keep that in mind. Neither one of us knew what to do, but we calmed down after we stated it could be a prank on us from the people in our school, because there was actually a prank war going on. So about another half hour into the movie, we both froze due to the sound of the front door then turning, when both of us just started thinking again about the creepy note we had gotten. When we both raced into his room, which is on the 2nd floor. "Oh shit, dude, I forgot to lock the door," I said. As I said that, we had heard the back gate begin opening. Aaron was aggressively telling me to go lock it. When I went to the back door, I could then see a silhouette of about a 6-foot-tall man looking inside through the door, but I don't think he saw me in return. Aaron had come down and caught up with me when I then signaled to him to go back to the room. We went into the room and we shut the door, but it had no lock due to his strict parents. I told him to call the cops and his parents, but he said no, that he wasn't allowed to have anyone over for the weekend, and he didn't want to get in trouble. So we had no choice but to hide under his bed. We began to then hear what sounded like the house being completely ransacked. Things being thrown around and broken, doors slamming, etc. Then it got worse, even more terrifying than it already was. We began to hear footsteps coming up the stairs. Aaron's door then slowly opened. We had heard the closet open and then clothes being moved around. And then he just seemed to stop. The bed we were hiding under had a huge blanket over it that hung all the way down to the ground level. So unless someone moved the blanket, you couldn't see us. 20 minutes later, I'd asked Aaron, "Dude, do you think we can run yet and get the fuck out of here?" But then, before I could even react, Aaron was then immediately dragged from underneath the bed, to which I then heard the most disturbing, ear-shattering scream which Aaron let out while being dragged from under the bed. It was right then and there that I knew I had to fucking do something or someone was gonna die that night. I got out from under the bed to see Aaron struggling to get loose from the 6-foot psycho's death grip. I desperately searched the house to find something to use as a weapon. I found a screwdriver. I ran back upstairs, charging towards the man, and made absolutely sure I stabbed him and got the screwdriver fully through his back. He then let out a blood-curdling scream, letting go of Aaron. We quickly ran out to Aaron's backyard, which led to the very dark woods. We then hid in some bushes near the entrance of the forest. We saw the man leaving the back gate, now holding a knife, which I guess he took from the kitchen. I felt his eyes pass me when Aaron then whispered, "Oh fuck, we gotta run." To which I then replied back with, "Why the fuck would we run now? We've came this far, might as well keep going." "But dude, he's coming right at us," Aaron said. And he was right. The man was running straight towards us. I still to this day don't know how he saw us in the pitch black like he did. Aaron had lived in the countryside of town, so the neighbors were about 1 to 2 miles away, and the road was a straight path, so he could easily see us. My lungs felt like they were on fire, and I ended up falling because of a tree root sticking out. Aaron stayed with me, trying to pick me up, but the man was right behind us, and he was at least 7 feet away from us. I could clearly see him in a tall black hoodie and white sweatpants. I don't know how, but this time luck was finally on our side. It seemed that this time he didn't see us. He then ran off in the other direction, and we sprinted even faster. I was the slower one, but I swear I could hear leaves crunching behind us. We entered the back gate, making sure to lock it. Remember before how Aaron was too scared to call his parents or the cops because of the repercussions of him getting in trouble? Yeah, well, fuck that. I told Aaron to call the damn cops already, that it's gotten too bad. We need the help. And with much hesitation, we finally called them. I stayed on the lookout to see if I saw the man coming back. It was so dark out, and I couldn't see a thing. But I then did something so regrettably stupid. I shined the flashlight in the woods when I saw it. I saw his dark, tall silhouette. I thought he was going to run directly towards us yet again. But no, he just turned around and ran back into the dark woods. The cops arrived and they searched the property, but they didn't find him. They only found the missing kitchen knife he took. The cops claimed there was going to be an investigation, but with not much to go off besides the knife, I really doubt much was ever done. And if there was, we never got an update on it. My guess is the guy's still out there somewhere, wreaking havoc. But yeah, that's the story of how me and my best friend Aaron almost died while home alone together. Stay safe, everyone, and make sure to lock the doors and windows at all times. It just may end up saving your life someday. These events all happened about 5 years ago, in the winter of 2017, and my brain will never let me forget about it. It was about 9:30 p.m., and it was very dark outside because it was winter. As a kid, I was very paranoid about home invasions, so whenever the slightest thing happens at night, I think the worst. My dad was out of town at the time, and my mom was asleep. I was sitting on my bed watching YouTube like any other night. Now, the house has an alarm system and a bell that goes off when any car comes in or out of the driveway. So I heard the bell go off, and my paranoid self was thinking the worst. But after a while, I calmed down and forgot. Then about 5 to 10 minutes must have gone by, and I realized I never heard the bell go off, meaning they left, so I start freaking out. I look out the window, and my worst fears then happen. 2 really tall guys in all black were taking stuff out of their car. Then, one of the guys looked up at me, and because our outside lights were bright, I could then see him giving me the creepiest smile. At this point, my heart was beating 100 times faster now. Tears are coming down my eyes, and I don't know what to do. They then ran up to the doors and jiggled the handles. After a while, they must have gotten fed up. They probably thought I was alone, so they were determined to get in. I ran to wake up my mom, and she was also panicked, and she called the cops. I ran back to the windows, and the 2 guys then pulled out a crowbar and hammer, and then the alarm system goes off, and they got in. Hearing the alarm, the 2 guys ran off, but before the one got in the car, he waved to me. I pretty much blacked out until the cops came. After this happened, my dad rarely ever left us alone, and we even had a security guard come at night. I keep thinking about what could have happened if we didn't have a house alarm. What would they have done to me? And why was that one guy waving and smiling at me? They literally got in the house. I'm so lucky we had an alarm. I'm from Nashville, Tennessee. Before I continue with this next part, I want to go ahead and say that I deeply regret doing the things I did when I was younger, and I don't condone breaking the law or doing the kind of things that I did back then. But anyways, I used to break into people's houses or garages, and I would steal whatever I could find for food money, or really whatever I wanted to spend it on. I should also mention that I lived in a very bad part of Nashville, by the way, but I would stay with my grandparents who had custody of my older brother on the weekends. Well, this particular weekend when I was about 13, I was going through some people's backyards looking for unlocked cars or garages. Well, I happened to notice a back door was open, about 4 or 5 inches with no lights on anywhere downstairs. So being the 13-year-old kid that I was, I go into the house, and while tiptoeing through the house trying to steal stuff like TVs and game systems, as well as computers, I heard a high-pitched scream, but it was muffled, if you can understand what I'm saying. Well, that stopped me dead in my tracks and caused me to listen way more intently. After the muffled scream, I had heard a slap and what sounded like someone then telling them, "Don't bother screaming, because nobody can hear you screaming down here." So I slowly started walking towards the screams, and I found a door cracked open that led to the basement, and I could tell there was a light on in the basement. I end up laying on the floor and looking down the steps towards the center of the basement, and I see that a man and a woman are tied up to some chairs in the basement, and both are gagged. The difference was that the man had his head hanging limp, and he had blood all over his chest, and he didn't even look like he was breathing. When I saw this, I got really scared, and then I took off running, making all kinds of noise. I know that it was loud enough for the intruder downstairs to hear me and freak out and start running up after me, but I just ran as fast as possible out the front door. I didn't even bother unlocking the screen door. I just ran right through it and ran down to the corner house, who I knew the owner was a firefighter. I start beating on his door, screaming for help, that there's a man chasing me trying to kill me, like he did the neighbor. Well, this really freaked out the homeowner, and it caused him to pull out a weapon on me first, until he noticed the deranged man running behind me at full speed, who had a machete in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. Without saying a word, the fireman opened fire and he shot the guy in his leg, which caused him to fall, and it also caused the kitchen knife to go right through his own neck. I believe that actually killed him on sight. I never heard him make any noises, but I was making enough for myself at the moment. The fireman called the police before heading towards the neighbor's house that the man came from, and he then found the wife barely clinging to her own life. But unfortunately, the husband was pronounced dead on the scene. What I heard around the neighborhood afterwards was that the husband had been in a car accident about 6 months before this, and the said crazy man's wife had apparently died in that car wreck. This caused the man to go crazy and start drinking and doing drugs until he just didn't care about living, and he just wanted everyone to suffer like he and his wife had. So he went to the man's house and he tortured him and his wife for hours until he passed out from the pain. The intruder slit the husband's throat, and before chasing me, he slit the wife's throat as well. But luckily, the paramedics were able to save her when they arrived. So yeah, kids, don't break into other people's homes. You just might stumble onto something that you can't get out of. Hi everyone, it's Monday, so welcome back to a new video. I hope you enjoy this one. I don't think I've done this topic in a while. And as always, if you have a story that you might want to share here on the channel, you can send any story you have to southerncannibal.com. And without any further interruptions, let's get into the stories. But remember to always stay hungry. I'm a female, and I was 18 years old when this happened. I had just graduated high school, and I had a summer full of trips planned with my group of friends before we would branch off to pursue our futures in the fall. The first trip we took was in June. It was a camping trip in the middle of the woods just outside of a small town in my home state of Pennsylvania. The cabin sat far back in the woods, with only a dirt trail about a half a mile long leading up to it. Along this trail were only a few other cabins sporadically placed throughout the woods, so we were pretty secluded and wouldn't have to worry about disturbing the peace. Something I used to do all the time before this point was go for long walks with nothing but my music and the wildlife all around me. I often did this to clear my head, sort of a recharge. I remember spotting one of the other cabins on our way to the site along the dirt trail. It was obviously a party cabin, filled with middle-aged drunken men. I didn't think anything of it at the time, just thought they were a normal group of hunters spending a weekend at their cabin. One morning just after breakfast, I decided to go for a walk before the rest of our crew was fully awake. For the duration of the walk, I had an unsettling feeling that someone was watching me. When people say you get a feeling when someone is watching you, it's no joke. The hairs on the back of my neck practically stood straight. When I had passed the cabin with the men going up the trail, the feeling hit me, and it lingered like a sickness for the entire walk until I had turned around to return to our cabin. As I walked back down the trail and was approaching the cabin with the men, I had noticed someone was watching me from behind a thicket of bushes bordering their grass lot. I couldn't make out what they were doing at first, but as I got closer, the person began to pace, occasionally peeking out from behind the bushes to look at me. The feeling I had been suppressing had now swelled in the pit of my stomach. It was like the natural survival instinct in me was then switched on to full power. Something wasn't right with this situation. Though I was panicking on the inside, I tried to remain as calm and nonchalant as possible, hoping the stranger would go away. As I drew closer, I could make out the figure was a man, probably in his late 20s to early 30s. He had a hiking backpack on of some sort and was holding something in his hands. Uncomfortable and afraid, I pulled out my phone and pretended to be busy scrolling and tapping away on my screen. Maybe the man was waiting for one of his buddies and was totally uninterested in me. I had left my eyes off the man for a matter of seconds, and when they had returned, my stomach dropped and I stopped dead in my tracks. The man was now standing in the dead center of the trail, staring me down. He was no more than about 50 feet away from me now. In a panic, I did the only thing I could do. If this man happened to have any sinister intentions and I couldn't take him, I was going to make damn sure someone knew. I stopped in my tracks and I immediately sent one of my friends in the cabin a message, saying where I was and explaining the situation just in case I didn't come back. When I glanced up from my phone, I could now tell what the man was holding in his hands: a tattered, discolored rag. The man now began to slowly walk towards me, his eyes not even leaving me for a moment. I had reached maximum panic mode at this point, and I made a 180 to go back up the trail and away from the man. Moving at a quickened pace, but not enough to raise suspicion, I called my friend and I asked her to send one of the guys to come and get me, and I then told her the whole situation. At this point, I was in tears and I couldn't hold back my fear. I stayed on the phone with her until one of my friends had arrived to walk back with me to the cabin. When my friend arrived to walk back with me, I had explained the situation to him, and it was almost as if he didn't believe me. I remember being embarrassed for the rest of the trip. Nothing I could do or say would make them believe me or understand the fear that I had felt. I had nightmares for a while afterwards when we had returned from our trip. Nightmares about how the situation could have played out if I hadn't backed away. All I can say is that I was lucky. There was no telling how far things could have gone if I hadn't listened to my instincts. For all I know, my nightmares may have been the way the situation could have panned out if I had made the wrong choice. I will never know what that man was planning to do or what the rag that he clutched in so tightly in his hands was for. One thing I want to say is that I'll never let my guard down again when walking alone. This happened back when I was 14 years old in 2019. Me and my dad were taking a road trip down to Southern California for a summer camp I was enrolled in. We drove about 8 hours before deciding to stop and camp for the night. If you've ever been to Central Valley, California, you know how desolate some parts of it are. By the time we found a campsite, we hadn't even seen any civilization for about 2 hours. My dad is a very experienced outdoorsman. Unlike me, he goes camping in dangerous and abandoned spots a lot. Because of this, he has a specialized tent that sits on the top of his car. On the night of this incident, I was planning to sleep in that tent, and my dad would sleep below me in another tent. The campsite we had stopped at doubled as a hot spring. There was a specific part of the property where no children were allowed. This was where the adults would get nude and soak in the springs. Being the curious teenager I was, I decided to ignore the "no children allowed past this point" signs and walked into the hot springs. To my surprise, it appeared completely empty except for one man in the very far back. The man slowly turned his head towards me, locking me in a deadly stare. He began to rise from the hot spring, never looking away from me. He was a white male, probably about 60 years old, and he was also extremely large, about 6 feet tall and at least 400 pounds. He was fully out of the water now, completely naked, his flabby skin dripping onto the pavement. My fight or flight response kicked in as he began to walk towards me. I pivoted and sprinted past the gate and down the path back to my campsite. But when I returned, my dad wasn't there. I guess he was in the bathroom or exploring the area. In fear that the man was still following me, I ran up the ladder of the tent on top of my dad's car. I zipped up all of the windows so that nobody could see me inside. I heard somebody walk into my campsite. By the sounds of the footsteps, I knew it wasn't my dad. The only other person here was the man. The footsteps stopped right below my tent. I tensed up, trying not to breathe. Then, I heard the man begin to walk away. I just stayed in the tent until my dad returned. When he came back from the bathroom, I told him about the man. He scolded me, telling me I shouldn't have gone into that area. Later that night, I was on my phone in my tent. My dad had been asleep for a while, and I was scrolling through Instagram. My headphones were on, meaning I couldn't hear anything except for the YouTube video playing in the corner of my screen. Suddenly, I received an airdrop photo from an unknown contact. I looked around, but it was way too dark to see if anybody was outside. I cautiously accepted the message, and the photo began to load on my phone. It was a picture of me sitting in my tent, looking down at my phone. The picture was taken from right outside. In a panic, I called out for my dad. He woke up, and he then searched the campsite. Nobody was there. I don't have proof, but I know it was the man from the hot springs. I only hope that he never did anything worse than what he did to me that night. This happened during the summer after I finished the 5th grade. I went to a day camp that was pretty far away from where I lived. There were around 50 buses that would drop off and pick up people from all different locations in our state, and I was on a bus that dropped me and picked me up at a main building that I had to ride a train to get to. There was another bus station that stopped near me, but I chose not to take that one because I lived in 2 different apartments. Boy, had I made a good decision without even knowing it, but I'll get into that a little later. I had a decent amount of friends, and we would meet up at our designated areas every morning before doing activities with the counselors together. But twice per day we would go swimming, and our entire camp went. And that is when some of the messed up stuff then happened. Anyway, that's all for the context. Some of the strangest people went there, but there was one dude who took things way too far. His name was Steve. He was a very scraggly looking guy with long curly hair, and he smelled like CBD and marijuana. He gave everyone the creeps. Now, things that summer started out okay, but I started seeing Steve during the times when all the groups would meet up together during the day, and he would inch towards us. Before he even approached my friends and I, we're all girls by the way, he would garner all sorts of attention for the strange stuff he would do. He had this really high-pitched and annoying voice, and we would often hear him singing really cringeworthy songs, none of which I care to list because it drove me insane. He would be on the loose, running around the entire place while screeching at the top of his lungs, and I never knew why. We all found it crazy, but would you know it, the more distance we tried to keep, the more he would appear around us. Within a few days of the start of camp, he was already trying to talk and start up conversations that none of us felt like having. He also began to follow us down in the pool later on that same day. He wiggled under the ropes to get to our section. At first, it was hilarious because he could barely swim and was trying to run through the water towards us with this corny smile on his face. It soon became irritating though, so we swam away to a different section. He was just nuts, but it became more than what we thought. He would start coming up to us whenever we crossed paths, and every time he would bug us and just hang around, and he would try to throw himself at my friend Alexis. She was visibly uncomfortable, and he started telling her that she belonged to him forever, and that he will get her to love him. We would always tell him to get away from her, and that he's being invasive as hell. Even then, he wouldn't stop hanging around her and making his creepy advances. Other people started noticing, and they all began to keep their distance from him too. We told our counselors, and they just brushed it off as him being nice, which I didn't really buy at the time, and I'm glad I didn't. This was much more than just friendliness on Steve's part. It wasn't long before a rumor spread that Steve had a plan to get each and every one of us in our friend group to fall in love with him. A guy I'd been talking to named Mark had told me this. He said that he and some of his friends saw Steve crawling under the bleachers to most likely spy on us when he thought no one was looking. He would allegedly lay down and watch us eat lunch for over half an hour. This went on for ages. Mark had also seen him wandering around the field that I would often hang out at while saying weird things to himself. Apparently, he was saying that if it didn't go well with Alexis, I would be next. This had creeped me out to no end, but also made me question why Steve thought he could do this. Some time had passed and it finally seemed like he had gotten the damn hint. I was still apprehensive, even when things took a turn for the better when he stopped harassing Alexis. As he continued being his crazy self, I felt peace of mind now that he seemed to be leaving us alone. But in a matter of a day, my relief was short-lived when he started following us around again. From then on, he would resume watching us from under the bleachers. Naturally, he started bugging me. He made the same exact comments about me wanting to fall in love with his creepy ass. I didn't take any of it, and I decided to flat out ignore him in hopes he would go away. But no. When I was eating lunch with Mark one day in a completely different spot, he searched the premises for me and eventually showed up. He started telling me about how hot he thought I looked for a few minutes straight. I told him firmly to leave, and Mark got involved, also telling him to leave me alone. After a lot of badgering, he complied. Not even 10 minutes later, we saw him from a distance talking to Lola, another friend in our group. He was talking so loudly that we could hear every word he said from a good 50 feet. She was taken aback because he kept asking her if Mark and I were dating. Lola kept her mouth shut, since she knew Mark and I liked each other but weren't dating. Now, Lola had told Steve that her name was Julia, as she didn't want to give out any personal information. She was telling him to quiet down, as he grew angry without getting answers, when surprise, surprise, another wacky kid named Jean started calling out for her with her real name. When she stopped responding to Jean, Steve flipped out, calling her a liar and threatening her. This may sound like a soap opera, but I kid you not, he really went off on her like that. I was prepared for him to threaten me, so I just convinced myself that I would really roast his ass if he did that. And he did eventually cross the line, just not in the way I'd expected. About a week later, I noticed that he would catch up to my friends and I when we were in the pool swimming away from him. At first, he would try to run only to lose us, but now I knew I was fucked when he figured out how to dog paddle, knowing he might catch up. The pool wasn't big at all, so no matter how fast I went, he was right on my tail. As he was saying creepy things, I began to panic, knowing he was going to do something because I had a bad gut feeling. And as I was telling myself what I would do, it happened. He tried yanking my swimsuit right off my body, and I freaked out, shoving him off of me. I felt more violated than I'd ever felt in my life, and I told him to stop or I would screw him over. This caught a few glances, and my friends were all huddling around me, making me feel a bit safer. Next thing I know, I'm back in my clothes, and I'm running out of there before anyone could catch up to me. I went all the way to the bus area and found one of my bus counselors. I told her what had happened in a tizzy, and she then told me something that I wasn't surprised to hear, yet it still sent chills down my spine. She said that he had been doing this to girls all over the camp since they could remember, and I didn't want him to stand a chance trying to harass everyone there. And he also apparently did this stuff to the girls in the section of the kindergartners. When eating dinner that night with my dad and stepmom, I told them what had happened because I wanted it to end more than anything. My dad was fuming, and he spoke to the camp director the next day as I waited at the bus stop. He also had a long phone conversation with my mom about it the previous night, and she agreed to get on the earliest train to meet us there after camp that day. She couldn't make it that morning, given that she was still living in the apartment in Morningside Heights with a family whose nightmare of a kid went to my elementary school. But that's a story for another time. The director spoke with me privately that morning after I'd arrived on the campgrounds. He reported this to the leader of my section of the camp, and I got sent to the pavilion several times where I had to provide details on what had been happening. As expected, someone did tell me off for overreacting and acting out. I was really frustrated because other people saw me as this cruel person just because I'd been standing up for myself and the people that he did this to. Like, what was I supposed to do? Act like I was enjoying what he was doing? I brought this up to the people that questioned me, and they eventually promised they'd do whatever they could to keep him away from me. I told my story to the camp director along with my mom and dad, in addition to what became of the discussions I had earlier. Mom and I went to our apartment feeling much better than we had ever been since the incident. Great, I thought. It's all over. But no. When I was lying around on a field watching the clouds, Steve approached me, saying he really enjoyed making me fall for him, whatever that meant. I simply looked at him and told him to stay the hell away from me and my friends who were also involved in this. He flipped out, then asking me why I was so mean to him and that he was going to be lonely forever without me. It made me want to throw up and scream at the same time, but I kept my head on straight and I told him to never come near me again or he would regret it. And with that, he ran off. Later that day, Steve had gone missing and several people asked if I saw him. I told them about my encounter with him earlier that morning and a few counselors went to go look for him. 15 minutes or so later, they found him and brought him back. What happened next scarred me for life. The counselors pointed at him while he was crying, and they just kept saying, "You did this to him." They proceeded to tell me how I'd been so mean as to make him run into the woods way on the other side of the camp, and after an hour or so, they had to basically drag him to the main area. I was horrified, and I told them how he'd been stalking me for like the last month, and how I reacted in anger trying to get him to leave me alone. As expected, Steve kept going bonkers, saying he was really hurt, and mercilessly begged for me to come back to him. Yeah, fat chance of that. I generally try my best to empathize with people, but this was just terrifying. This was my last interaction with him that I remember having. The final week or so went by smoothly, and I'm glad it did. Just when I thought it would never end, I realized I'd really dodged a huge bullet. Another friend of mine told me that he would say the same things to her on the bus and would annoy her every time. It got to the point where she had to sit with a counselor because she got so scared of Steve. Once she told me that his bus was the one that I had considered taking, I couldn't have been happier that I'd chosen a different bus line. But what really gave me the chills was that my friend told me that he got off very near the Morningside Heights apartment where I usually stayed at. As soon as I could, I left that camp and I never went back. I was scared shitless that I would run into him if I went outside the apartment, but thankfully that never happened, and that was the last I saw of him. Thank God. Hey everyone, welcome back to a new video. Before I begin on the stories, I just wanted to mention, if you have your own personal scary story that you would like to send me for me to possibly narrate here on the channel, you can do so by sending it to southerncannibal.com. So if you have a personal true scary story that you'd like to share, please consider sending it my way. Now that all that's out of the way, let's begin. To start this off, I'm a 21-year-old female who's 5'1" and 120 pounds. One night a few months ago, my dad and I were sitting at home waiting for my mom to get home from work so we could go get dinner. My mom called and told us that she would be working pretty late, so we could go ahead and get dinner without her. We live about 15 to 20 minutes away from town. And my dad told me then he didn't feel like going all the way to town and asked if I was okay with just going to Dollar General that's literally only 5 minutes away. I said sure, and we hopped in the car and headed towards Dollar General. When we got there, I asked my dad if he cared if I went and got some coffee, since I had to get up early for work the next day. He said that was fine, and he let me know that he would be in the freezer section when I was done. Well, I go to their little coffee section, and I start looking at my choices of coffee. That's when I then noticed a huge man, who honestly just looked like a homeless Santa Claus, staring at me. I returned to look at him, and he quickly looked away and pretended to look at stuff on the shelf. I went back to grabbing the coffee I wanted, when I noticed him staring again, but this time at my body. I glanced over again, and once again, he pretended to look at the stuff on the shelves. I'm a pretty small girl, but I have a big chest for my size, so I thought he was just being perverted. It honestly made me uncomfortable, so I just took what I already had and went to the chips aisle. I started looking for the potato sticks, and I honestly forgot all about the old man. However, about 5 minutes later, I noticed the same man beside me, once again watching me. I looked at him, but this time he didn't look away. He didn't smile or anything. He just stared. I got pretty freaked out, so I decided to go find my dad. I noticed him looking at some of the dollar bills, and I walked over to him. Now, for some reason, I didn't tell him about the man. At the time, I didn't want to make a big deal about it because I thought my anxiety was just up. For some context, I've panicked over stupid stuff lots of times before, so it's not unusual for something small to freak me out. This is when my dad got really close to me and said, "Don't make it obvious, but we need to casually walk over to the front desk. When I start walking, you stay right beside me." I asked him why, and what he said next made my heart drop. "There's an old man watching you," he said. This then made me realize that I wasn't just being anxious. This man was actually up to something. My dad started to walk, and before I could even take a step, I felt a hand grab my arm and yank me back. The man actually tried to run away with me, but luckily my dad pulled his gun out and he aimed it at the man, yelling at him to let me go or he'd get shot. When the man noticed the gun, he dropped me and he made a full run for it. The police were called, but sadly, as a lot of these stories go, the man was never caught. Now, I used to go to this Dollar General all the time by myself. Usually I didn't go with my parents. It scares me to think about what if this had been one of the times that I went alone. If it wasn't for my dad being there and bringing his gun, it's really scary to think about what would have actually happened to me. I'm a female, and at the time of this story I was 13. It all began one day when I invited my friend over, who we'll call Lily. We were both very outdoorsy and adventurous, so we spent most of our time outside. Well, after a few hours we got bored, and we wanted a change of scenery, so we went out to adventure at the park near my house. It was getting pretty late, so after scavenging in the woods for about 30 minutes, we noticed there was a group of teenagers that were riding skateboards back and forth wearing masks. I felt very unsettled by this, but we both just shook it off. As we were walking back on the sidewalk next to a main road, we noticed the teens wearing masks stopped in front of us. I should also mention that my friend and I are not dainty. I'm extremely tall for my age and always carried a pocket knife, and I'm glad I did. The boys smiled at us creepily, which made me take out my pocket knife. One of them even took off their mask and tried to wave us over. Me and Lily started to walk faster, and I got my phone out ready to call 911. The boys then skated and came right up to our faces. They looked us up and down, and we just gave them a really disgusted look. Then one of them started to run their fingers along me, but that was the last straw. I grabbed his wrist and I pulled out my knife. My friend punched one of them, and we then booked it. We sprinted as fast as we could, making abstract turns, and we then went home when they were completely out of sight. Lily decided to go home, but I never told anyone else about this. Something absolutely terrifying happened to me today that I possibly witnessed. I was at a Food Lion, which is a grocery store that we have in Tennessee. It was a busy day, so I of course kept almost running into people, and there was one man in particular that I walked past very closely, and I noticed he was full on staring at my shirt. Now, I was wearing my Ask Me My Story shirt, and that's for people to read and ask me, which I've gotten before. It felt a little off, but whatever. I eventually go to check out, and after I get all of the stuff in the cart, I realized I left my card at home in my husband's wallet. As I'm getting frustrated and trying to call him, I'm noticing the same man up front just standing there with like the two things he bought, and he kept on and off looking at me and just waiting there, almost like he was waiting for me. He then walked over to the other side of the carts, put his cart up, and then waited a few more seconds and was still looking at me as if he was still waiting. He then probably realized I wasn't walking out at that point because I was trying to call my husband, so he left. I first assumed that maybe he wanted to genuinely ask me about my shirt, but still, I felt uncomfortable. I eventually just left without my groceries and go to my car, and I noticed the same man talking to another woman that I also noticed in the store, and I know they weren't together. The only words I made out of their conversation was her saying, "I'm sorry, yeah, I don't know," or something kind of along those lines. I see her get into her car, and when I thought he was about to turn around to get into what I assume was his vehicle, he then goes to the passenger side of her vehicle, gets in, and they leave. Alarms were just totally going off inside of me, so I got the license plate and remembered as much info as I could and made a police report. I'm really hoping and praying that it was just something innocent and some big misunderstanding, but my lord, keep protection on you. But the best thing that's going to effectively protect you is a gun, because, well, pepper spray actually does almost nothing most of the time in terms of protecting you. Also, even if it sounds cheesy and you really aren't sure about a situation, just be safe than sorry. And if you see something, please say something and be safe. My name is Erica, and I live in Tennessee. I grew up in a smallish town that, even though I love, it has started to become more dangerous over time. I actually have two terrifying incidents. The first one was when I was about 15 or 16. I was starting to take my usual walk, and right as I walked outside the gate to my house, I had noticed this man who was maybe in his mid-40s in a car, and he stuck his head out the window, and he was just staring at me while driving down the road opposite of where I was walking. I continued to walk, and I got onto the street behind my house, and then the same man had turned around at some point, and he found me walking again, and asked if I needed a ride. I said I was fine, but he just kept persisting. I said that I'm just taking a walk, and that I'm fine, and he finally slowly drove off. As I kept walking, he had turned around a couple of more times or so, just to slowly drive beside me and stare. The last time he came back, he started making kissy faces at me, and he said I had a cute ass. At this point, I got really angry, and I told him I didn't care and to go. He finally slowly drove off, and as soon as I saw him disappear, I booked it. I was crying and shaking, and then stopped running because I realized I was halfway in between my house and a friend's house, and I didn't know if I should risk going home and having him see me or run to my friend's house from the back way and have him take me home. I finally chose to just rush home, and I made it inside. The second incident was a closer call, I think, but for some reason, it didn't scare me as badly. I was taking a walk, and I was right across the street, and a caddy cornered me from my house. When I was about to cross the street, there was a typical white van that was driving up, and they had their left turn signal on to signal that they were turning down that road, so that I could cross the street, I guess. So as soon as I crossed the street, instead of them turning, they immediately pulled up beside me, and the man on the passenger side opened the door and got up, but then immediately sat back down when he noticed I saw what he was doing. So to make sure they didn't realize it was my house that we were right in front of, I just kept walking instead of going inside, which made my heart sink because I was getting further away from my house, which would have made me feel safer, but I couldn't risk them knowing where I lived, so I kept walking. But I then hid behind a bush and just waited for them to drive off. After about a minute roughly, they finally drove off, but not down the street they were originally going to. I then came out from behind the bush and ran inside my house. The main thing I kick myself for every time is not getting the license plate number or reporting it. Who knows if they did something to anyone else? Always keep some type of protection on you, like a gun, or at least the pepper spray. And please be safe. Hi, my name is Jason, and when I was 10 years old, I had a stepbrother who I hadn't talked to in years, but I'm sure he wouldn't want his name out there, so I'm just gonna call him Brad. Me and Brad used to walk around where I lived and just mess around doing random things. At this time in my life, I was introduced to drugs and alcohol. I would say I was a troublemaker at the time. I would do stupid things like break into abandoned buildings and things of that sort. One day I had the idea to walk to the downtown area with Brad. My dad and stepmother were out on a date, so we took our opportunity to leave. From where I lived, it was about a 45-minute walk to get to the downtown area. We began our walk through the ghetto area that we lived in at the time, talking about the things we were going to do that day. A couple of options came to us, and we discussed them. We thought we could eat or go to an arcade with the little money we had. We finished our walk and we made it to the dollar store, where we bought some snacks with the little money we had. We continued to walk eating our snacks until we found this abandoned looking building. I say looking building for a reason that'll make sense here in a second. We broke into this door by using a pocket knife that we had on us. Once we got into this building, there was this small room with a desk and cupboard in the corner of the room. We began to look through the things, and we opened one of the drawers, and we found a gun, which then gave us the "it's time to leave" feeling. We walked back outside and began walking down an alleyway beside this building where a man was standing at, and he was tall with a deep voice. He asked me and Brad why we were just in that building, which scared us. How could he have known we were in there? He told us to sit and wait, and that the owner of the building has to ask us a few questions. We were waiting for a little bit, which was a big mistake that I really wish we could take back. We then heard the sounds of tires squeaking against the pavement, and an SUV stopped in front of the alleyway. The man from earlier jumped out of the vehicle and began running towards us. He immediately bolted towards the other side of the alleyway, which, after a left turn, was the sidewalk beside some building. We then kept running, and a few seconds after we left the alley, the SUV came from around the corner, still chasing us. We ran through a few more alleys and through our city park before we finally lost them. Once we did, we made our way back home, still running. Once we got home, I got through the front door, and I just fell to the floor, and all I could do next was just cry. To this day, I have never told my parents, but I really can't imagine what those people would have done to us if they had caught us. I'm currently 16 years old and entering my junior year. The story took place when I was 12, mid-6th grade year, and in Huntington Beach, California. When I was younger, I would walk to school because it was about a 25-minute walk. To give an idea of the layout, I lived in the neighborhood on the right, and I would have to exit my neighborhood, walk over a bridge, and then enter a new neighborhood where my school was located. One day while I was walking to school, I was drove up on by an older man in a white big car, like an Outback or something. He began talking to me, asking where I was going, as well as my age and what school I was going to. He then began to say that I looked hungry, and he tried offering me a banana clearly sliced open, with a white powdery substance literally falling out of it. I told him no thanks and kept walking, trying to keep my head down. And he then began asking if I was sure. After I kept telling him I was fine, he offered me a ride to school when I was now less than about 10 minutes away, maybe even 5. At this point, I straight up told him no. He kept pushing though, and I began walking faster and faster, and he started to drive faster as well. I was now in the middle of the bridge, so I wasn't sure if I could run back to my neighborhood or if I should go to the school. Obviously me thinking to not go back to my neighborhood or he would find out where I live. But as he drove faster, I started running, and as expected, he just kept driving faster. At this point, I didn't know what to do, so I went ahead and turned back towards my neighborhood and ran. And to my horror, in less than 30 seconds later, he had turned back around following me as he was then yelling at me to just get in his car. I turned back towards the school where there were more cars and kids, and I just started running as fast as I could, all while in tears, not knowing what was going to happen to me. I went on with my school day, not telling anyone about it until I got home. I then told my mom, who called the police, and I had to have a sit down with them, as well as an email from my school being sent out to the other parents about this dangerous man. As far as I know, he was never caught, but I'm just glad I don't live there anymore. There's a park with a playground near my house that my younger sister and I used to walk to frequently. Used to, that is. We haven't walked there by ourselves after it happened back in 2021. For some background, my name is Sage, and I was 20 at the time. My sister Isabel was 6. We would regularly walk to this park since it was only 10 minutes away, and it was a good way to get some exercise. We also live in a fairly nice middle-class neighborhood with plenty of people walking on the sidewalks. The walk there was just like every other time. My sister and I just goofing around, not knowing what was awaiting us. When we got to the park, it was filled with kids and families that most likely had just left church and wanted to soak up the last bit of the sunny weekend. We strolled down to the small set of steps to the park and down the sidewalk to the first playground. The park is not very big, but it's separated into 3 sections of play equipment. 2 of the sections are right beside each other on top of the incline that the park lays on, and the 3rd section is farther away toward the bottom of the incline. My sister played on the first section's play equipment and decided she wanted to play on the swings at the 3rd playground. So I gathered our things and we walked down. We played on the equipment there, and that's when I noticed a man sitting at a picnic table next to the swings, and he was staring at us. This caught my attention because 1, he was fucking staring at me and my little sister with no emotion at all in his face, and then 2, he had an intimidating appearance and presence. This guy was 6'5" easy, built like a brick house, and was probably in his 40s. He was wearing a blue mechanic's uniform and was a little grimy. His icy blue eyes are what freaked me out the most. I swear this guy didn't blink at all while watching us. Every time I looked back at him, his eyes were already locked onto mine, and he never looked away or faked a half smile. He wasn't even trying to hide the fact that he was intensely watching us. Even though I had an off feeling about this man, I tried to shrug it off because I didn't want to judge him so quickly and so harshly. I thought maybe I was just overthinking it, so I tried my best to ignore him. We went to the swings right next to this man because she wanted to swing. It was the only one available, and I guess I didn't want to show this man I was scared of him. He was only a few feet away. The whole time though, I could feel his eyes on us, and I could see him out of my peripheral vision. He wasn't moving a muscle, and he adamantly continued to stare at us. Worse, he was staring at Isabel too with the same intensity. There was a little girl I hadn't noticed before several feet away who kept calling for her dad to look at her while looking at this man. So I assumed this was his daughter, but this guy didn't look at her at all or say anything to her. He was ignoring his own daughter just to stare at us, a random 20-year-old woman and a 6-year-old girl. I just couldn't ignore this gut-wrenching feeling anymore, and I knew this guy was a straight-up creep. But I wasn't going to lose face in front of this freak in case he tried to take advantage of me losing my cool. So casually, I told my sister we needed to find the sanitizer in my bag, so she helped me pull the stuff from my bag. I pulled out my taser that I carried with me at all times nonchalantly as we were searching for the sanitizer, so we could clearly see that I had something to defend ourselves with. No reaction whatsoever from this man, just even more threatening staring. I could sense that he wanted me to know just how unfazed he was, and he was even more determined now. After we found the sanitizer, I put the taser back in the bag. We used the sanitizer, and then we walked up the hill to the second section of the park. The second section of the park overlooked the third section below us, and also the parking lot right in front of it as well. I wanted to separate us from him, but have a clear view of him and where he could go. I immediately called my mom to pick us up because I didn't want this guy to watch us leave the park alone and on foot. I kept my eye on him by glancing every few seconds, and he never broke his soulless gaze. My mom didn't hesitate to hop in her car. She stayed on the phone, and when I looked back to where he had been the entire time, he was gone. My heart dropped into the pit of my stomach, and my adrenaline made the blood pump like a war drum in my ears. I had no idea where he could have gone in those few seconds, and the little girl was gone too. We stayed where we were while I frantically scanned the park for this fucker. He couldn't have drove because I would have seen. I know he was hiding somewhere, watching us. But where? The woods next to the playground? A car in the lot? There were less people in the park at this point, and I was petrified for my sister and I's safety. Is he going to jump us and throw us into a car? Will this man be a turning point in our lives, condemning us to the dark fantasy that only a man like him could truly convey through his gaze? No matter what, this had to be the last time our paths would cross. I'd keep Isabel and I safe, even if I had to do it kicking and screaming. Finally, my mom pulled into the parking lot, and my sister and I darted to her car. She hopped out of her car to help get our stuff in. All of a sudden, our car started to pull out of its space and creep towards us until it was right next to us. It was that fucking psycho. He stared us down one last time and did the same to my mom, but this stare was downright sinister. I could tell that he was pissed off that my mom was there and that we ruined whatever twisted shit he had planned. My mom stared him down right back because honestly, my mom's not someone to fuck with. He then peeled out of there, and we never saw him again. I think one of the creepiest parts is that I didn't see that little girl anywhere in his car, and I got a good look since he fully stopped his car to stare us down. I have no idea what happened to her because he was alone there with her, and I saw no switch off at any point between a partner anywhere. She just kind of disappeared after I first noticed her. The only thing I can think of is that maybe he had her down on the floorboards of the car, or maybe it wasn't even his daughter and she just acted like he was. I hope she's okay wherever she is. I regret that we couldn't get his plate numbers, but at the end of the day, we did all we could to keep Isabel safe. Try your best not to lose your shit with people like him, because that's what they're counting on. Always be aware of your surroundings, and don't hesitate to get help or be the help, whether it be calling for help if you see something sketchy, or even pretending to know the vulnerable person or people being targeted. Stay safe, everybody.